او نورو مسلمانانو او خلکو دپاره زه زمینه مساعدولی سم د روزګار، د ژوند، د زندګۍ، د اقتصاد، او کوشش به کوي چې خپل تر وسه پورې د خپل وطن په آبادولو کې او د خپل ولس دپاره د خدماتو په وړاندې کولو کې د دې وطن د ښېرازۍ دپاره به دوی کار کوي، خدمت به کوي. موږ انشاءالله ورڅخه مطمئن یو، خو دا ډاډ او اطمینان هم ورکوو چې انشاءالله ستاسو دپاره دا زمینه اوس مساعده سوې ده. موږ شپه او ورځ پر دې باندې کار کوو تر څو د هېواد هر وګړي ته په هر قیمت چې وي امنیت تامین کړو، دفاع ورڅخه وکړو، عزت یې وساتو، د مال، اولاد او ناموس حفاظت یې وکړو. الحمدلله چې تر ډېره بریده بلکې که ووایو په کامله معنا باندې موږ په دې باندې بریالي سوي یو د الله جل جلاله په نصرت. پر سرحدونو باندې ولاړو مجاهدینو ته دعا کوو چې الله جل جلاله دې د دوی خدمتونه قبول کړي. الحمدلله چې په ښه متانت او په ښه اخلاص سره ټولو مجاهدینو په میړانه د خپلې خاورې څخه دفاع کړې ده. ورسپارل سوي مسؤلیتونه یې په ښه طریقه انجام کړي دي. موږ ستاسو د احسان پوروړي یو، موږ ته ستاسې د تکالیفو، ستاسې د زحمتونو، ستاسو د مسافریو قدر رامعلومیږي او انشاءالله د خپل توان او وس په اندازه به ستاسو قدر کوو. ستاسو د مشکلاتو په حل کې به موږ کوشش کوو، هغه که په هره رابطه وي او کړې مو هم ده. دا څه وخت مخکې چې د شیخ صاحب محترم سره زموږ مجلس و، خلیفه صاحب و وثیق صاحب دوی هم وه، نو خصوصا د سرحداتو په رابطه پر دې باندې ډېر تمرکز وشو چې د مجاهدینو د مشکلاتو په حل کې شیخ صاحب ته د الله جل جلاله اجر عظیم ورکړي، پر خپلو ټول ولس او ټول مجاهدینو باندې الحمدلله تر حد زیات مهربان دی. د ټولو مشکلاتو په حل کې زموږ سره دا ومنل چې بس چې څنګه طریقه جوړیږي چې کوم امکانات زما په وس کې وي هغه به ټول انشاءالله د دوی په خدمت کې. په وزارت دفاع کې د قوای هوایي په باب باید ووایو چې الحمدلله هڅې مو ډېرې کړي دي، کوشش مو کړی دی، تر ډېره حده مو نظم برابر کړی دی، ډېرې خرابې تیاري مو جوړې کړي دي. پوهنتون د دفاع چې معطل د کلونو څخه دا مو بیرته فعال کړی دی او الحمدلله پیلوټان مو نوي روزلي دي او هڅه او کوشش کوو تر څو لکه څنګه چې پر د هېواد پر ارضي تمامیت باندې حاکم یو او الحمدلله دا مو ثابته کړې هم ده، پر فضا باندې به هم حاکم کېږو په فضل د خدای. بیا به انشاءالله څوک کومه تخطي ونه کړی سي. هر څوک دا تخطي کوي، موږ ورته توصیه دا ده چې باید زموږ د هېواد حریم د دې احترام وکړي او دا احترام په نظر کې ولري او هیڅکله د بې احترامۍ په نظر افغانانو او د افغانستان پاکې خاورې ته ونه ګوري. که څوک زموږ خاورې ته په بې احترامۍ سره ګوري، موږ یې بیا د شته امکاناتو په وجود کې کولای شو د خپلې خاورې او د خپل ځان څخه دفاع وکړو او دا چل مو زده ده. الحمدلله چې دا نظام او امنیتي او دفاعي ځواکونه د امیر المؤمنین حفظه الله تعالی په اطاعت کې دي او ټول د امیر المؤمنین حفظه الله تعالی فوج دی لکه په توپک کې مرمۍ داسې د ده په لاس کې دي انشاءالله. زما سره بیا تر ما ټول د بل هیڅ چا تر تاثیر لاندې نه دي، د بل هیڅ چا فرمایشات د منلو وړ نه دي. یوازې موږ د خپل امیر په اطاعت کې یو، یوازې موږ د خپل ولس په خدمت کې یو، یوازې موږ د خپل هېواد مدافعین.
د ریاست الوزرا سیاسي مرستیال محترم مولوي عبدالکبیر صاحب پرون په دوه جلا ناستو کې د پروان ولایت سالنګ ولسوالۍ او د سرپل ولایت د یو شمېر مشرانو علماو او مجاهدینو سره وکتل. د کتنې په پیل کې د سالنګ ولسوالۍ راغلو مشرانو په یادو ولسوالۍ کې د امنیت د ټینګښت او د ځایي مسؤلینو له لوري پر وخت خدمتونو وړاندې کېدو او همداراز د ولس او د ځایي مسؤلینو ترمنځ د ښې همغږۍ له امله خوښي وښوده. دغه راز یادونه وکړه چې اسلامي امارت دې د سالنګ د جنوبي سالنګ د سړک جوړولو ته ځانګړې توجه وکړي او دا راز په جبل سراج کې د یو ستر جامع جومات جوړولو غوښتنه وکړه. دا راز د سرپل ولایت راغلو مشرانو د اسلامي امارت له راتګ وروسته په یاد ولایت کې د سترو پروژو پر پیلېدو خوښي وښوده او دغه راز د سړک او برېښنا دوه پیشنهادونه هم د ریاست الوزرا سیاسي مرستیال ته وسپارل. محترم مولوي عبدالکبیر صاحب راغلو مشرانو ته د همکارۍ ترڅنګ هغوی ته ډاډ ورکړ چې افغانستان اسلامي امارت به خپلو امکاناتو ته په کتو د سیمو خلکو ستونزو ته رسېدنه کوي او وعده یې ورکړه چې دغه پیشنهادونه به دا چې سویس هېواد په کابل کې د بشري همکاریو او مرستو دفتر پرانیزي دا یو ښه او مثبت اقدام ده. د افغانستان اسلامي امارت هم د امنیت تامین او د خدماتو د ارایې په برخه کې پوره متوجه ده.
Hey man, for real, that woman fight was trial.
بشري همکاریو لپاره
I like when women go at it. Sometimes they go harder than the men do, man.
One of the biggest factors that impacts your AI readiness is actually your data storage. Throughout the AI data pipeline, storage plays diverse roles.
I think she won.
Learn how data storage affects each phase of the AI data pipeline in order to maximize your GPUs. Your success in AI depends on it.
Tyson Fury was fighting. No, man. It's Iron Mike.
اسلامي امارت د هند د هغې پرېکړې هرکلی وکړ چې غواړي افغانانو ته د ویزو ورکړه بیا پیلوي. د اسلامي امارت په وینا په دې سره به د افغانانو زیاتې ستونزې هوارې شي.
د هند افغانان د روغتیا تحصیل او تجارت په برخه کې زیات ضرورتونه لري. د هند دغه پروسه پیل کړي په دې سره به د زیات شمېر افغانانو ستونزې حل شي او موږ هیله مند یو چې د هند اوس هېواد به د ویزو ورکړه پیل کړي.
بلخوا د سوداګرۍ او پانګونې خونه د افغانستان او هند د اړیکو مخنیوي ته په کتو سره د دواړو هېوادونو اړیکې ښې ګڼي. وایي د هند لخوا افغانانو ته د ویزو ورکړې پیل سره به د سوداګرو د وارداتو او صادراتو ستونزه هم حل شي.
It's probably too cold for them, man. It's like 46 degrees. They're probably freezing their chops off.
هم تجارت رشد و هم صادرات ما زیاد خواهد شد و هم واردات هندوستان به افغانستان زیاد خواهد شد.
په همدې حال کې ځینې محصلین چې په هند کې په زده کړو بوخت دي او د ویزو نه ورکړې په خاطر په افغانستان کې پاتې دي، د هند بهرنیو چارو وزارت د دې پرېکړې په هکله خوشبین دی. وایي د ویزو د صدور په پیل سره یې خپل نیمګړي درسونه بشپړولی شي.
امیدوارم که ما این صحبت کردم هرچی وزیرتر
ladies out there, being honest with them.
دا په داسې حال کې ده چې 3 ورځې مخکې د هند بهرنیو چارو وزارت ویان ویلي وو چې نوې ډیلي له کابل سره تاریخي اړیکې لري او په همدې دلیل افغانانو ته د ویزو ورکړې بهیر له سره پیلېږي.
Right, so we released our modern privacy trends report. This is actually the 3rd year that we've run that report, so we do it annually. And one of the takeaways was over a 200% increase in privacy request volume. So people requesting, whether that's access, deletion, opt-outs, many different varieties of privacy requests. What I think is most interesting that's not reflected on this slide, though, is that actually the increase in access requests, so people asking, hey, what type of information do you have about me? I'm just genuinely curious. That increased 7x over the period. So I think that sort of highlights that people are trying to understand how businesses are using their information, clearly at an increasing rate. And I think no one in this room needs to... We're all working through that together. But I think this probably won't slow down, right? If we think that
اسلامي امارت مسؤولين د تاکسي وري صاحبان یا نور مامورین دي کارکونان دي الحمدلله دلته هغه کسان په کار کې مالت سوي دي په مجموع شمال الدین وطن باندې میان خلک دي برادو تلویزیون نږدې نه پتنه ورکړه دي کردار ډېر خوند راکړ ډېر څه سوي دي په اداراتو کې د ترمیم ډېر کار سوی ده په برنامو کې ډېر کار سوی ده او ښه پلانونه لري چې هغه په آینده کې بیا موږ تاسو په شریک باندې به وګورو چې الحمدلله کافي پرمختګ به بیا نور هم دی کړی اوس هم چې ګورو تېر کال ته اوس چې ګورو ډېر کافي پرمختګ سوی دی الحمدلله.
په اروپایي هیوادونو کې د میشتو درنو هیوادوالو د پام وړ د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د بهرنیو چارو وزارت تل هڅه کوي چې په بهر کې په ځانګړي ډول په اروپایي هیوادونو کې د میشت افغانانو له مشروع حقونو دفاع وکړي او نوموړو ته اسانه قونسلي خدمتونه وړاندې کړي. د بهرنیو چارو وزارت خپلو هیوادوالو ته د غوره خدمتونو د ترسره کولو په موخه په اروپایي هیوادونو کې د افغانستان له اساسي او قونسلي استازوالیو بیا غوښتنه کړې ده چې لږ تر لږه د قونسلي چارو په برخه کې له مرکز سره تعامل وکړي. خو په خواشینۍ سره باید ووایو چې د یادو ډیرو استازوالیو له لورې کړنې د مرکز سره په نه همغږۍ، خپلسرۍ او له شته منل شوي اصولو څخه په ښکاره سرغړونې پر مخ بیول کېږي. د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د بهرنیو چارو وزارت په بهر کې میشتو هیوادوالو ته یو ځل بیا خبر ورکوي چې د دې اعلامیې د خپرېدو له نیټې وروسته د لندن، بلجیم، برلین، بون، سویس، اتریش، فرانسې، ایټالیا، یونان، پولند، سویډن، ناروې، کاناډا او استرالیا استازوالیو له لوري قونسلي خدمتونه لکه وثایق، تصادق، عدم مسولیت پاڼه، پاسپورت صدور، پاسپورت تمدیدي سټیکر، ویزې سټیکر او دغه ډول نور د مرکز او اړوندو نهادونو له لوري د منلو وړ نه دي او د بهرنیو چارو وزارت د یادو سندونو په وړاندې هیڅ ډول مسولیت نه لري او نه اجرات ترسره کیږي. د یادول وړ ده چې بهرمیشتي هیوادوال او بهرنیان کولی شي چې د افغانستان له پورتنیو استازوالیو پرته په نورو هیوادونو کې د افغانستان اسلامي امارت استازوالیو ته قونسلي خدمتونو او ویزو د ترلاسه کولو لپاره مراجعه وکړي.
دا یو واقعیت دی چې د امریکایانو په شتون کې په افغانستان کې د عیشان په قوت کې وو. دوی دلته ځالې درلودې، سربازګري یې کوله او پراخې سیمې تر واک لاندې وې. د افغانستان اسلامي امارت له بیا واکمنېدو وروسته کوم د عیشان چې په افغانستان کې وو هغه ځپل شوي دي. د داعش ډله نور په افغانستان کې له منځه تللې او دا راز له افغانستان نه د دوی د خطر کچه صفر ته ټیټه شوې. په دې اړه بې بنسټه ادعاګانې چې باقي له افغانستان نه نورو هیوادونو ته د دې ډلې خطر متوجه دی، دغه موږ په کلکه ردو. په افغانستان کې نور د داعش پدیده د ورکېدو په حال کې ده.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن
دا له اکوادور هیواد څخه راغلی سیلانی دی چې د میدان وردګو ولایت جلریز ولسوالۍ مسؤلینو له لوري د اسلام په مبارک دین مشرف شوی. د یاد کس پخوانی نوم اندریس او له اسلام منلو وروسته ورباندې د محمود نوم ایښودل شوی.
چک پاین و مجاهدین الحمدلله بسیار شرکت مجاهدین مثلا که روی نک میکنه قدیم مردم مثلا رفتار خوب میکنه. اینکه یا میشه در موتور بوده قدیم روی نک مجاهدین که دیده بدید از موتوران گفته ما تا میشیم قدسی ها میرم. باز اینجا آمدن در قماندانی در اینجا که آمد این در اینجا آمد گفت که یاداری مجاهدین برای ما بسیار روی خوب پیدا کرد. ما مجاهدین بسیار رضایت داریم. ما میخوایم که در اسلام مشرف شیم.
دلته الحمدلله دلته دا کلمه د شهادت ورښودل سوله او په 15 وخت لمانځه کې په جمع کې دی حاضر و او دلته د اودس طریقه، د غسل طریقه او د کلمې اجمالي معنا او تفصیلي معنا په دې باندې دلته معلومات ورکړل شوي. الحمدلله موږ مجاهدین دلته د انټرنیټ له لارې هغه مواد چې دلته اولیه مواد د اسلام ضرور دي چې هغه د ځان په پوکي هغه ټول د اجمالي طریقه باندې وښودل شول.
اندریس چې اوسنی نوم یې محمود دی د اسلامي امارت د مجاهدینو له نیکې رویې خوښ دی. نوموړی افغانستان ته د خپل راتګ او د اسلام مبارک دین منلو کیسه راته کوي.
He tried to communicate but I didn't understand, so he came. And I say that I asked him if I can stay here for a minute because I want to speak with the people. Because in Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, I didn't have that opportunity. So I was thinking that now that someone is speaking English, I have the opportunity to stay here and ask, how is the Islam? What is the belief of Islam? Who is Allah? That kind of thing. So we start to talk, and I was agreeing with the things that he was saying. I was agreeing.
ښاغلی محمود بای یو شمېر هیوادونو ته یې سفرونه کړي چې د افغانستان ځینو ولایتونو ته هم د چکر لپاره تللی. په وینا یې افغانستان تازه له جګړې راوتلی او اوس یې پرمختګونه بېساري دي. دی له نورو سیلانیانو هم غواړي چې د افغانستان له ښکلاوو لیدنه وکړي.
And now you have the historical chance to make something different to your people, to Afghanistan people. Because even that I am very far away of here, everyone here wants to have food for the family. Everyone wants to have a job. Everyone wants peace.
دا په داسې حال کې ده چې د افغانستان د طبیعت ښکلاو د بهرنیو سیلانیانو پام ځان ته رااړولی.
آبادات تاریخی و ساحات باستانی در تمام کشور و بخصوص در ولایت بامیان به عنوان یک ارزش واقعی تلقی گردیده و امارت اسلامی افغانستان به خصوص وزارت اطلاعات و فرهنگ به همکاری ریاست اطلاعات و فرهنگ ولایت بامیان خود را مسئول و مکلف می‌دانند تا از یک طرف با بهترین و مؤثرترین روش در حفظ مراقبت از ساحات باستانی، مرامت و نگهداری آبادات تاریخی و میراث‌های فرهنگی و تاریخ تلاش به خرج دهند و از طرف دیگر با حمایت از دیپلماسی فرهنگی جلب و جذب گردشگران به چرخش اقتصادی این ولایت. رابعاً مسئولیت حفظ و نگهداری از ساحات باستانی و حمایت از روش منظم گردشگری تنها و تنها به دوش دولتها نیست. مردم و ملت‌ها بیشترین نقش را در راستای حفظ و ارزش‌های ملی و مهیهنی و خصوصاً ساحات باستانی و میراث‌های تاریخی و فرهنگی دارند و این سرمایه ملی است که متعلق به مردم همان ولایت می باشد و الحمدلله که امروزه با حاکم شدن امارت اسلامی افغانستان امنیت در سراسر کشور تامین گردیده است و این خود نویدی خوبی است برای رشد صنعت گردشگری و توجه به میراث‌های مشترک فرهنگی و بومی در این ولایت و سراسر کشور عزیز ما.
د ارشاد حج او اوقاف وزارت مسؤلین د بیت الله شریف د عمرې د اداینې لپاره د الوتنو د رسمي خبر ورکوي. د دغه وزارت د حج او زراعت په وینا د منظمې برنامې له مخې د الوتنې د زمري اسد د 14 تاریخ
زموږ د ګران هیواد افغانستان د معتمرینو لومړی الوتنه د مرکز کابل د نړیوال هوایي ډګر څخه د حرمین شریفینو په لور باندې کیږي او دا زموږ ستاسې د هیوادوالو دپاره یو غټ د خوشحالۍ زیری دی.
له دې سره د وزارت مسؤلین بیت الله شریف ته د حاجیانو لپاره د اړینو اسانتیاوو د رامنځته کولو وایي. د بیت الله شریف له زایرینو غواړي چې دغه مراسم د اسلامي اخلاقو او د حرمین شریفین د اصولو او قوانینو ترسره کړي.
په حرمینو کې اراده د ګناه پورې ګناه ده، لکه څنګه چې مونځ ته الله پاک په 1 لک باندې ثابت په مسجد نبوي کې په 50 زره باندې یو رکعت ثابت.
Oh, my lights, I forgot to get it. I was like, bro, why is it so dark right here? I forgot to click them on. I had the little side ones on, but not the heavy ones.
هغه خپل نیت صحیح کوي. د
دا نیت یو دومره عظیم شی ده چې په دې کار جوړېږي هم خرابېږي. د دې وجې نبي کریم صلی الله علیه وسلم فرمایي انما الاعمال بالنیات، هر عمل په نیت ده.
په همدې حال کې د سیاحتي شرکتونو مسؤلین د بیت الله شریف د عمرې حج حاجیانو ته د غوره خدمتونو وړاندې کولو پلان ورکوي.
د خدماتو په جوړولو کې د حاجیانو د ښه خدمت په کولو کې پورا سیستم و ترتیب رامنځته.
انشاءالله بیشتر از این خدمات خوبتر بیشتر در نظر گرفتیم که از این بیشتر بسوی کشورهایی که بیای خدمات بیشتر خوبتر میکنن ما در صدد هستیم که با اون کشورها رقابت بکنیم و افغانستان هم عمرش یک حج و عمره معیاری بسازیم.
د ارشاد حج او اوقاف وزارت د مسؤلینو په وینا تیر کال څه باندې 4,000 کسان د افغانستان څخه د عمرې مراسمو د ترسره کولو په موخه سعودي عربستان ته ولېږل شول.
وروسته د ژوندلیزونکو او کارکوونکو ته د زړه له کومې سلامونه. وروسته د سلام څلورویشتمه ماده د هېواد ټول نظام ملي پوځ ته د زړه له کومې
Highlights, yeah, I know that even though they're like on right now, they do look dim. I think it's because like all that corrosion. I already had them clean once.
دغه عظیمه فتحه چې وه دا یوازې نه د افغانانو نه په افغانستان کې یو خاص قشر دا د ټول عالم اسلام لپاره
They look good for like a few weeks.
دې اثرات به زه لږ وخت ته اشاره وکړم دا داسې یو اشغال مرحله وه داسې یو غم و چې هغه نه یوازې د افغانستان پر مسلمانانو بلکې په دنیا کې چې مسلمان هغه په دې ځګیر ځکه د هغه اثرات داسې خطرناک و چې په دنیا کې چې کوم مسلمانانو دا واقعیت دی چې د هغوی ډېر مایوسه شول. مایوستیا یې دا وه چې په دنیا کې ډېر کم ملکونه بې دخلې پاتې شوي چې دا ټولو د حمایت لاسو سره پورته نو مسلمانان چې کله دا اسلامي امارت سقوط ورکړ په هر ځای کې سخت خفه وو او د دې بیا راځم چې د هغه خوشحالي او علامې ځکه هغوی دا ګمان وکړي چې دومره غټ تعداد باندې د دنیا ستر قوت او ټول خلک ورسره بدرګه د اشغال ناره ورسره بدرګه کوي ورسره دي څوک په پټه څوک په ښکاره ورسره حکومتونه کوي او د دنیا ستر قوت دی ټکنالوژي او روپۍ هر څه د هغوی ډېرې دي نو کله به بیا څوک د مسلمانۍ غږ یې ځای کې پورته کولی شي یقینا مایوسه وه د هغه راوروسته بیا چې کوم غم د افغانستان پر مسلمانانو باندې خپور شو هغه واقعا یو داسې غم و چې هغه کې افغانستان کې فکر نه کوم چې یو څوک د اسلام غم او فکر ورسره و چې دی به په هغه باندې غمجن و ښایي هغه په ښارونو کې و ښایي هغوی هجرت کړی و ښایي هغه په سنګر کې و هر ځای چې دا غم ټولو تښتي که مستقیما د چا کور ته نه و ننوتلي نو د قریبانو کور ته یې ننوتئ که مستقیما د چا په کور کې نه و نو د هغه د نږدې اقرباو په کور کې و که نه و نو د اسلامي خواخوږۍ له مخې هغه حالات لیدل کېدل ماشومان وژل کېدل ودونو په بارونه کېدل سپین ږیري و علما مې توهینېدل هغه شیان چې کېدل دا ټول دا د هېڅ یو مسلمان طاقت دا نه و چې په هغه باندې خفه نه شي بغیر هغه کسانو څخه چې هغه څه کسانو چې د خپلو شخصي منابعو د پیسو د جمع کولو د قدرت ته رسولو هغه حب یې په ذهن کې و د چوکۍ حب یې په ذهن کې و د هغوی کسان نه بغیر نور څوک نه و پاتې په دې غمجن نو په دې وجه باندې دا یو عظیمه فتحه وه چې الله پاک د مسلمانانو نصرت وکړي او دا فتحه راغله.
I'm going to start training tomorrow. I'm going to challenge Jake Paul.
اسد په میاشت کې دغه د فتحو لړۍ شروع چې بالاخره د خدای جل جلاله شکر چې تقریبا په یوه میاشت کې مکمل افغانستان فتح او په دې هېواد یو نوی لمر د ازادۍ راپورته شو. تر دې مخکې له ډول ډول وحشتونو دردونو تکلیفونو مرګونو او یو داسې حالت سره مخ و چې څوک یې فکر هم نشي کولی. په دې سره په ټول هېواد کې امن ابادي او په اصلاح سره تعلیم او وده دا هر څه دا د فعلا موږ وینو چې د شپې تګ د ورځې کار او په اصلاح په هر ډول لارو تګ باندې هېڅ خطر او ممانعت او کومکار نشته. نو بیا هم دغه نیکمرغه ورځې دي د هېواد ټولو اتلانو ته د هېواد ټولو وګړو ته مبارک او نیکمرغه وي.
See, Trevor, that's what I was saying, man. So the best thing that tries to
ازادي او خپلواکي یو لوی نعمت دی. د خپلواکي په صورت کې د هېواد مشرتابه د خپل ولس د عقیدې، ارزښتونو او اصولو مطابق فیصلې کوي، تګلاره جوړوي، نظام جوړوي او ولس د خپل هېواد واقعي مالکان او ټولې سیاسي، اقتصادي او نورې فیصلې د خپلو مصالحو لپاره. لیکن د اشغال په صورت کې دا کار نشي کېدلی. یوه ډله خلک د ولس د عقیدې او ارزښتونو او مصالحو په خلاف د پردیو لپاره کار کوي او د هغو د ګټو ساتندوی. نو د خپلواکۍ او غلامۍ ترمنځ یو لوی فرق دی. په تېره بیا هغه ولسونه لکه د افغانستان چې په تېرو څلوېښتو کالونو کې دوه ځلې اشغال لیدلی دی، د خپلواکۍ او د غلامۍ ترمنځ په فرق ښه پوهېږي.
About Asad 24th, I just want to say that this is the greatest day or the big day for Muslim people of Afghanistan. Because of this, that Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, after 20 years of struggling and battling, finally it defeated the United States of America. And for Afghanistan people, or for Muslim people, it's a big day and great day, and people in this day are happy. And about the security for the young generation, I want to say that before that was not like this, and after coming Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the security, the complete security is now in our country. For example, if you want to travel around the country, it's so easy and it's completely complete security.
د څلرویشتمې د اسد تر ټولو مهم پیغام دا دی چې هیڅ متجاوز، هیڅ یرغلګر نشي کولی په خپلواک او ځواک باندې دا هیواد اشغال کړي، د دې هیواد خلک ایل کړي. نو بناً دوی به د دې ورځې څه پند او عبرت اخیستی وي. موږ امیدوار یو د دې وروسته هیڅ یرغلګر زموږ هیواد ته په بده سترګه باندې نه ګوري، او که چیرې ګوري انجام به یې داسې وي لکه د انګریزانو، د روسانو او په اوس وخت کې د ناټو او امریکایانو.
What's up, Chad? That was about the dumbest fight in the world tonight. The Asia Tapanda. I would have rather watched paint dry in that fight. Well, look at Rip over there on the Facebook side now, Marty.
او د ملت ژغورلو لپاره یې قرباني ورکړه. له څه باندې څلوېښتو کلونو مبارزې او جهاد وروسته د مظلوم ملت دعا قبول شوه. د زمري څلرویشتمه یا پر باطل د حق د ورځ د امریکا په مشرۍ لسګونو هېوادونو په دې پلمه چې افغانستان کې د امریکا د سپتمبر د 11مې بریدونو تنظیموونکو پناه اخیستې پر دغه مقدس حریم تیری وکړ. خو افغانانو د دوی په ماتولو سره وکړای شول یوې پیړۍ کې د دریو زبرځواکونو انګلستان، پخواني شوروي اتحاد او امریکا
I'm going to start training tomorrow at Bart Simpson School of Boxing Academy. I want to fight Jake Paul.
د هېواد مبارزینو او مجاهدینو له برحقه او جدي مذاکراتو وروسته د سیاسي هوکړهلیک په لاسلیک سره د سولې او ازادۍ لومړنی زړی وکړ. چې د 1400 لمریز کال د زمري په 24مه حاصل او د چارو واګي
Mr. Joe!
او
Thank you, brother. Joe, are you in chat?
تاسو ټول شاهدان یې افغانستان په داسې یو مقطع کې قرار لري چې ویل شو کولای له شل کلنې ډېرې
Guys, if you guys got a YouTube channel, go check out Joe's Lawn and Snow Service or JLS Media.
آزاد او مستقل
Check out John's Lawn and Snow.
هیواد څخه ټول کی
Normally he logs in and he goes live after I end my live. He does snow plowing and other stuff like that. Cool guy, funny. He's from Minnesota.
مشترک افتخار ده اسلامي امارت چې وروسته له دې چې هېواد آزاد شو د هیچا په مقابل کې د عقدې او دښمنۍ پالیسۍ نه لري
له لاسه وتلې هیلې پوره شوې ناشونه حالت شونی شو د نورو او دښمنو لوریو پوځي استخباراتي او شیطاني دستګاوې له هېواد څخه نیواګر او د هغوی مزدوران له دغه پاک او سپېڅلي ځای وتو ته اړ شول د افغانستان د تاریخ په اوږدو کې دا یوازینۍ فتحه سیاسي بدلون او د واک لېږدېدنه وه چې په هېڅ راز نه شوه ګډوډي رانغله او د خلکو سر او مال خوندي پاتې شو
ما روز ساعتی که کابل فتح شد ما در وظیفه خود بودیم.
Check out his channel and give him a follow.
در کلینیک پیش ما آمدن.
Over on the YouTube side.
خاطر خوش از پیش داشتیم. من ما را گرفته بودن.
I like watching snow clouds. I don't know. Everyone has a truck driver. It was always cool to see snow clouds.
د زمري 24مه هغه ورځ ده
I watched a guy running a snowplow one time going down the road, and the lady was parked on the side of the road. Snowplow went by doing about 45-50 miles an hour.
څخه تر اوسه پورې چې 3 کاله تېر شوي واکمنان دې خاورې اصلي بچیان دي په اقتصادي سیاسي او فرهنګي برخه کې پام وده راغلی ده د خلکو هیلې او ارمانونه چې له اوږدو کلونو راهیسې له تطبیق څخه پاتې وو د نیواګرو له وتلو او د هېواد له بشپړې ازادۍ وروسته دا د یو په بل پسې د تطبیق په حال کې اوس دغه ټاټوبی د آسیا دغه زړه د ځان بسیاینې ودې او نړیوالې ټولنې کې په پیاوړي او عزتمند دریځ سره حضور لري او په یوه امن او ثبات لرونکي هېواد باندې بدلېدو په حال کې
تحریک طالبان به خاطر قائم کردن صلح در افغانستان بودیم در افغانستان در قدم قدم افغانستان بالای مردم در سر مردم میخوبیده میشد از منزلهای 4 و 5 بسیار زنها و دخترها خود انداخت صلح نبارید برای یک ماه رمضان بیایید دیگری برای یک هفته صلح دیگری برای 2 روز هم صلح موږ په صلح غواړو په افغانستان کې صلح راځي دا به دایمي صلح دا به داسې صلح چې بیا په افغانستان کې مرمۍ نه پیل دا په افغانستان کې جنګ راځي چې داسې صلح د دې صلح لپاره بیا قرباني وکړي له خپلو مصالحو نه به تېرېږو له خپلو شخصي منافعو نه به تېرېږو داسې به نه وي چې یو ورځ یو به تفي بله ورځ بل به موږ چاته دا حق نه ورکړو چې پردي خلک پردي ملکونه راسي زموږ په صلح کې پټي وایي او ورته نظام راکړي دا زموږ حق
له هیڅ افغان څخه غچ وانخیستل شو د تیرې ادارې د سیاسي او امنیتي جګړو چارواکو دوام او تر دا مهاله پورې حتی هغه کسان چې کلونه د هېواد د رښتینو بچیانو او مبارزینو په وړاندې جنګېدلي وو کسان چې بهر ته تللي ورته بلنه ورکړل شوه چې هېواد ته بېرته راستانه شي او خپل سوله ییزه ژوند ته دوام افغانستان چې د مغرورو او سرکښو پوځونو د ارمانونو او هیلو د نه پوره کېدو وروستی ځای دی هر بهرني یرغلګر ته په مېړانه ځواب ویلی دا ځل یې هم امریکا او ملګرو هېوادونو ته چې په پرمختللو پوځي وسایطو مجهز او سمبال وو داسې کلکه څپېړه ورکړه چې کړنګهاری به یې تر ډېره وخته د دوی په غوږونو کې انګازې کوي که ځیر شو دا په یوې پېړۍ کې د دریو مغرورو زبرځواکونو شرموونکې ماتې دي افغان میړني ولس له امریکا او ملګرو هیوادونو سره پوره 2 لسیزې داسې سرښندنې او ډغرې ووهلې چې د تاریخ په زرینو پاڼو کې به یا تل ژوندی او د راروان نسل لپاره به دغه سترې مبارزې او ویاړنې د هر دښمن په وړاندې د هغوی ارادې پیاوړې ساتي. وایي اوسپنه چې څومره ټکېږي هومره پخېږي. د زمري 24مه د افغان میړني ولس په تاریخ کې یوه بله ستره ورځ ده. دغه ورځ بیا مغرورو او شریرو هیوادونو ته ورپه یادوي چې مې وبوله غورځنګ راباندې مه کړه، زه په دې افتادګۍ کې لوی ګړنګ یم.
استقلال ختمه جګړه 40 کلونه له غرونو او هوارې نه دې وکوه پوښتنه په څومره
You missed the fight because you were driving, Mighty? Or was it much of something you wanted to really watch? I wish I would have just turned it off the second round because it was just the slap from last night's weigh-in was fake. Makes me sick. Is boxing turning into football now and every other sport? The Barros and Ramos fight was the realest fight that I've seen out of it. The female fight was just straight up headbutt win. Thinking I was watching an MMA fight.
چې ټول افغانستان د افغانستان ټول خاوره یو موټی ساتلې.
موږ تاسې د یو ډېر سخت تریخ حالت نه تېر کله چې اشغال پر یو ملک باندې راځي د چا حریت سلبېږي، د ایمان غله راځي، د وطن غله راځي، د عزت غله راځي. په دغه وخت ضروري هم ده او ډېره سخته هم ده.
That one headbutt busted the other chick's eye open.
چې د دښمن سره په هیڅ لحاظ باندې مساوات نه په اعتبار د اسبابو، نه په اعتبار د مالیاتو، نه په اعتبار د افرادو، نه په اعتبار د تربیې. په دغسې حالت کې مقابله کول ډېره ګرانه.
Yeah, at least it wasn't a pay-per-view fight. A lot of people would have been mad over that if it was a pay-per-view.
آزادی مبارک فاتحین راغلو دا فتحی تر درشلا مفتستون زولارا پلکرات کابالا مفتسولی پیغام راوڑ پرگانو تا دا غورت مو دا بریاوانو موالا آزادی مبارک آزادی مبارک دا اسد سے درویشتم دا آزادی دا اسد سے درویشتم دا آزادی دا غربی استعمارگروں لا یرغلا مفتستن زولارا پلکرات کابالا آزادی مبارک آزادی مبارک راغلو د فتحې تر درشله موږ د ستونزو لاره پل کړه تر کابله موږ د سولې پیغام راوړ پرګانو ته دغه ورځ مو د بریا ونوموله
آزادي مبارک.
No, headbutting is not legal in boxing.
د اسد 24مې د فتح ورځې په مناسبت د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د عالی قدر رئیس الوزراء پیغام. الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال الله تبارك وتعالى إنا فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا صدق الله العظيم. د اسد 24مه د فتح ورځ د ټول اسلامي امت په خاص ډول افغانانو د تاریخ هغه ویاړمنه ورځ ده چې په دې نیټه الله تعالی د افغانستان مجاهد ولس ته د عصر په یوه نړیوال استکبار او اشغالګر ځواک امریکا او ناټو بری ورنصیب کړ او مجاهدین له شل کلونو قربانیو وروسته په فاتحانه ډول د افغانستان پلازمینې کابل ته ننوتل. د نړیوالو غربي اشغالګرو په وړاندې د جهاد د بریا او فتح دغه تاریخي ورځ دی ټول مجاهد ملت او مسلمه امت ته مبارک وي. الله تعالی دې د جهاد په لاره کې د ټولو شهیدانو شهادتونه د ټپیانو او بندیانو زحمتونه د مجاهدینو ستړیاوې او د عام ولس تکلیفونه قبول او د آخرت د اجر ذخیره وګرځوي. امین یا رب العالمین. شل کلن جهاد د اسلام د تاریخ هغه ویاړمن باب دی چې راتلونکي نسلونه به ترې د پند او عبرت درسونه زده کوي او د جهاد او مبارزې الهام به ترې اخلي. په افغانستان کې د امریکایانو شکست په حقیقت کې پر مادیت د ایمان او معنویت برلاسي وه. موږ ولیدل چې الله تعالی د افغان ولس تش لاس او محدود مجاهدینو ته د نړۍ د ډیرو مجهزو او پرمختللو پوځونو په مقابل کې بری ورنصیب کړ چې دا د الهي نصرت ښکاره بیلګه وه. خو زموږ مجاهدین مسؤلین او ټول مؤمن ولس باید دې ته متوجه اوسي چې د جهاد په بریالیتوب سره زموږ وظیفه او مکلفیت پای ته نه دی رسېدلی. موږ ته اوس د اسلامي نظام د استحکام د هیوادوالو د سر مال او عزت د خوندي کولو او د تیرو جګړو د خسارو د جبران مسؤلیت را له غاړې دی. باید په پوره اخلاص او جدیت سره خپل مسؤلیتونو ته متوجه اوسو. دغه عظیم فرصت چې الله تعالی موږ ته راکړی باید ګټه ترې واخلو. د اسلامي نظام د ټینګښت د سولې او ثبات د پایښت او د هیواد او ولس د معنوي او مادي ښېرازۍ لپاره باید خپل توان په کار واچوو تر څو مو د شل کلن جهاد د شهیدانو کونډو یتیمانو او معلولینو ارمانونو ته د عمل جامه وراغوستې وي. په پای کې یو ځل بیا د فتح د ورځې مبارکي درته وایم او دعا کوم چې الله تعالی مو هیواد ولس او ټول اسلامي امت له غمیزو او ستړیاو وساتي. الله تعالی دې په هر ځای کې هغه ظالم یرغلګر چې په مظلومو او بېوسه ملتونو باندې یرغلونه کوي داسې رسوا او له شکست سره مخامخ کړي لکه په افغانستان کې چې مات او په تېښته مجبور سول. آمین یا رب العالمین. وما ذلك على الله بعزیز. الحاج ملا محمد حسن اخوند د افغانستان اسلامي امارت رئیس الوزراء.
See the officer right here, guys, but he can't get out. Stuck at the gate.
در این لحظات حساس خندق توپ 85 میلیمتری محمول به موترهای اینترنشنل در حال نزدیک شدن به لوژ می باشد و با تقدیم مراتب احترام به اعضای کابینه امارت اسلامی و مقامات بلندپایه وزارت دفاع ملی کشور از مقابل لوژ عبور می کند. این سلاح از جمله اسلحه ثقیله توپچی بوده و دارای آتش قوی می باشد. دشمن را در داخل موضع و در بیرون در مسافه 17 کیلومتری هدف قرار داده و نابود می سازد.
It's crazy when one officer I feel like a gang of people fighting.
درنو لیدونکو او اوریدونکو حسي توپونه د ثقیله اسلحو له ډلې څخه ګڼل کېږي چې د متحرکو اهدافو او وسایطو د دښمن د مستحکمو مرکزونو او ساختمانونو په وړاندې کارول کېږي. عصري ډیسي توپونه روسي ساخت دی او 122 میلیمتره قدر لري چې د لومړۍ ابتدایي سرعت یې په 1 ثانیه کې 9 میټره فاصله شوی دی. دا د اوس د دې توپچي بطاري یو نمایشي کنډک
If I drive in there, I'm going to be right behind him, so I don't want to do that.
145 Patron. 145 Patron.
They report straight in.
145 Blair.
ځوانانو زه یقین درته وایم چې تاسو خوشبخته خلک یاست. ټول افغانان خوشبخته دي خو تاسو په دې ځکه خوشبخته طبقه یاست چې ستاسو دپاره انشاءالله د آینده اساس ایښول کېږي او په هغه شکل ایښول کېږي چې ستاسو دنیوي او اخروي پکې کامیابي ده. دنیا کشمکش ما درته وویل چې موږ وینو په مختلفو حالات باندې خلک روان دي. د هر څه چې څوک دعوه وکړي دغه خلک پیدا کېږي. ولې که لږ په دې باندې که ماشوم یا لږ د عقله څوک کار واخلي نو الحمدلله د افغانانو تاریخ بیا د افغانستان اسلامي امارت بیرته راګرځېدل که لږ په دې کې لږ فکر وکړو نو سړی د هغه نه باید متاثره شي او سړی باید دا ومني چې دا یو حقیقت دی. که چیرې مقایسه وکړو دې زما خبره په دې کې هغه کسانو ته هم ده چې لا نن هم څه کسان د باندې ګرځي یو ځای بل ځای کې لا بیا هم هغه داسې ولار لټوي که کومه لار ځان ته ولټوي د شخصي منافعو لپاره کله په یو نامه کله په بل نامه باندې په نور ملکونو کې ګرځي. زه هغه کسان خدای مکه د بدبختو علامې په دې کې وینم ځکه چې په خپل ملک اسلامي نظام وي ازادي وي د اعمار کار روان وي امنیت پکې تامین وي بیا هم دی د باندې ګرځي نو دا د بدبختۍ علامه ده دپاره وګوره چې په دغه حالت خوشحاله نه دی نه بل حالت څوک ګوري. نو ځکه مو ویل که لږ ماشوم یا یو څوک لږ د حالات مقایسه کړي د پرون بربریت د نن امنیت د پرون دمار د نن اعمار د پرون دربدري او د نن سوکالي کوم چې موږ خلکو ته ګورو یا چې ملت ته وګورو د دې نه باید هغوی عبرت اخیستی وای چې دا هغه سره مقایسه کړي وای. د دې نه بل ښه حالت څوک غواړي د چا دپاره او چیرې پیدا کړي دي په دغه دا موږ تاسې چې کوم حالات په دغه وختو کې تر دغه کوم انقلابونه چې راغلي دي آیا دغسې یو حالت دوی ورته راوړی دي که د دې نه بهتر دوی ورته غواړي. نو زه په دې خاطر وایم چې هغوی هم زموږ هم دا رساله او وینا دا ده چې نور ضد مه کوئ د خپل عقله کار واخلئ کئی اسلامی اصولو اسلامی نصوصو اسلامی کړنلارې ته ونه ګورئ خدای نکړه لږ د عقل هم کار واخلئ دغه مقایسې لږ وکړئ د ضد پرېږدئ او خپل وطن ته راسئ. راځئ چې وطن په ټولو اباد الحمدلله په وطن کې مې امنیت راغلی وحدت راغلی خپل وطن د ولس شملې مې اوچتې شوي دي خپل د ولس تاریخ مې بیا ځلېدلی دی. راځئ چې نن دغه وخت راغلی چې لاس سره ورکړو نن چې د هغه توپک د مرحلې نه راغلي راځئ نن د قلم څخه کار واخلو خپل د وطن د ابادۍ دپاره کار همدغه ځوانان چې موږ وینو یا کوم ځوانان چې تر اوسه پورې دلته زموږ سره په دې محفل کې موجود دي. موږ ودې ته دا وایو چې موږ مخکې ویلې چې تاسو خوشبخته خلک ځکه یاست چې انشاءالله زموږ ستاسې د وطن د سرلوړۍ او د آبادۍ وخت راغلی. نورې هغه نارې ختمې شوې چې د قوم په نامه و، د وطن په نامه و، د ولایت په نامه و، د منطقې په نامه و، د ولسوالۍ او د ولایت په نامې هغه نارې ختمې شوې دي. نن به ټول لاس سره ورکوي لکه چې وینو یې غواړو به چې د خپل دغه مظلوم ولس خدمت وکړای شو او کوشش وکړي چې خپل تعلیم د دې لپاره او په دغه نیت باندې وکړي چې د همدغه مظلوم او د دغه مجاهد پرور او د همدغه شهداو د آباو د اقرباو د هغوی د خدمت لپاره موږ وړتیا ترلاسه کړو او د هغوی خدمت وکړو او د هغوی خدمت او د خپل وطن خدمت کول هغه د دنیا او د آخرت د کامیابۍ سبب
آزادی مبارک آزادی مبارک فاتحین راغلو دا فتحی تر درشلا مجد ستنزو لارا پنکرات کابالا مجد سولی پیغام راوڑ پرگانو تا دا غورت مودا بریاوانو موالا
توانایی آتش و اسلحه بردن موازی پیاده دشمن را دارد.
آزادی مبارک دا آسد سے درویشتم دا آزادی دا دا آسد سے درویشتم دا آزادی دا دا غربی استعمارگارو لایم غالا مجدستن زولارا پنکرات کابالا آزادی مبارک آزادی مبارک
راغلو دا فتحی تر درشلا مجد ستنزو لارا پنکڑا تر کابالا مجد سولی پیغام راوڑ پرگانو تا دا غورت مو دا بریاوانو موالا
آزادی مبارک آزادی مبارک
DVDs and video games افغانان بیا ترانی وایی دا بارم خوشحالی دا قربانی ریو تر بالا مجدستن زولارا پنکڑا تر کابالا
آزادی مبارک آزادی مبارک
راغلو دا فتحی تر درشلا مجدستن زولارا پنکڑا تر کابالا مجد سولی پیغام راوڑ پرگانو تا دا غورت مو دا بریاوانو موالا
آزادی مبارک آزادی مبارک
بهتر است که 24 اسد را روز تاریخ ساز بگوییم. چرا دانشمندی فرموده پرندگی بدون مشکلات و تکالیف پیروزی است، ولی پرنده شدن، کامیاب شدن با تکالیف و با مشکلات او روزی است که روز تاریخ ساز است. چون دشمن شکست کرد و دشمن رانده شد و دشمن اخراج شد و این اخراج دشمن به تظاهرات، به جلسه و جلوس یا به اعتصاب غذایی نبرآمده، بلکه به قربانی بی‌دریغی این مردم سرزمین برآمده.
I can't take the 50 off for the live to threes if they're sent either
اسلامی امارت ټول مسؤلینو دریز دادا پالیسی دادا چې دغه فتحه د افغانستان د ټول مجاهد مؤمن ولس ګډه فتحه ده. دا افتخارات د ټولو سره شریک دي او دغه فتوحات ټولو په ګډو سره حاصل کړي دي. دوه خبره ده اسلامی امارت لکه څنګه چې څلورویشتم د اسد د ازادۍ د استقلال د افتخار ورځ بولي، همداسې اتهویشتم د اسد چې د انګریزي ښکېلاک نه د ازادۍ ورځ ده، هغه ته هم په احترام قایله ده او هغه به هم نمانځي. همداسې د مجاهدینو هغه بریا چې کمونیزم ته شکست ورکو پخوانی شوروي اتحاد یې دړې وړې کړو چې اتمه دسمبر ده هغه ته هم احترام لرو او هم یې لمانځنه کوو دا ټول افتخارات د موږ تاسو ټولو سره ګډ دي لکه څنګه چې په داخل کې زموږ پالیسي دا ده چې ټول په ټولو افتخاراتو سره ګډ یو بهر ته هم دا اعلان ده چې له ټولې نړۍ سره متوازن سیاست غواړو له ټولو سره متوازن اړیکې غواړو او نه غواړو چې افغانستان بیا د منفي رقابتونو ډګر جوړ شي نور تاسو په دې ګرمۍ کې نه ځنډوو الله تعالی هم قدرمن لره واخر دعوانا ان الحمد لله رب العالمين
Yeah, that fight tonight was like watching Mickey Mouse and fighting.
یو سلو پنځمه کلیزه د دفاع وزارت د غونډو په تالار کې ونمنځل شوه. په دغه نمانځغونډه
You know, I give it to Jake Paul becoming a sensation over the internet, a social media sensation, but he's not a fighter.
او افغانان باید دا درک کړي چې اسلامي امارت غواړي په تفاهم او متقابل احترام سره له نړۍ سره مثبت تعامل وکړي.
نه په داخلي چارو کې چاته د لاسوهنې اجازه ورکوو نه په خارجي سیاست کې چاته د لاسوهنې اجازه ورکوو نه په کورنیو چارو کې د لاسوهنې اجازه چاته ورکوو زموږ په تعلیمي ډګر کې شته پالیسي وه دا به خپله پالیسي په نظامي میدان کې کوم چې کومه پالیسي وه د اردو په روزنه کې دا به خپله پالیسي وه چاته به یې په واک کې ورکوو
دا ترګمن خپلواکي ده او په دا تېره سل کاله دوره کې چې وګوري داسې خپلواکي به افغانانو ته بیا په لاس نه یې ورغله الحمدلله د خپل ټولو فیصلې موږ خپلواک یو پرېکړه فیصله په جرأت سره کولی شو.
د ملي دفاع وزیر په وینا افغانانو د یوې پېړۍ په بهیر کې دریو زبرځواکو یرغلګرو ته ماتې ورکړې او په زوره یې ورڅخه ازادي اخیستې ده او اسلامي امارت ژمن دی چې دغو دریو سترو ورځو لمانځنه وکړي.
د ټولې نړۍ د خوا نظرونه دلته متوجه دي او نه غواړي چې افغانستان په دغسې یو حالت کې دوام وکړي خو موږ او تاسې به په مېړانه مقابله کوو او داسې په زغرده به جواب ورکوو چې هر دښمن هغه که د پردیو د خوا د خارجانو د خوا افغان وي او که خپله خارجان وي هر چا ته به په زغرده جواب ورکوي ګورئ نور موږ په افغانستان کې دښمني نه غواړو.
مسؤلینو له ولس څخه د مننې او ملاتړ ترڅنګ سپارښتنه وکړه چې له قومي مذهبي او سمتي تعصباتو څخه ډډه وکړي او پر مسؤلینو یې غږ وکړ چې له افغان کړېدلي او دردېدلي مجاهدینو سره همغږي زیاته کړي.
ګوره چې دا نظام و د خپل ولس ته و د مظلوم ولس ته بد معرفي نه کړي ښه چلند ورسره کوه که یې غلطي وکړه پروا نه کوي په خندا جواب ورکوه که یې سهوه وکړه که یې ستا په حق کې تجاوز وکړي پروا نه کوي ستا توفق په لاس کې دي ستا سره عجز عاجزي ښه خوند کوي ستا سره تکبر خوند نه کوي ستا سره انتقام اخیستنه خوند نه کوي ستا سره مقابله خوند نه کوي.
در حالی از این روز تجلیل می‌کردند که کشوری عزیز ما افغانستان به معنای کامل زیر چتر اشغال بود و آنها خودشان از دیگران الحال الحمدلله و المنه کشوری عزیز ما به معنای کامل آزاد و مستقل هست و اداره مملکت به دست فرزندان اصلی این وطن است.
افغانانو په وروستۍ یوې پېړۍ کې درې زبرځواک هېوادونه له سختې ماتې سره مخامخ او بدلون کړي دي. انګریز، شوروي او پاکستان هغه درې قوتونه وو چې د تاریخ په اوږدو کې د افغانستان په ګډون ډېری هېوادونو christi ماته خو افغانانو د تاریخ په اوږدو کې له خپلې خاورې څخه د دفاع په موخه خپله وړتیا ښودلې او د انګریز هغه ستر قوت ته یې ماته ورکړې چې په جغرافیه یې لمر
All right, guys, we're getting traffic stops. That's how we get around. That's how we get a chase.
دوست او ګاونډي هیواد ترکمنستان د بهرنیو چارو د محترم وزیر صاحب
That was weird though. The car just drove through here.
راغلی وو.
I mean, there's tons of parking, so I don't know why it came through here.
ټول چارواکي وزیر صاحبان دي مرستیالان د رئیس جمهور ټولو تشریف لارو. نو مهم او اساسي موضوعات دا و چې په تورغونډۍ کې د اورګاډي لپاره څنګه تاسیسات جوړ شي د تخلیې لپاره د ګودامونه جوړ شي په همدې باندې خبرې وشوې همدارنګه د ټاپي پروژې د شروع کېدو او د هغې د غذایو ترتیب د کتلو
Hell, my missing toes were hurting.
لیدنه وشوه.
How the hell does that happen?
علاوه به په وزارت
They're not there no more to hurt.
هرات کې د نور الجهاد سب سټیشن د افتتاح لپاره تصمیم همدارنګه د اورګاډي د خط آهنګ د غځولو لپاره هرات ته په دې متعلق باندې به تصمیم نیول کېږي. په دې ټولو برخو کې الحمدلله خبرې وشوې او توافقات شوي دي او انشاءالله په نږدې راتلونکي کې به عملي کارونه شروع شي. علاوه له دې نه کوشش روان دی.
Bakersfield is screwing up this damn road so bad. You know what the damn traffic is going to be like now with the way they're doing Union? It's going to be worse on vehicle versus pedestrians.
امید لرو چې ډېر ژر به زموږ هېوادوال له ډېرو لویو پروژو سیري واوري او انشاءالله ډېر سهولتونه به ورسره رامنځته شي.
At the 50th meeting of the Foreign Ministers of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the Minister of Foreign Affairs Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi asked the Islamic countries and the world to release the assets of the Central Bank of Afghanistan and remove travel restriction on leaders of the Islamic Emirate and make serious efforts in these regards.
Make a serious effort to release all the assets and to remove travel restriction, economic and to the leaders of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan.
Mr. Muttaqi added that the member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the international community should start economic and trade relations with the Afghanistan based on these common goals.
Our second request is that member countries of Islamic Cooperation and other countries of the world enter the economic and commercial partnership with Afghanistan in the framework of common and legitimate interests.
At the same time, analysts and experts call the international sanction imposed on Afghanistan a hindrance in interaction, saying that economic and commercial relations with the world can make Afghanistan self-sufficient.
I'm in Bakersfield, California.
If there were no sanctions, we could establish good relations with the world. The world will listen to the problems of Afghans and listen to their requests. There should not be restrictions.
I'm in Bakersfield, California.
An important principle in communication in today's era.
You got a fake order, brother. You need to get a hold of your corporate and have them check that email that made the order and do an IP trace. Prosecute that fool.
It is a bit interesting that it should happen because Afghanistan should get out of the circle of poverty and investment should be made.
There goes the haters.
It is to be mentioned that at the end of his talks between Afghanistan and the world, the Minister of Foreign Affairs assured the countries of the region and the world that the territory of Afghanistan will not be used against anyone and asked the world to take the same action. In order to explain one-year achievements of the Emirati administrations, this time the officials of the National Examinations Department have come to the Government Media Center to share their one-year work and future plans with the media, a detailed review of the state of the National Examinations Office, the compilation of exam draft plan, the creation of 7 zones to make it easier for applicants, the signing of a memorandum of understanding for the examination of about 40,000 teachers with the Ministry of Education, or among the function and achievement of this office in the past 1 year.
For the system to adopt international form and fulfill those needs and move forward with the standard that exists in the countries of the region and in the international examination institutions. We are with the Turkish country. They have visited here several times and their technical team has come. And we have made several trips there. In this case, they assured us that we will create a new system for you that will fulfill all your needs.
The head of this department also says that they have taken an exam from more than 100,000 job applicants of the Islamic Emirate, out of which more than 87,000 applicants have been successful and interviews to different departments.
In the past 1 year, 58 large and small group tests were conducted for various institutions by the National Examination Institute and results were announced transparently.
At the same time, the head of the Question Bank Corporation of this department says that they are considering taking the public entrance examination of 1,404 in a special way.
It will be specific in such a way that anyone who wants to take an exam for the medical part, then the subjects which are more efficient in the medical part, the question will be made from that field. If someone wants to take an exam in the scientific field, the faculties are determined, which is medical faculty and also which is the science faculty. Therefore, anyone who is interested in the part to take an exam is determined for the exam.
Working on the possible plan of the entrance examination of 1,404, simplifying the registration process and announcing the results, and providing the opportunity to take exams online and electronically are said to be among the future plans of this office, which is currently under work.
د افغانستان برېښنا شرکت او ترکمنستان هیواد ترمنځ د ټاپ پروژې د عملي چارو د پیل کولو وکړلیک لاسلیک شو. د قانون او پټرولیم وزیر ملا حیات الله بدري په مشرۍ د افغانستان برېښنا شرکت عمومي اجرایي رئیس ډاکټر عبدالباري عمر او د نورو اماراتي ادارو لاوي د ترکمنستان مرکز اشقابات کې د هیواد د لوړپوړو چارواکو سره لیدنه کړې. په دغه لیدنه کې د افغانستان برېښنا شرکت او ترکمنستان انرژي وزارت ترمنځ د ټاپ پروژې د عملي چارو وکړلیک لاسلیک شوی دی.
دغه لیدنو کتنو په پای کې دواړو ترمنځ د ټاپي پروژې د کوربه هیواد تړون د ټاپ پروژې د تطبیق وکړلیک د هرات صنوبر د اوسپنې پټلۍ عمل پلان او د تورغونډۍ د اوسپنې پټلۍ ترمینل د پراختیا وکړلیکونه لاسلیک شو.
د ټاپ پروژه چې د ترکمنستان 1000 میگاواټه برېښنا پاکستان ته لیږدوي. د اقتصادي چارو ښوونکي په دې باور دي که دغه پروژې عملي چارې پیل شي نو یوازې د ځینې هیوادونو په افغانستان کې پانګونې سره ودانګي بلکې د نورو سترو پروژو عملي کېدو ته به هم زمینه برابره شي.
My daughter was saying that. I was like, where'd you get that from, man? Like, I see that. I heard that somewhere. I think it was on the internet somewhere. She's like, that's what I'm like.
د ټاپ پروژې د عملي کېدو تړون په 2015 کال کې د ترکمنستان، افغانستان او پاکستان ترمنځ لاسلیک شوی و، خو تر اوسه یې عملي کارونه نه دي پیل شوي.
Takashi Karomiya, Japanese ambassador to Kabul, in a meeting with Mullah Khairullah Khair Khan, the Minister of Information and Culture, said that his country is providing $10 million to Afghanistan in the field of alternative poppy cultivation and addiction treatment. Also, during this visit, Mullah Khairullah Khair Khan thanked Japan for its assistance in the fight against narcotics and the protection of cultural heritage, and added that the Islamic Emirate is the first system in Afghanistan that has full sovereignty over the country after 40 years.
The ambassador of Japan reminded Japan's cooperation in the areas of fight against narcotics and preservation of Afghanistan's cultural heritage. Mr. Kurumiya reminded that Japan has a $10 million cooperation program in the fight against narcotics in Afghanistan, as well as a cooperation package in the preservation of preserving the cultural heritage, which is about $300,000, which is on the preservation of monuments. It will be historical in the National Museum and will continue to enrich the National Museum.
On the other hand, the officials of the National Museum are grateful for the assistance of Japan and called his assistance effective in protecting the cultural heritage and preventing possible problems of the National Museum.
All there's really been so far tonight is down the best.
In the part of preserving cultural heritages, in the part of improving the level of knowledge of the museum employees and developing the repair of the museum, assistance of the tools, and they promise to repair and build it.
In this meeting, the Japanese ambassador stressed on bilateral cooperation, the protection of cultural heritage, and the joint fight against drugs.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate visited the Afghan consulate in Istanbul during his trip to Turkey. In this meeting, Moli Mikhail Motaki praised the activities and services of the diplomats and staff of the consulate during the past 3 years and said that the embassies and consulate of Afghanistan abroad are the shared home of all Afghans.
We're going to stage for a second.
All over Turkey to work and trying to find money by working hard. They travel hundreds of kilometers and solve their problems at the consulate. We should solve it as soon as possible. Respect them and do their work as soon as possible. This is our order.
You know, the other night when I threw a cigarette out the window, the lady was
The Minister of Foreign Affairs adds that the Islamic Emirate has made significant achievements in the diplomatic field and efforts are ongoing.
I don't know.
Lately, you have seen we had great achievement in the diplomatic era. The United Arab Emirates accepted our ambassador. The neighboring countries, Uzbekistan, accepted our ambassador. Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan accepted our charge d'affaires. And there are other countries. God willing, we'll see a good change in the upcoming days. God willing.
Mental health calls. A lot of people have family members that have mental health issues. And when you go to those calls,
According to
it
Muslim
really messes a lot of people up.
due to the lack of coordination between Afghan embassies and consulates in the European countries, documents of these embassies and consulates are not valid.
In Europe, we give 3 years to senior diplomats to interact at all the center, serve the people, but unfortunately some did not show up their interest.
But
And
yeah,
finally we
I
have
got
to
reported
declare
for throwing a
documents of some
cigarette out of a
embassies
truck window.
and cancel it invalid.
The foreign minister also said that there are no place for ethnicity or partisanship in Islamic Emirate.
Then
The policy of this
I got
system
a
is to provide
monetization
better services to
copyright
suffering
strike over the
people of
noise of the
Afghanistan.
pickup motor. Someone reported stating
The
that the
Ministry of
noise from the
Agriculture,
pickup,
Irrigation and Livestock says
they
after the
took the
ban of
noise
poppy
from
cultivation by the
a V8
Islamic
motor
Emirate of
and
Afghanistan
uploaded it to
along with the
YouTube,
cotton
and they're trying to
saffron,
copy
we
strike
have
me
been
on this.
able to distribute 25 million pesticide plants to farmers across the country through the alternative program.
Approximately 25 million asafoetida plants have been distributed or are in the process of being distributed. What is important is how we teach the farmers how they can get and harvest potatoes easily.
On the other hand, experts say the Ministry of Agriculture can fundamentally eradicate poppy cultivation by distributing and promoting more cotton, saffron, asafoetida, and baloney plants to farmers.
Asafoetida was used and also Afghan saffron, which is also known as the red gold, and it has the first rank in the world. And also recently we were able to grow and promote this from the baloney plant, which is an unfruitful seeding and it still has more income.
You'd be surprised what people try to do.
At the same time, farmers
the
who have
copyright
stopped
strikes
poppy
that I got.
cultivation and turned to wheat,
Someone took
saffron,
my own voice,
cotton, asafoetida,
right? They took
and
my
other
own
cereals
voice one
are
night,
demanding
uploaded
vocational
it to
training
YouTube,
and distributing
under
of
their
seeds
page,
and fruit plants
and
from the
tried to
Ministry
copy
of
strike me for
Agriculture.
that. Jim!
Since we used to grow poppy and get our livelihood from it, now we have found everything in the alternative livelihood program. Horticulture has given us everything. Whatever gardens have been built for us, they will meet the needs of our family, God willing.
Mr. Jim with $10.
Before we plant poppy, it is a good alternative to horticulture. They has given us gardens, but we have a serious problem, which is water. This water system called drift is a very good system. If this happens to all gardens, it is a good system for
I
all
don't do
of us.
domestic because
We can easily
I noticed
our garden.
This is why, according to the decree of
domestic is the worst one to go to,
the
especially,
cultivation of
knowing
poppy in the whole country
I've had
is
a lot of women
absolutely
that
banned.
watch
Its
the
use, transportation,
live
sale,
stream
smuggling,
that's been through domestic
supply,
violence
and
in their
protection
lifetime,
are also
and it hits them
strictly
different, you know
prohibited
what I mean?
through the country.
or men that's been through domestic violence.
According to Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, based on the new recommendation of the Prime Minister, a work permit distribution department has been opened in Turkhan town after the Kabul airport
Mr. Angry was
facilitate the
pointing
issuance of work permits to foreigners.
په دې وروستیو کې د تورخم ښارګوټي کې په همدې موخه باندې یو مرکز
Recently, a center for this purpose was opened in Turkhan town. And before that, the mentioned center started working at Kabul airport. And based on the plan of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs in the near future, work permit distribution centers
there
for
have
Korean
been some
workers
men
will be built in the
that were
places like
beat up by their old ladies.
Harassment, Turgandi, and other places.
My wife should be in prison. She's being.
On the other hand,
I blink all the time and nobody helps me.
the creation of facilities for issuing work permits for
It's
foreigners
not a
and
joking
foreign
matter,
citizens will pave the way for investment in the
I'm
country
joking, guys.
and will play a positive role in the training of Afghans in the field of technology and other fields.
It will be able to play a role in attracting foreign investment. As you know, there is unfortunately a large amount of unemployment in Afghanistan. And with the arrival of these investors, they will be able to play a role in reducing the unemployment rate.
Officials of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs say that they want to legalize the work of foreigners in the country's airports and land ports to prevent the escape of national revenues and to facilitate the distribution of work permits to foreigners. Therefore, according to the recommendation of Prime Minister, they will open their offices.
You have a fake order.
Officials from the National Environmental Protection Agency, in coordination with the Ministry of Interior Affairs and Traffic, have banded the movement of smoke-producing vehicles. The head of the Environmental Monitoring and Inspection Department consider this measure effective in preventing environmental pollution and disease.
We don't care whether it is governmental.
I know you're in South Dakota and it's a fake pizza
Smoke is
order.
dangerous for everyone. Smoke is a dangerous substance and it will cause breathing problems, eye problems and even cardiovascular diseases.
It's a fake order. I'm in California.
However, Kabul traffic officials say that to
I'm from
prevent air
Bakersfield,
pollution
California.
and increasing diseases, some driver or owner of vehicles that travel
Bakersfield,
on Kabul roads
California.
and their vehicles smoke too much.
Yeah, I'm in Bakersfield, California.
This department is responsible for stopping all vehicles of thieves in the city of Kabul through traffic zones, and we will prevent them. Every day around 10 to 30 patrols identify the vehicles of thieves and take their documents until they repair their vehicles. If they do not repair their vehicles, we will not allow them to drive.
Where are you at?
On the other
I'm in
hand,
Bakersfield, but not where you really at. No shit, Sherlock.
For the smoke production of their vehicles.
Our demand from the government is to put pressure on the merchants and businessmen and bring quality oil so that our cars have the right oil. It is a very good work, a very good action. This was done before, but didn't work. They should collect old and worn out engines from Kabul city to prevent air pollution.
The National Environmental Protection Agency forces all drivers to repair their smoke-producing vehicles.
If that pizza arrives, it's going to be damn mildew by the time it gets here.
Children and the elders.
You're going to deliver it all the way to Bakersfield, California from Watertown, South Dakota? That's about a 2-day trip. I like cold pizza.
د روغتیايي سکتور د کیفیت لوړولو او پراختیا لپاره کار امروز ما تخمینا 300 متخصصین را فراغت می‌دهیم ان شاء الله دکتر سرای محترم متخصصین عزیز در شفاخانه‌های مرکز و در شفاخانه‌های حوزوی و ولایات جاهایی که ضرورت است اینا توظیف می‌شوند.
مسئولان وزارت تحصیلات عالی کشور رشته طبابت را یک بخش اساسی دانستم، می‌افزایند که مسئولان بخش صحی باید به مسئولیت برشان توجه لازم داشته باشند.
اوس چې رب جل جلاله په دې میدان کې کامیاب کړي
somebody gave him my phone number. I know it's a streamer here in town, but figuring out which streamer it is, or someone in town that has my personal phone number that don't like me no more, figuring it out is the job.
هدف مو دغه و چې یو نو د انګلیسي سره آشنا شي او نور که سبا ان شاء الله د فوق تخصص لپاره نور یو انګلیسي کې مشکل نه
I have too many doctors attached to it. You just did a 37-hour drive? Yeah, I know.
Our Global Project Management Office is comprised of multilingual certified project management professionals who help bridge the gap between cultural and language barriers. We not only provide project status updates, we also make transition very easy on our clients with our robust toolkit, methodologies, and benchmarking tools.
Combining risk, convenience, and efficiency, blending them together into one service delivery model is what makes us stand out.
Jim, what's it gonna matter recording a Domino's pizza delivery voicemail? They have no idea that it's a fake phone. The person that's doing it ain't got no lives. They won't meet me in person. They're too scared to meet up with me.
This is the Abdul Haq video in the net zone, which connects Kabul to the eastern provinces and the neighboring country, Pakistan. The narrowness of the road sometimes causes traffic accidents. Recently, municipality has entrusted the construction and development to a road construction company.
This project is 9 kilometers long
it is.
and 6 meters
it's
wide.
funny how I call bullshit and then someone gets mad and now they're going to do the pizza delivery.
Both sides are being contracted.
Because they're not man enough to face up.
Sidewalk.
Either face up or shut up.
There is a grace strip. There are many facilities in this project because the workers are busy. People got jobs. Unemployment ended and are forbidden from going abroad. So, there are many facilities in these projects. When the project starts, all the people are busy with their work.
Every construction company has created job facilities for citizens. A number of workers working on the project say that neighboring countries were built by Afghan migrant youth, and now it is the time for young people to work for the prosperity of their own country.
Yes, there was unemployment. We see that this project went well for use because all around 70, 80, 9 or 100 people were engaged. It is a matter of great pride for us. The government can support the private sector by providing a suitable environment for investments that a private sector can invest in to create a better working environment for the youth and the country.
However, a number of
personally, I think they want to be me too.
Optimistic about the construction and development of roads.
They're jealous of us. They're jealous of the TW Lights family and they want to be me, but they can't. Sorry.
This is the popular route of the Eastern Zone. The work should be done soon, so that the traffic crowd will be reduced and the people will be comfortable.
However, the Kabul municipality insists on the quality of the projects entrusted to the private sector and their completion on time.
The duration of this project is 20 months. And according to the schedule, Alhamdulillah, we are going well. And the companies want to finish this project
Someone's jealous.
But we focus more on quality.
But you know, they don't realize
we
that
lose quality for
2020.
According to Kabul municipality officials, construction of road projects is currently underway in most areas
Miss
of
Lynette
the city.
with 5. Thank you, Miss Lynette. I have put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into TW lives
The Islamic
to get to where it is today.
on the United Nations to remove unilateral
They tried.
sanction against the
You
Islamic
know, they thought the grass was
officials.
greener on the other side of the fence, but on the other side of the fence was still another pile of shit that they had to tend to get it to smelling like grass. But they didn't tend to it very long. It still smells like a pile of shit on their side.
Afghanistan are cruel.
So now they want to try to throw that
Nations
pile
in
of shit
this
onto my side, and it
entire
ain't gonna happen.
countries must end
Because
the
I
sanctions
am
and
number
restrictions
one.
imposed on Afghanistan and the leaders of Islamic Emirate.
Earlier, Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, said that the name of 24 officials of the Islamic Emirate were still on the
Alex
blacklist of
may
the
be
United
the
Nations and
original
the European
stringer of
Union.
Bakersfield,
Mr. Mujahid
but I am the
called
original
not removing the
streamer
names
of
the Islamic
Bakersfield.
Emirate officials from the blacklist.
I'm the
is
one that
against the
brought
High
streaming,
Commission.
live streaming to Bakersfield. Alex is a stringer, I am a streamer. Therefore, a streamer is one that sells their videos. I have never sold a video.
In the international
That's the difference
arena.
between me and Alex.
When
He's been doing this for
think
7
that
years.
it
I've been doing this
isn't
for almost
an
5.
undisputed power in Afghanistan. The
But
Islamic
I've never
Emirate
sold a video.
exists, and they should
I've always
increase
live
their
streamed.
interactions with the Islamic Emirate.
On the other hand, some political analysts believe that the sanctions will have a negative impact on the relations between the Islamic Emirate and the international community.
The sanctions and punishments that they have imposed on the Islamic Emirate should be removed as soon as possible to create the ways of negotiation, the way of
So that's the
dialogue,
difference
relations,
between me and
so
Alex.
international
He's
community
always
and
considered
the
himself
United
a
Nations
stringer.
reach an
And I've always
understanding
considered myself a
of the
live
right
streamer.
in the people of Afghanistan.
Earlier, Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of Prime
The news
Minister,
station
had
will offer
also
you
called
$40
for
for
the
footage.
removing of sanctions
What's
against the
$40?
Islamic Emirate officials in a meeting on a
I'm not going to sell my soul for $40. Air 1 is up.
I don't eat much.
The efforts of the Islamic Emirate to reduce food prices and support
Air
farmers
Jawan
in
is
the
up.
country. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin, Hafizahullah, supporting farmers and reducing wheat prices in the country's market, the wheat collection committee has been able to purchase wheat from the farmers and fair prices in Balkh, Saripul, Faryab and Kabul provinces.
Yeah, Steve Oakley is a good friend of mine.
In order to implement the decrees, committees have been formed to buy the extra wheat from the farmers.
You got
They
Steve
always
Oakley, they used to restream me back in the protest and riots. You got
Meanwhile, the
Nubbins,
spokesman of the
which is a
ministry
good friend of
said that
mine, even though he's
after
from
the
back east,
completion
just like
of the
Steve from back
collection
east.
process, the purchase
You got-
will be stored in a standard silos and warehouses in the center of the provinces.
The ones I really recognized was Steve Oakley, Nubbins,
In
Crooked
some
Nose
provinces,
Media.
we have standard warehouses, and in some provinces, we keep them in
That's about the only
silos.
ones I've ever
The
really
silos
recognized.
and warehouses are built
Human
according to
Dilemma would
international
on
standards.
Twitch would
And in the
restream.
provinces where we have warehouses, we also place them according to international
There's been a couple
standards.
restreamers.
On the other hand,
But I don't remember their
farmers
names.
in the country welcome the implementation
Except unless I really recognize
of
them.
the Islamic Emirates leader by the Ministry of Agriculture.
But Nubbins is still around
and
today on
demanded
Twitch,
more support
still
from the
restreaming.
Islamic Emirate.
At the end of his night, he raves us.
Box is not real no more.
The Islamic Emirate buys
Boxing is
wheat
just
from
like
the people
wrestling.
and offers it
Steve
back
just
to
recently
people.
found out he's
I refuse to
diabetic.
believe that.
I gotta call him tomorrow.
This is a big assistance.
Jake
We are
Paul's
very
not a
happy
boxing
about
man. He's a
it.
YouTube
This is a support for
guy
farmers.
that knows how to make a
There
lot
are
of money.
many
Smoking
benefits
Scan
in
don't
it,
like me.
and it should be done in the future too.
Damien used to restream me, but
This
he
is a
ended
big
up not liking me.
The poor farmers have nothing. For
Over
example,
some
they
BS
don't
from another
have
streamer.
a lot of money. Like Foreign wheat that comes, it is expensive. So it is his own wheat. The government
the
keeps
old
it
Tyson,
and then
the old
gives
Tyson
it
would have
back
knocked
to
him out
them
in the first
at a
round.
cheap price.
7 seconds.
So there is
All he needed
no
was,
greater
man, Tyson
help
in his prime.
than this.
This is why, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'mineen, Hafizahullah, 38,800 metric tons of wheat from farmers
that's how you found me from smoking skin?
by the Islamic Emirate.
Some shit happened with me and another streamer, and that streamer is good friends with Damien,
in times of
and he told Damien
for
that
price
Damien
rises to control wheat
restreams
prices.
me that
the old Iron Mike would have
their
just
friendship is over.
killed this dude right here, man. That's why I was like, man, I wanted
The
that
High
old
Commission
Mike.
for
Or at
Combating
least some of that
Narcotics
line in
under
there
the
somewhere,
leadership
man,
of the
but
political
the way everybody was
deputy
saying
of the
that he
Prime
just-
Minister, most of whose
He was just
members
getting knocked
are
around. I was like,
ministers
oh.
and high-ranking officials, held its first meeting and emphasized on the serious fight against narcotics. The political deputy of the Prime Minister said prevention of goods tax, treatment of addicts, and creation of alternative livelihood are the main
But I will say
objectives
today-
of this commission.
Narcotics are forbidden
CW
according to
Live
the
started
Islamic
from the bottom, now we're
and
here.
prohibited by the laws of the Islamic Emirate.
I never
No one is
paid
allowed
for-
to cultivate,
I've never paid for
produce,
boosting.
or smuggle narcotics.
I've
In the
worked
last
my
3
way to
years,
where we are.
the Islamic
With
Emirate
your guys'
massively
help,
fought against the narcotics.
I've worked
it
my
has
way to the
stopped
top
the
of the-
cultivation
to the top of
and
the food
production
chain in the
of
streaming
narcotics
industry.
throughout Afghanistan.
In addition, the officials of the Ministry of
Yeah, I had a
Interior
little help
and
from
Defense
Steve
assured that
during the
they will
protests and the
actively
riots, Crooked Nose
cooperate in
Media,
this field
Nubbins.
while emphasizing on the joint fight against drugs.
But I can also say I helped them out in the long run too. Get viewership.
So many achievements against narcotics are certainly a great development of the Ministry of Interior Affairs in this field. However, this development does not mean that
when I
we
started
are
using
safe from
the
this
label
human
DE,
disaster. But we still
Steve
need
always
full
said ye.
cooperation
I added the
and
next
coordination
ye to it,
in
so it
this
got
area
ye.
at the internal and
Instead of the one
international
ye.
level.
And that's how the song came about.
For boxing, it's extremely over.
We, I'm in the Ministry of National Defense
still
of
waiting
the
for my
Ministry
damn
of
bottle of
Interior
Pappy from
Affairs
damn
and they stand shoulder to shoulder with them in any aspect of opium eradication or drug eradication.
At the same time, the officials say that there are more centers for the treatment of addicts in the country,
Steve Oakley?
as well
I know
as
Steve
other
Oakley,
health
yes.
centers, and there is a need to conduct a new survey in this regard.
The Ministry of Public Health, which works in the field of drug addiction treatment,
But
currently has
the only
76
problem-
drug addiction treatment
Other,
centers
you know,
across the country,
like Steve,
of which
he got real
74
political.
centers are under the authority of
wanted,
the
the
government,
border control,
and
border
12
wall. I
centers
couldn't
are
do that.
funded by
I'm
organizations.
not. I've never really based
These
TW
centers
Lives
which
off
are
of
related to public
political.
health
I've never
houses
used the
approximately
political to
2,000
make
drug
TW Lives
addicts
what it
throughout
is.
Afghanistan.
I never got on the
Therefore,
political
there are
stance
more than
until
18
just this
centers
year.
in which approximately
Because of the
2,000
hatred that I
addicts
got.
could be accommodated. Therefore, due to the
My
large
colors
number
show,
of
I
addicts,
blew
we
my
have
colors
built 7
on who I was
centers
voting
in
for.
Afghanistan, in which we have gathered 122,000 addicts.
The officials of the anti-narcotics department say that since the
But
issuance
other
of the
than that,
drugs
I've never
prohibition order
used the
of
political stance
Amir
to gain
al-Mu'mineen
viewership.
Hafazahullah, they have conducted 78,000
And I wasn't
operations
using a
during
political
which
stance to gain
20,000
viewership
people
this
have
year.
been arrested and
I just got tired of getting harassed on who I am and what I'm
factories
about.
of drugs
Yeah.
have been destroyed. 6,000 tons of various drugs have been eliminated and cleared 37,000 hectares of land from poppy.
Wisteria, 200 East 1.
Efforts of the Ministry of Public Health to treat cancer inside the country. Officials of the Center Diagnosis and
Yeah, Donna,
Center in the
the
capital.
amount of the California
say
nightlife
that 100
was astounding.
180 patients visit this hospital for treatment on a daily basis. According to them, they are trying to activate advanced diagnosis.
You know, my colors is red, white, and blue.
In this hospital, which are currently
True
not
red-blooded
available in the
American.
country.
How much did the charities make out?
Radiotherapy for cancer patients, which is the treatment for
I didn't
cancer.
care who's
They are
to
done
me,
for free.
who's ever in the
As
president.
well as
I just want
surgery
to see
and
America
hormonal therapy is performed on patients. About
America became a
150
laughing
OPD
stock.
patients visit the center every day.
I'd love to hear that. Now I'm over 40, so what is that, like the new 20s?
Health officials say that cancer is a dangerous and fatal disease that is caused by improper food, polluted environment, electronic radiation, and arbitrary use of medicines.
Some foods, such as
Why
carbonated
is
drinks,
Bakersfield always called the
are
armpit?
a risk
Because we're right in the
factor
middle
for
of California.
digestive system cancer. Others, like cigarette
Yeah,
smoking,
it's a big city,
usage
but still,
of snuff are among the main risk
Bakersfield
factors
don't get
for
much
oral
rain,
cancer.
and we are in the center of California.
Some cancer patients are happy with the services of this hospital and say that their problems are addressed on time.
I'm from Parwan province. I came to this hospital. May Allah bless them. I was vaccinated once, and the second time I came. They served us. May Allah be pleased with them. We are satisfied with them. Allah bless the doctors. They came over and over. They vaccinated me. They put me in the bed. They came every moment. They take care of me. Check my pressure. We are satisfied with the doctors. Allah bless them.
Before this, the Ministry of Public Health had announced the activity of 3 cancer centers in the country and said that in addition to diagnosis and internal services, surgical services were also provided in these centers.
Yeah, that makes Los
Data
Angeles
loss
and
can
San Diego
destroy
the
your
asshole.
business. But with salvage data, it doesn't have to. We recover any data from any brand, any model. When every byte counts, count on salvage data.
You got a big dog? You need me to help you? You got it? Well, it looks like a little stuff. That's what I'm saying. I'll help you. Okay, here, I got you. Hold up.
But you know what? Kern County is big on agriculture. Everybody in the world has 8 products that come out of Bakersfield, whether it's grapes, oranges, carrots, garlic.
All right, guys, let's go.
Anywhere in the world, you've ate something that was produced out of Bakersfield, California.
Alright guys, there's a guy with
Raisins,
the
yeah.
stuck right there, dude. He couldn't get up the curb. And he said, I saw you drive around. And then I was just sitting there looking at you. I was waiting.
Peaches always, yeah. Connie, all the co-pilots I have are friends of mine.
I saw you, but I didn't know you were stuck.
I'm not going to be doing new coaches.
Hey guys, I think this guy. He was trying to get up the curb.
Papa John's, how can I help you?
All ate up right there. So
د دې کمیسیون ایجاد
Out of Washington State, right?
د ډېر یو لوی ابتکار دی
I'm in California.
او ډېر یو لوی پرمختګ دی دا ښکارندویي کوي چې اسلامي امارت تر کومې کچې
What was the email that sent in the order?
نشهیي توکو مخدره موادو په مخنیوي کې ژمنتیا لري تقریبا د کابینې اکثره غړي په دې کمیسیون کې سره راټول شوي او په دې باندې کار کوي چې څنګه کولای شو چې افغانان د دغې پدیدې د دغه مشکل او د دغه تکلیف څخه خلاص کړو نو دا ډېر یو ښه ابتکار دی او امید لرو چې د دې کمیسیون په هلو ځلو او کوششونو به تر اوسه چې کوم کار د مخدره موادو په مخنیوي کې د نشهیي توکو په مخنیوي کې شوی دی دا بلا ګړندی او نور هم موږ د نړیوالو څخه غوښتنه دا ده چې په دې برخه کې د اسلامي امارت سره هر اړخیزې مرستې وکړي او دا ستونزه چې یوازې د افغانستان ستونزه نه ده بلکې همیشه د دوی شکایت دا سوي دي او دا شکایت یې کړی دی چې د افغانستان څخه نشهي توکي صادریږي و نورو هیوادونو ته او تر موږ پورې را رسیږي. نن چې اسلامي امارت په دې برخه کې ډېر لوی پرمختګ کړی دی او په ډېر کلک عزم سره دې کار ته وژه ورکړې ده، خو نړیوال په دې برخه کې تر ډېره حده خاموش دي او خپل مسؤلیت نه ادا کوي. زموږ غږ ورباندې دا دی چې باید دوی خپل مسؤلیت ادا کړي، د افغانانو سره مرسته وکړي، خصوصا کروندګرو سره مرسته وکړي د بدیل معیشت په باره کې، تر څو اسلامي امارت په دې برخه کې چې کومې هڅې کړي دي دا ښه نتایج او پایلې ولري. ملي دفاع وزارت د تل په څیر د آینده هم دا ژمنه کوي او دا هڅه کوي تر څو د کورنیو چارو محترم وزارت سره په څنګ کې د هغوی د ضرورت په وخت کې ورسره مرسته وکړي او د کوکنارو د ماتولو یا د نشهي توکو د منځه وړلو په هر برخه کې چې وي، موږ او ملي دفاع وزارت د کورنیو چارو وزارت سره په دې برخه کې مرسته کوو او اوږه په اوږه ورسره درېږو او ان شاء الله چې کوشش وکړو تر څو افغان ورونه ټول ولس د دې لوی مشکل او لوی ستونزې څخه خلاص شي او الله جل جلاله د افغانستان ولس ته ښه راتلونکی په برخه کې.
The High Commission for Combating Narcotics under the leadership of the political deputy of the Prime Minister, most of whose members are ministers and high-ranking officials, held its first meeting and emphasized on the serious fight against narcotics. The political deputy of the Prime Minister said prevention of goods tax, treatment of addicts and creation of alternative livelihood are the main objectives of this commission.
Narcotics are forbidden according to the Islamic rules and prohibited by the laws of the Islamic Emirate. No one is allowed to cultivate, produce, or smuggle narcotics. In the last 3 years, the Islamic Emirate has seriously fought against the narcotics, and it has stopped the cultivation and production of narcotics throughout Afghanistan.
Even if it wasn't
In addition, the officials of the Ministry of Interior and Defense assure that they will actively cooperate in this field while emphasizing on the joint fight against drugs.
So many achievements against narcotics are certainly a great development of the Ministry of Interior Affairs in this field. However, this development does not mean that we are safe from this human disaster, but we still need full cooperation and coordination in this area at the internal and international level.
Yeah, what email sent you order in?
The Koknaru.
What email sent that order
I'm in the Ministry of National Defense, help the Ministry of Interior Affairs, and they stand shoulder to shoulder with them in any aspect of opium, eradication, or drug eradication.
At the same time, the officials say that there are more centers for the treatment of addicts in the country, as well as other health centers, and there is a need to conduct a new survey in this regard.
How much is the order on the pizza?
Which works in the field of drug addiction treatment, currently has 76 drug addiction treatment centers across the country, of which 74 centers are under the authority of the government, and 12 centers are funded by organizations.
Which drug stop are you at, TA?
These centers, which are related to public health, houses approximately 3,000 drug addicts throughout Afghanistan. Therefore, there are more than 18 centers in which approximately 3,000 addicts could be accommodated. Therefore, due to the large number of addicts, we have built 17 more centers in Afghanistan, in which we have gathered 122,000 addicts.
Yeah, I'm in
The
Bakersfield,
officials of
California.
the anti-narcotics department say that since the issuance of the drugs prohibition order of the Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, they have conducted 78,000 operations,
now you got
during
all
which
those pizzas that you
20,000
can't
people
eat.
have been arrested and 1,450 different factories of drugs
now you
have
don't
been
gotta pay for that,
destroyed.
right?
6,000 tons of various
have to
drugs
pay for
have
that,
been
right?
eliminated and cleared 37,000 hectares of land from
All right.
poppy.
Well, glad you get something to eat. How's the deal?
The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirates says
You
that
too.
the commission for the opening of TOP and many other projects between Afghanistan and Turkmenistan held its first meeting under the chairmanship of Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He added that in this meeting the opening ceremony of these projects was discussed, and it is
I'm not saying
expected
it's
that these
Alex that
projects
did
will
it.
be opened
It's just
in
funny
a
that they
series of
used
grand
Alex's
ceremonies
real email to
in the
do
upcoming
it.
days.
I'm not saying Alex is the one doing it. I'm just saying they put Alex on blast with his
The
email.
Minister of Foreign Affairs held a
And I know
preparatory
that's Alex's
meeting with
email
Turkmenistan for the opening
because
ceremony of TOP
I've
and some
emailed
other
Alex
projects.
to that email.
In this meeting, the head of the commission and the participating organizations officials published a detailed report on the preparation of subcommittee and made necessary decisions for the successful performance of the inauguration ceremony. It's expected that in the next few days, the mentioned project will be opened
Oh, he didn't
during
seem
a
too
series
upset.
of
He's
grand
hungry, he
ceremonies.
said. He's going to get all that
At the
pizza.
same time, analysts say that the implementation of TOP, optical fiber, and railway projects
Yeah,
in
Sue
Afghanistan
Ellen
is
Armstrong.
beneficial for the country from the economic and political point of view.
This not only has a positive effect for Afghanistan, but also provides a way for economic stability at a regional level. The local project has an important role in restoration of economic relations between the countries of the region of Afghanistan, especially
How you doing, Miss
Pakistan,
Cindy?
and the countries of Central Asia and South Asia will be connected to
So,
the Committee of
the
Afghanistan.
email address
With
was
this,
Alex,
the geographical
but the
location
name
of
is
Afghanistan will be
different.
used
When
properly.
they order it under another name, the
If
order,
TOP work starts,
when you
it
deliver,
will
you
reach
have to
South
give a
Asian
name,
markets
but
and
the
our gas will
ordering
be sold
email
there.
address,
It can be
because
really
it was an
useful to
online
maintain
ordered, it was
our
ordered
foreign
under
relations with India as a force over power.
but you
in the
give a
region.
name.
This is why last Tuesday Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, met with the Deputy of the Prime Ministers of Turkmenistan
Yes,
and the
Domino's,
Minister
how
of
can I help
Foreign
you?
Affairs, Rashid Muradov, at the border of the two countries in order to open these projects.
Where are you located at?
United Nations Organization for the
Bro, I'm in
Coordination of
Bakersfield,
Humanitarian
California.
Aid, OCHA, on Sunday by publishing a message on its X page, said that
I didn't
Norway
even
has
order it.
donated
It's a
nearly
fake
$2
order.
million to Afghanistan humanitarian
What was
fund.
the email on the order?
OCHA, while welcoming Norway's new aid, said that this country has donated 189 million Norwegian krone to Afghanistan
what's the name
humanitarian
on it?
fund in the last 10 years. With this, the Minister of
That's not
Economy
even
of
my
the
name. My
Islamic
name's
Emirate of
Travis.
Afghanistan welcomes this donation and wants the donor countries to remove the restriction imposed on Afghans.
The basic solution for a positive change in the economic situation is for the international community
Now I
to
really
take part in the removing
It just said
restrictions
my
along
number
with
over there.
humanitarian aid and providing employment opportunities for people through development aid in line and with economic priorities,
Oh,
starting
well, you
development
guys have my
projects
number
and
now.
providing job opportunities
So
will
what's that?
soon make Afghans economically self-reliant.
Experts also say that although the aid
Yeah, he
of the
just gave my
international
phone number out
community is
over there.
effective in the short term, the international community should pay attention to the construction of infrastructure and the provision of work land for Afghans.
They have worked on such projects like
It's whatever, it is what it
They have
is.
helped the gas pipeline from Turkmenistan to Afghanistan, then to Pakistan, then to India, and then to the world. They should start working on other projects such as in electricity, roads, hospitals, agriculture, and our livestock.
Before this, OCHA had announced the aid of $303 million from the United States and the United Kingdom to Afghans humanitarian fund. This international
Well, he called the
foundation has
number
asked donor
that he has
organizations
on his
and
ticket.
countries to provide more aid in order to reach the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan.
Oh, that's what that conditioner stuff is? I hope I don't have to get another power steering, man.
You want my social security number too? You want to help build my credit?
ټاپي پروژه د 1800 کیلومترو په اوږدوالي له ترکمنستان څخه د افغانستان او پاکستان له لارې هند ته د ګازو لیږدولو نللیکه ده. دا نللیکه 140 کیلومتره د ترکمنستان په خاوره کې، 215 کیلومتره د افغانستان په خاوره کې د هرات، فراه، نیمروز، هلمند او کندهار له ولایتونو څخه په تیریدو د کوټې له لارې په پاکستان کې د 800 کیلومترو په اوږدوالي د ملتان ښار څخه په تیریدو د هند فضلیکات ته رسول کیږي. د دې پروژې ټول لګښت 22.5 میلیارده ډالر ښودل شوی دی. افغانستان به د دې پروژې له لارې هر کال کابو 500 میلیونه ډالره د ترانزیت او کله چې بشپړه شوه تر 500 میلیونه متر مکعب ګاز او تر 10 کلونو پورې به 1 میلیارد متر مکعب ګاز ترلاسه کوي. د لومړنیو څېړنو او شمیرو له مخې د ټاپي ګازو پایپلاین به هر کال 3 میلیارده متر مکعب ګاز لیږدوي او د کار په پیل سره یې تر 10,000 افغانانو ته د کار زمینه برابرېږي. په لومړي پړاو کې به د دې پروژې نږدې 20 میلیونه امریکایي ډالره د پروژې په ورڅیرمه سیمو کې په غنیزو چارو ولګول شي. ټاکل شوې ده چې د ټاپي پروژې ترڅنګ دا لویې او وړې پروژې هم پلي شي چې نه یوازې افغانستان بلکې د سیمې هیوادونو ته هم اقتصادي ګټې لري. د 500 کیلو واټ برېښنا لیږد پروژه چې له ترکمنستان څخه افغانستان او
My home address has been posted on the internet. My phone number's been posted on the internet. Somebody said they went around. Somebody said they're going around posting pictures of me on websites saying I'm a pedophile. Everybody that knows me knows different.
د افغانستان د اسلامي امارت رهبری د دې ډول برنامو پر تطبیق او پیل کېدو سره هڅه کوي څو د اقتصادي ودې او پرمختګ لپاره لاره هواره او افغانانو ته د کار زمینه برابره شي.
But yet ain't got the courage to come and hit me up in face.
شتیپا د شاړو او تکو ځمکو د خړو چینه د انسان په لاس د نړۍ تر ټولو لوی د اوبو مدیریت کولو کانال د افغانستان په شمال کې د بلخ ولایت له کلدار ولسوالۍ څخه پیل د جوزجان ولایت له ولسوالیو په تیریدو د فاریاب اندخوی ولسوالۍ پورې د 215 کیلومترو په اوږدوالي له 15 څخه تر 152 مترو په سور او د 8.5 مترو په ژوروالي د قوشتېپې کانال دی چې په بشپړېدو سره 15,000 هکټاره ځمکو د خړوبولو وړتیا لري او سلګونه زره افغان بزګرو ته د کار زمینه برابرېږي. د دې کانال په جوړېدو سره افغانستان به د غلجاتو، حیواني محصولاتو، د غوښې، پنبې او نورو کرنیزو محصولاتو له پلوه نه یوازې په ځان بسیا شي، ان نورو هیوادو ته به د صادرېدو وړتیا به هم ومومي. په 1401 کال د اورلي حمل میاشتې په 10مه نیټه د دې کانال د کیندلو عملي کار د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د ملي پراختیا شرکت لخوا د افغانستان له خپلې بودیجې پیل او تر ننه په چټکۍ سره روان دی. د دې کانال کار په 3 پړاوونو ویشل شوی دی چې لومړی پړاو یې د بلخ ولایت کلدار ولسوالۍ د آمو له سیند څخه د دې ولایت تر دولت آباد ولسوالۍ پورې د 108 کیلومترو اوږدوالي د کانال کیندل د ریلګاډي تیریدو لپاره د 2 پلونو د مزار حیرتان ترانزیټي سړک او د سربند جوړول چې د لومړي پړاو نور کارونه 6 میاشتې له ټاکل شوې مودې مخکې بشپړ شول او د سربند کارونه تر 80 سلنه زیاتې مخته تللي د دې کانال دویم پړاو کار چې د بلخ ولایت له دولت آباد ولسوالۍ پیل د فاریاب ولایت تر اندخوی ولسوالۍ پورې د 120 کیلومترو اوږدوالي د کانال کیندل او اوږدو کې د پلونو جوړول شامل دي د 1402 کال د تلې میاشتې کې پیل شوی تر 3000 عربي ماشینري او 3500 تنه بشري ځواک کار د قوشتېپې کانال د دویم فاز کارونه تر دې دمه 80 سلنه بشپړ شوي او په چټکۍ سره روان دي چې ډېر ژر به پای ته ورسیږي د دریم او وروستي پړاو کار ځمکو ته د فرعي کانالونو په واسطه د اوبو رسول دي که څه هم افغانستان یو کرنیز هېواد دی چې ډېرې حاصلخیزه ځمکې او پرېمانه د اوبو سرچینې لري خو له بده مرغه اوبه یې کلونه نورو ځایونو ته بهیږي او خپلې ځمکې له تندې جلب چې د اسلامي امارت له بیا واکمنېدو راهیسې د ځان بسیا افغانستان لپاره ګړندۍ هڅې روانې دي او د چک ډیمونو او کانالونو په جوړېدو چټک کار روان دی څو خپلې اوبه مهار او شاړې ځمکې پرې زرغونې کړو
Jim, thank you for that super chat.
Look, dude could have got hit by a car. Freaking idiot.
پنبه که سپینه زر افغانستان یو غرنی او کرنیز هېواد دی چې د اقتصاد لویه برخه یې په کرنې او مالدارۍ ولاړه ده له سردرو یې د سرشارو مستو سیندونو خوږو او معدني اوبو سرچینې نیولي چې د اوبو د مدیریت کولو لپاره یې بېسارې هڅې روانې دي څو هغه دښتې تر اوبو لاندې کړي چې همدا اوس له پیړیو راهیسې بې ګټې او شاړې پرتې دي د افغانانو اقتصاد په کرنې ولاړ دی او په سلو کې 15 سلنه افغانان د کرنې په چارو کښت او کارمنده په هېواد کې د اقتصادي محور ماشین او ستون فقرات بلل شوی دی چې کرنیز محصولات یې هم په ځانګړې توګه د سیمې په کچه او هم په نړیواله سطحه یو ځانګړی ځای دی په تېرو کلونو کې د هېواد په بېلابېلو ولایتونو او سیمو کې د تورو زهر یا کوکنارو کرکیله خپل اوج ته رسېدلې وه چې د قاچاق تر څنګ ډېر شمېر افغان ځوانان هم په دې ناوړه سرطاني بدمرغۍ شوي هم له کومې ورځې راهیسې چې اسلامي امارت واکمن شو د کوکنارو په کار کېدل بندیز ولګاوه چې اوس یې کچه 0 شوې کوکنارو له بندیز وروسته د کروندګرو مخه د مالوچو یا انجي او
Yeah, 3 more shots heard.
You see where everyone's at?
Right there in the same area.
Okay, I know where that's at. Alright, let's go.
آیا مالوچ د کوکنارو ښه بدیل چې ساری پیداوار دی تله یې لږ ځلسو ورځو کې يوزن
George, thank you for those stars.
منفصل منفصل وولایتونو چې د تریاکو په تولید کې د افغانستان څخه کچه لومړی او دویم ځای درلود اوس پکې د پنبې د کښت له ډېرېدو سره د پنبهدانۍ د پروسس شاوخوا اتیا فابریکې فعالې دي چې شمېر یوازې شل سږکال د افغانستان په 19 ولایتونو کې په 93,000 هکټاره یو سلو 22,000 متریک ټنه حاصلات برآمد شول چې زیاته برخه یې له هلمند، بلخ، جوزجان، ننګرهار، کندهار، تخار، نیمروز، بغلان، سمنګان او ولایتونو څخه. کندهار، هلمند او فراه ولایتونو کې د پنبې کښت سلګونه کاله مخینه او د افغانستان له لومړنیو سیمو شمېرل کېږي چې به پکې ترویج کرل شوی. په افغانستان کې نږدې 50 کاله وړاندې په کلنۍ کچه په 128,000 هکټاره ځمکه به کرل کېده او شاوخوا 150,000 متریک ټنه به ترې تولیدېده چې اوس بیا د کروندګرو پام او نارو په کښت له بندیز سره سم
It has been more than a century since newspapers started operating in Afghanistan. Officials from the Ministry of Information and Culture's Emirate Newspaper Department say that they're also working in the field of advertising music documents, along with publishing the newspapers of Herald and East Shariat and Corpus Times. Officials say that efforts are underway to prepare newspaper printing presses in a number of zones.
With the advent of the Islamic world of Afghanistan, there has been progresses in the field of newspaper printing, design and distribution. So now, Alhamdulillah, it is distributed in all provinces of the country, including the capital, Kabul. Kabul Times newspaper and other newspapers, all printed in one format and the same. Now it's printed in physical form every day, and we send it to all provinces of Afghanistan. We'll activate this program in 4 zones and put the machines there to print them in their own provinces and send them to their zones.
Some newspaper employees say that they prepare important domestic and foreign issues in national and international languages.
We translate important economic, political, and sport news from 8 to 14 every day.
Another part of these newspapers is the design and production of handmade animation, which expresses various topics without text.
A cartoon is part of the realities of the society that expose the shortcoming of the society. It is not written, but it is prepared in a custom way and presented to their viewer. According to the text and news that are interested to us, we design and select photos for it and classify it according to the hierarchy.
According to the official of the Emirate Newspapers Directorate of the Ministry of Information and Culture, their services are made available in governmental and private institutions and audiences in print and online throughout the country.
Increasing the interest of citizens to get driving license. According to the traffic officials, in the course of 1 year, about 20,000 driver's license volume have been distributed to applicants after going through the legal procedures. Khan Mohammad Ghabar, head of traffic in Kabul, requests license applicants and drivers to participate in the traffic management training courses in this province, in person and in practice.
This amount has been extended to the licenses that are expired. We have extended the time of 23,318 licenses, and we have distributed 16,766 new licenses to the people till now. People have applied, and we have given licenses. The number is very high. We have a lot of clients. We are not able to do that much or reach them. We have suggested we are trying to increase our capacity and solve the problem of our countrymen.
Officials of the Kabul Traffic Department say that the applicant to obtain a driver's license. The Traffic Directorate first distributes a help form. The applicant fills out the receipt form, and after completing the health examination, the applicant is included in theoretical and practical lessons.
We teach them every day. This is the traffic rules course, which is the law of how to cross the road, and we teach them the way how to use and cross the public road, the speed of distance rules of vehicles, and where to stop and where to not stop, where to overtake and where to not overtake.
On the other hand, the applicants for driver's license want more facilities and distribution
Guys,
of
I'm gonna
driver's
stay
license.
out this street. I'm gonna stay off the street until
The teachers are very
officers arrive.
experienced. I'm 6 years old.
They're in an
I came
area
here to get my license to understand the traffic rules. I've been a driver for 40 years.
That's just too scary.
The message for drivers is that they should follow the traffic rules when they cross the road and set the travel law at the beginning. This is very useful for a person. This is God's command upon us. We should remember the travel law. Here, the lesson goes on normally, and the teacher teaches for 1 hour every day. People, especially drivers, should come to be aware of the traffic rules to reduce accidents in the city.
A number of private driving course officials, which provide practical training for applicants, want citizens to follow traffic and city rules.
I request all the young people to either go to the courses or go to the traffic department to solve this program while there.
However, some residents of Kabul city say that currently some drivers do not follow traffic rules, especially those who use motorcycle, travel around the city without helmet and at a relatively high speed.
The World Health Organization said in a published news release, 1/3 of Afghanistan's population lives in areas that have little access to food, and droughts and floods have worsened their situation. On the other hand, the Ministry of Public Health calls the latest published report of the World Health Organization untrue, and adds that the number of malnourished children in the country has decreased compared to the past. Let's see more in this report.
The World Health Organization publishes numerous reports of Afghanistan's health issues from time to time. This time, the head of this organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said in a statement published on his X page in connection with Afghanistan's food insecurity.
1/3 of Afghanistan's residents live in areas that have little access to food. 850,000 children are severely malnourished. The health workers of this organization have created 21,000 severely malnutrition children in 140 health centers across Afghanistan. These health services are not enough, and they need more help.
At the same time, the Ministry of Public Health again calls such reports from international institutions baseless and adds that the number of malnourished children has decreased compared to the past, and since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, the number of the treatment centers of this disease has increased from 800 to more than 3,000.
Recently, some reports have been published by some offices about the number and figures of child malnutrition in Afghanistan. We reject these reports. They are not true. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has been sufficiently worked for the benefit of children compared to the previous time. The sites have been expanded in these areas where no services were provided before. Now services are provided.
On the other hand, some citizens are happy with the health services provided by the Ministry of Public Health, but they insist on the quality of health services.
In the center of Kunduz province, health services are provided very well. the 400-bed local hospital is
can't go down that alley
located
because of
and
this right
also
here.
the Antony Hospital. There are well-equipped clinics that provide services to the people. We ask the Ministry of Public Health to pay attention in this area so
They're
the
midway
people's
down the
problems
alley.
are solved. We will be happy.
According to the information of the Ministry of Public Health, in the last 9 months of this current year, 2024, 1.5 million mothers and children suffering from malnutrition have been treated.
Mullah Abdul Wasi Khadim, Director General of the Prime Minister Office, met with the Director of Information and Culture of Herat Province during his visit. The head of the Prime Minister's office, while visiting the historical Ikhtiyar-ud-Din Castle, the reconstruction project of the 5th minaret of Herat and the handicrafts of the province, stressed the prevention of the country's historical monuments, adding that the Islamic Emirate is committed to protecting these valuable monuments for future generations.
Yes, Air 1 is above us.
The Ministry of Refugees and Repatriation announced the construction of 150 shelters for refugees in Saripal province. The ministry said in a statement that the foundation stone of the shelters worth 40 million Afghans was laid by the ministry's professional deputy and Saripal province. The shelters will be built within the next year with the financial support of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR of the ministry said. And finally, we are entering to the weather. The Meteorological Department of the Ministry of Transport and Aviation has warned of heavy rain, lightning, and floods in 12 provinces. The department said that the rain is expected in Badakhshan, Takhar, Nuristan, Kunar, Laghman, Kapisa, Panjshir, Baghlan, Parwan, Nangarhar, Bakhtia, and Khost provinces, including Salangs, on Sunday. All this time news is ending here. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.
It's right here.
Molay bin Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy prime minister, visited the ambassador of Uzbekistan, Yadgar Khwaja Shahid. According to the press release issued by the ARG, bilateral relations between Kabul and Tashkent have been emphasized in this meeting.
Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, appreciated the functions of
I don't want to be close enough if they do start firing.
in the direction of promoting the relations between the two countries, and called the relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan historic, and also called for the development of bilateral relations. They have created their own strategy, their own political framework, so that the friendship and political strategy of Uzbekistan and Afghanistan are taken into consideration.
At the same time, the Uzbek ambassador said that Tashkent is committed to the development of economic and trade relations with Afghanistan, and Uzbek businessmen are willing to invest in Afghanistan.
If I would have turned down that alley when I saw it, because I looked down there, I saw it with freaking snakes already
The
jumped
fact
down
that
there.
the ambassador of Uzbekistan was present in Afghanistan and took positive steps based on establishing diplomatic
See, in this area, the
economic
garages
relations,
are in the back of the
and now
houses.
they want these relations.
The garages are in the back.
The officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment also say that economic and
Off of White
commercial
Lane,
relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan
They don't
were
have
developed
garage
during
to the
mission
white
of
access
Khwaja
to White Lane, they access to the alley.
During his time, a lot of
So
work
this is
has
a
been
where
done. Facilities
they had
have come. Problems have been
2
solved.
rounds of
He
gunfire.
has traveled
First time
to
was
our
5 to
borders
6
many
rounds. Second
times.
time was
He
3
had
rounds.
a very good relationship with trade.
Yadgar Khwaja Shamanov started working as an ambassador in Afghanistan in June 2012, and his mission ended this year. This is the Department of Implementation of Polio Vaccine and Child Health Hospital. where some families brought their children to be vaccinated.
We have come and vaccinate this child against polio. It's very useful. It's useful for this child's illness and everything. We come here to vaccinate this child.
At the same time, the doctors of this department say that the employees of this hospital implement the vaccine to children under 5 years during the anti-polio vaccination campaign on a daily basis.
When the polio campaign starts in the country, a large number of our compatriots bring their children under the age of 5 to 5.5 months to the hospital to be vaccinated because polio has no other treatment.
Someone is
With
really
these
bored
2
right now.
drops of polio vaccine, we can save children from polio.
This is in a situation where some foreign media recently said, according to the World Health Organization, that the Islamic Emirate has banned polio vaccination in Afghanistan, but the Ministry of Public Health denies these reports and says,
some media have published reports that
this was officers' witness.
banned or
Officers heard the gunshots.
of the polio vaccine. In order to prevent polio, this ministry is trying every possible way to be effective in this society.
according to the officials of the Ministry of Public Health, since the beginning of this year, 6 rounds of anti-polio vaccination have been implemented in the country.
I had to move over because of Popo's right.
1 Metro 5. 1 Metro 5.
The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Public Health, Interior Affairs, the Supreme Court, the Prison Regulations Department, and the Afghan Red Crescent Society in Kabul to provide services and support to unaccompanied women. The Deputy Minister of the Social Affairs of the Ministry said during the signing ceremony that the officials of the Islamic Emirate are committed to providing services to unaccompanied people in the country.
Whether she's a woman or child, whoever has been threatened or harmed by anyone, we will help them. These women have the right to support them in the Islamic Emirate. They have the right everywhere. They have the right upon doctors. They have the right to the judiciary to ensure social justice.
According to the ministry officials, a support and a service center for unaccompanied women is now active in the center, and efforts are underway to activate such centers in the zones of the country.
Now we have one center in Kabul, and this center is only for Kabul province. In this center, in the future, we will build centers in 7 zones, which are related to the provinces. In the center, women who are vulnerable will be kept there.
At the end of the ceremony, the participants called the signing of agreements to provide services to unaccompanied women useful and assure their cooperation.
All right, so they were rummaging around. So the officers, they're going to check all that area.
All the cops are going to converge to that area now.
Academics graduated from technical and vocational education by the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Officials want the international community to help Afghans in a field of alternative livelihoods against drugs.
It is important that the international community should not forget this great achievement.
One of the subjects urinated at the corner of the wall.
Rather, in this field, they should play a real role in finding an alternative livelihood for the Islamic
So this was 6
and
rounds fired the
amazing
first time, 3 rounds fired the second time.
Today was the 3rd round of graduation
Suspects
of
were going in and out of the house,
Technical
garage, and
and
the
Vocational
car.
Education Center under the Ministry of
When
Labor
everyone
and
arrived.
Social Affairs. We are 560 citizens who had recently recovered from addiction and had the ability to receive technical and vocational education. They were attracted to these centers, and this technical education program has been implemented for them.
At the same time, some teachers of this technical and vocational training centers
The officer was running back to his
these people
squad
can
car
now
to take it
earn
in.
food money for their families, and the tools related to the art and profession are also distributed to the graduates.
Remy, you think that's your wall? I'm on the west. I'm on the east side of Acres. I'm on the east side of Acres. The officers are on the west side of Acres. In the alley between Tricor, Triton, and White Lane.
Graduates who have benefited from the technical and vocational education expresses their happiness.
Expired September 30th of 2024 on a Adam Lincoln John Ocean trailer out of expired September 30th of 2024 on a 2011.
This is wild. Since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, according to the cultivation, smuggling, and sale of drug has been banned throughout the country, and drug addicts have been taken to the health centers, and now facilities of technical and military education has been provided for them.
Mom's leaving?
Oh,
This is
another
Popular
live
Page,
streamer.
the place where brands and creators meet. From the moment you have an idea to the minute you hit share. We're here to help you every step of the way. Like an extension of your team.
Yeah, you can see,
Our community of vetted creators and influencers are pros at creating content tailored for your brand.
They got somebody.
Our in-house team knows how to deliver business impact, ROI, and engagement. Join the thousands of brands already leveraging the power of Popular Page.
They're searching somebody.
And start creating content at scale.
About to throw them in the back of the cruiser.
Popular Page. Agile advertising powered by creators.
Under the leadership of Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, an administrative meeting was held with the participation of the deputy heads and directors of this ministry. The ministry said that in this meeting, in addition to the development of tourism industry, the safety of tourists and the provision of facilities by increasing the attention to the broadcasting sector and by working to share the achievements to keep alive past the jihadi process and history in order to increase the attention to museums and related historical sites and artifacts and to increase the religious knowledge of the employees by the Department of Invitation. It has been discussed.
They're like, go get my phone. Come count the activities.
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the first 5 months of 1403, 117,000 tons of marble worth $6.1 million were exported to Turkey, Saudi Arabia, India, Pakistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Russia, Mexico, and China. Furthermore, the Marble Exporters Association says that they have become self-sufficient in the production of marble, and with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate, the export of Afghanistan's marble increased to European markets as well as Central and South Asia. More details.
The precious marble stones, which are used to beautify internationally famous in Helmand, Herat, and along with central zones of Afghanistan. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the first 5 months of this year, marbles worth $6.1 million have been exported to international markets.
$6.1 million with a total of 117,000 tons. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Turkmenistan, India, Germany, Russia, Uzbekistan, China, Mexico, Pakistan, and other countries has taken place.
On the other hand, the Afghanistan Marble Exporters Association says that it has met the domestic market's needs in terms of marble production, and in the last 3 years, the number of customers of Afghanistan's marble has increased internationally, and the level of exports has increased.
In the previous government, most of our products were smuggled abroad, but with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate and with the neighboring countries where exhibitions were held, and our domestic products were shown, the interest of the neighboring countries in our marble stone increased. Central Asia as a whole is interested in our Iran exports marble,
Everyone spotted a hooker.
from us. Even in the Italian exhibition that our friends share, Italy, despite being the best and richest country in the world in terms of marble, demanded our Herat marble and
According to the information of Ministry of Industry and Commerce, there are currently 108 marble stone processing and processing factories, 85 of which are located in the capital.
Sheikh Abdul Hakim Haqqani, Deputy Minister of Marriage and Disabled Affairs, visited Coast Province and met with the families of martyrs and orphans, where he assured them that their problems would be addressed. In this meeting, the Deputy Minister of Marriage and Disabled Affairs considered providing services to the heirs of martyrs and disabled people, timely addressing their problems and greeting them as one of the responsibilities of the Islamic community is trying to provide them with necessary living facilities in all sectors.
In the pink bikini.
While the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, and the World Food Program are talking about the lack of funds in terms of providing aid to the needy people in Afghanistan, the European Union and the United Kingdom have recently provided more than $35 million of humanitarian aid has been provided. In addition to this, the officials of the Islamic Emirate, besides thanking the supporting organizations, asked them to help Afghans in the development sector instead of giving aid so that people can get jobs and become self-sufficient.
Bro, Air One is talking about the law lizards, bro.
In the past 3 years, many welfare foundations and organizations have provided the Afghans in center and provinces. Some of them say that they are facing with a shortage of funds and cannot provide aid to all needy people. But officials say that these organizations should start development work in Afghanistan in order to provide Afghans with settlement and employment.
Our request from the aid organizations is that instead of humanitarian aid in cash, they should help us in creating jobs and infrastructure projects so that we can eradicate poverty and economic problems in Afghanistan and continue to grow and help the economic development of our country.
On the other hand, experts are also calling on the supporting organizations to help Afghans in vocational and exploratory fields instead of economic capacity, saying that they will be able to fulfill their goals in this way.
Now that corruption has been eliminated, the government should close the door and in order to prevent corruption or its reoccurrence.
According to OCHA, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Aid, in the past few years, Britain has provided more than £2.4 million of aid in Afghanistan, and the European Union has also sent about $1.9 million.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that it has collected more than 10 billion Afghanis from mining in the past year. Officials of this ministry and the program are to describe the achievements of the Emirate Department say that during this period they have surveyed and discovered 646 new mines of various minerals in 28 provinces. Let's see more.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that it has collected 4,479,929,000 Afghans in revenue from mining in the past year. The ministry's officials added that 647 new mines of various minerals have been surveyed and discovered in 28 provinces of the country last year.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, I thank Allah at the time that a meeting is organized by the leadership of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, according to the order of Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah. It's our hope that Allah will cause this treasure to heal the pain of Afghans. Last year, the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum collected a total of 10,479,029,568 Afghanis in revenue. It is worth mentioning that in the first 5 months of 1403, approximately 4.4 million Afghanis has been collected.
The ministry says that it has signed contracts with 13 large-scale mines in 8 provinces and 168 small-scale mines with domestic and foreign investors in the past year. The ministry's spokesman added that during this period, About 78,000 carat of emerald worth about $5.5 million were sold to domestic and foreign investors through open tender.
Until now, in the course of 25 tenders, about 78,000 carats of emerald worth approximately $5.5 million have been sold, in which the Islamic Emirates' share is 10%.
The ministry officials also added that the process of extracting petroleum products from 21 fields in Qashqari, Angut and Waq areas of Amur River is underway, with about 1,300 tons of crude oil extracted daily. Thousands of people have been directly and indirectly employed in the country's mines.
The work of retaining walls and canals in Maidan Wardak province at a cost of more than $200,000 began with the presence of Mujibur Rahman Omar Akhundzada, Deputy Minister of Water of the Ministry of Energy and Water of Maidan Wardak, Governor, officials and local residents. At the lunch ceremony, the Governor of Maidan Wardak said that one of the commitments of the Islamic Emirate officials to the people is the reconstruction of the country, and he asked the people to cooperate with the officials of the Islamic Emirate in the reconstruction sector. More than 6 million Afghanis in cash was distributed to 1,590 affected families by CRS in collaboration with the National Disaster Management Agency for affected families in Bamiyan province. According to the National Disaster Management Agency, the money was distributed to 1,059 vulnerable families in Yakawalang district and the center of Bamiyan, based on an agreement signed between CRS and the National Disaster Management Agency. In addition to reaching 563 cases in 2 weeks, bulk professional court, urban primary court and military court of Balkh Zone have also executed 513 bails. That's all for tonight. We will be back with some more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Have a great night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
We're already almost there, a couple weeks away.
The construction of 6 water supply networks in Kogiani district of Nangarhar province worth more than $200,000 was completed and put into use with USAID funding. The network has created jobs for hundreds of workers, and with its completion, nearly 20,000 local residents have access to safe drinking water.
The deputy spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced the arrival of Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, the elected ambassador of the Islamic Emirate, to Tashkent, and says that he will officially begin his work in a few days.
But I believe they said that
Sheikh Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, the ambassador appointed by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to Uzbekistan, has arrived there and will begin his official duties in the near future.
Abdul Ghaffar Bahar has been appointed as ambassador of Islamic Emirate to Uzbekistan, while the credentials of Bilal Karimi as the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Beijing were accepted on the 10th of Dalwa 1402, and the credentials of Burhanuddin Haqqani as the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Abu Dhabi were accepted on the 5th of Akrab this year.
In order to establish proper economic, political and social relations between countries, the presence of a consul or an ambassador, a political representative in another country is necessary.
Meanwhile, the former diplomats and political analysts believe that the appointment of an ambassador to Uzbekistan could strengthen political, economic and strategic relations between Kabul and Tashkent.
This itself means recognizing a country without announcing it. And now that Afghanistan is in global isolation, it is a great achievement that interaction and relations with the world take place.
I hope that Afghanistan can have good relations and interactions with all countries, especially neighboring countries in various sectors.
Earlier, Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi said that about 40 Afghan representative offices are active in their countries around the world.
Where's the girl in pink?
The officials of the General Directorate of Emirate Companies said in the program of explaining the achievements of the company in the past 1 year that this company has reactivated and equipped the Emirate companies of Afghan poultry, Baghlan Sugar, Kandahar, Balkhan Pulkhumri Textiles and Helmand Boost. According to the officials, in the last 1 year, 199,671 tons of cement have been produced through Ghuri and Jebel Saraj cement factories. Also, the first phase of Kushtaba National Canal has been completed by 91% and the second phase by 64%.
500 kilovolts power transmission line from Shabarghan to Dasht Alwan and from there to Arghandi. 220 kilovolt power transmission line between Ghazni and Kandahar. Nurul Jihad substation works, Kandahar 110 kilovolt power line B, and other unfinished projects construction started during the last year and will be completed in the near future.
Last year, the oil and gas company established 58 stores in the center and provinces for the distribution and sale of gas, which proved to be effective in controlling gas prices. Besides this, during the last 1 year, Afghan Tour Emirate Company extended licenses to 503 tourism companies, 177 online services, 48 hotels, and extended visas to 295 foreign tourists.
The National Development Company established a construction-related laboratory in 1402 and conducted 603 tests for the private sectors and 17,005 tests for its various projects. In 1402, the mentioned company repaired and operated various machines of the respective factories.
The executive director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, says that in the next 2 years, there will be 24 hours electricity in Kabul and nearby areas. This is while all Emirate companies have a central and commercial value of approximately $15 billion. But in the past 2 decades, the sector has not been given the necessary attention to provide the best services to the citizens and be effective in the economic development of the country.
د کابل غزنی دوهم لاین سړک رغنیزو چارو بیا پیلېدو ته د میدان وردګ ولایت اوسیدونکي او په دې لاره موټر چلوونکي زیات خوښ دي. دوی وایي په جوړېدو سره به یې ګڼه ګوڼه او ترافیکي پیښې راکمې شي.
سرک کابل غزنی از روز که کار آغاز شده تا همین روز شکر در خوبی و خوشی پیش میره، کارایش خیلی عالی است. سرکش هم خوب سرک جور شده. سرک دوم که آغاز شده، دور دومش هم که انشالله جور شود که چی بهتر میشه.
دلته خو موږ ډېر خوشحاله یو د توفیق ورکړو دا زر تر زر جوړ کړه ترافیکي پیښې دا به ډېرې ورسره کمې شي. اوس خو ډېر بیرابور دی په دې سره.
I do have a do not disturb, yes. But if I turn it off, my wife can't contact
د دوهم لاین سړک پر غېدو سره به د دې لارې ګڼه ګوڼه او ترافیکي پیښې تر ډېره راکمې شي. همدارنګه له مسؤلینو غوښتنه کوي تر څو چاره یې په چټکۍ سره پای ته ورسوي.
دا خو ورونه موږ ته ډېر خوشحاله شو، دا اوس خبر شو موږ ته ډېر خوشحاله شو په خاطر چې حادثات ډېر و، نور د سړک بیرابار هم ډېر و، دا خو ډېر ښه کار شوی، په ډېر خوشحاله یو. موږ بار وخت خپل وطن ته چې ډېر تکلیف و، ډېر خوارۍ به اوس انشاءالله راحته به څو راحته به رسو.
ډېر خوشحاله یو. دویم سړک لږ زر جوړ کړي، د ترافیکي حادثې راکمې شي، دا به ډېرې ښې. موټر چلوونکو غوښتنه ده چې خپل سرعت کنټرول کړي او ډېر احتیاط وکړي.
دا په داسې حال کې ده چې د کابل غزنی دوهم لاین سړک رغنیزې چارې له اوږده ځنډ وروسته د اسلامي امارات په راتګ سره یو ځل بیا په میدان وردګ ولایت کې پیل شوې.
Technical and professional engineers of the Ministry of National Defense Air Force repaired and successfully flew 2 American UH-60 Black Hawk and MD-530 helicopters. The Ministry of National Defense says that after the Islamic Emirate took power, tens of aircraft and helicopters' wings that were destroyed by the previous administration were repaired and used.
A Black Hawk
and MD helicopters were built and repaired by our qualified engineers and professional instructors after several months of work. These are the helicopters that some generators damaged during the escape of the previous government. Alhamdulillah, they have been activated with the efforts of our talented engineers and the special attention of the leaders.
Meanwhile, some military experts consider the repair of military vehicles, especially helicopters, to be effective in defending the country, but interaction with military vehicle manufacturer is important in obtaining their spare parts.
In order to optimize it at the global level, try to prepare the basic ways and methods and give permission to a country, and some parts of these plans can only be found in the producing countries. The Air Force and the National Defense Force of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is a good and praiseworthy action, and these helicopters can be used and carry out.
I'm just going to change my number tomorrow.
And other things.
This is while, after the Islamic Emirate took power for the second
nobody
time,
can get it.
tons of different types of aircraft and military equipment have been prepared and ready for use.
JIRA is now for all teams, especially marketing teams waiting on final engineering updates so they can finalize their launch campaign. Ah, finally.
The one who can shoot the arrow through the axis will be my husband.
The Return is a thrilling take on the Odyssey. Visceral, utterly riveting, and truly epic. Ray Fiennes is magnificent, and Juliette Binoche is breathtaking. On December 6th, discover the Odyssey is still a hell of a tale.
Some war becomes hope.
The Return, rated R, only in theaters December 6th.
The Afghan currency has been valued against foreign currencies, especially US dollar, in the recent days. The Ministry of Economy cites issues such as political interaction with countries and the implementation of large infrastructure projects as factors that have caused the Afghan currency to gain value against foreign currencies, especially the US dollar.
The popularization of the national currency in diplomatic and political transactions and issues, and the improvement of the Afghanistan's relations with the neighboring countries and the region in the recent days. All these factors have caused the national currencies to gain significant value against the foreign currencies.
Meanwhile, Afghanistan Bank officials say that they have successfully used monetary policy tools to maintain prices and reduce exchange rate fluctuations.
Our latest information is that the value of Afghan currency has increased.
That's what I'm doing. I'm
by
blocking all the
200
numbers texting me.
against the US dollars.
But they're doing those like the USDA, become part of the membership with the USDA, the PETA, and I'm just, every time they text it, I just hit stop and it stops their text. I unregistered.
Of the world.
The Union of Money Changers and Money Service Providers of the Shahzada market, along with the correct financial policies of the Islamic Emirate, the prevention of dollar smuggling and the increase in dollars in the markets are the reasons for increase in prices of Afghan currency against other currencies.
The Afghanistan Bank policy.
The Afghanistan Bank has made a successful policy and plan, and the money changers are on its side. This made the Afghan currency the third place in the world.
But some residents of Kabul say that although the price of foreign currencies, especially the dollar, has fallen, the price of raw materials has not changed.
But in some provinces, we are Pakistan dollar are popular in transactions. People do not use Afghan money at all.
I'm going to find out which person in this city gave my number to you.
The Afghan money is raising in the country and in the world.
The
value of the Afghan
I'm going to put that person in a boxing arena.
the price of
I'm going to break his jaw.
has not decreased. It's at the same price as before. It is true that there are changes in dollar, and this should be country.
According to economic experts, Afghanistan's foreign exchange reserves, which are the backbone of the Afghan currency, have remained intact in recent years and have even increased, ensuring the credibility of the Afghan currency against foreign currencies.
بريکس یو مهم اقتصادي فورم ده او په دې کې د نړۍ د سترو منابعو او سرچینو لرونکي اقتصادي هیوادونه عضویت لري. افغانستان چون مخ پر ودې او د اقتصادي پراختیا په حال کې هیواد ده. د افغانستان لپاره دا ډیره مهمه ده چې په دغه اقتصادي ناستو کې حضور پیدا کړي. د افغانستان اسلامي امارت لیوالتیا لري چې په بریکس راتلونکي فورم کې حضور ولري او په دې ارتباط یې له کوربه هیواد سره خپله دغه غوښتنه شریکه کړې.
Officials of the Ministry of Public Health say that since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, the health services have improved compared to the past, and efforts have been made to work with the support of the relevant institutions to improve the quality of health services in the remote areas and districts of the country.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has been good so far. Services have increased. Coverage and access to health services have increased. More than 350 new health centers have been established. This is because the service quality has been improved and the coverage has also been improved. Various international organizations are also engaged in this field, and we are trying to standardize these services through our internal budget and international aid.
A number of health officials point out the reasons for the improvement of health services compared to the past, the appointment of professional health workers in this field.
اگر یک بررسی کلی از خدمات صحی در افغانستان بکنیم.
Let's take a look at the village and health services in Afghanistan. It's very clear that all the doctors, nurses and hospital working in the medical sector are available 24 hours a day. One of the duties of a person, whether it's a religious duty or a worldly duty, is to arrange the necessary services as much as possible.
On the other hand, some citizens are happy with the health services of the Ministry of Public Health and ask for better health services in remote areas and districts.
Health services in Kunduz province are good and standard, but in the district, especially in the village, people are dissatisfied with the health services. I request the government itself to focus more on the districts and remote areas so that the people will get good access to health services.
According to information of the Ministry of Public Health, currently there are more than 4,000 new health centers in the country that provide health services to citizens.
When I delete the numbers, I send them to my phone service as spam, and so my phone service will go through all of that. منظم مختص مثبت متقامنا دا وطن په جوړولو کاروان دی مولا سنا او زندنا دا وطن په جوړولو کاروان.
زمون کار ډېر په چټک سره روان دی. موږ 2 صفر پلانټ لرو، 3 کرش پلانټونه لرو، یو کنګر پلان لرو چې موږ د شپې او د ورځې لخوا کار کوو. د ورځې په هر سیکشن کې 800 900 تر 1000 مترو پر 1 کیلومتر موږ کار کوو. په دواړو سیکشن کې د سیکشن کې 1 کیلومتر کار کوو، په دویم سیکشن کې کار کوو. نو کار زموږ په چټکۍ روان دی. په اسفالټو باندې هم ختیځ کار روان دی، په سټرکچرو باندې هم ختیځ کار روان دی، په شولډرو باندې هم ختیځ کار روان دی. نو ان شاء الله کوم قرارات چې موږ کړی هغې نه مخته موږ دغه سړک تسلیموو. منظم مختص مثبت متقامنا کاروان دی.
Their fun is over now. And if you're not in my call list, you can't
don't know, because he's not really a boxer.
The Deputy Minister of Energy and Water says that the survey and design of the Panjshir River water transfer project to Kabul has been completed, and after the decision of the leadership of the Islamic Emirate, the practical work of this great project will begin. Mr. Akhundzadeh adds that the construction works of Gulbahar and Surbi 2 dams have been started in order to transfer clean water to Kabul.
The design of Kabul Panjshir project has been designed with the capacity of our internal engineers. And later, the cabinet has also confirmed this matter. The Kabul Panjshir project has been sent to the leader of the Islamic Emirate for approval, so that it can be approved by him. Inshallah, we will start the Kabul Panjshir project.
On the other hand, the residents of Kabul city are complaining about the lack of clean water in their areas, saying that the government should take quick steps to provide drinking water in their citizens.
There is lack of water. We bring water on our shoulders from about 200 meters from above. After a long time waiting in the lines, we wait in line until it's our turn to get drinking water. We want from the government to fix water tubes and provide water to us. Then we will be happy.
It should be noted that 2 cubic meters of water from the Panjshir River to Kabul have been surveyed, through which 2 million people will benefit from clean drinking water.
I don't know, staying up like that many rounds.
موږ د ګاونډیو هیوادونو د ټولو مثبتو سیاستونو حمایت او هرکلی کوو. افغانستان د هیڅ چا په وړاندې خطر او تهدید نه ده. موږ په افغانستان کې بهرنیو ډلو ته د فعالیت اجازه نه ورکوو او نه څوک پرېږدو چې د افغانستان له خاورې نه ورته تهدید وکړي. د روسیې، چین، پاکستان او ایران هیوادونو دغه مثبت دریځ تایید او هرکلی کوو چې د اسلامي امارت سره خبرې او سیاسي ډیالوګ یې یوازینۍ حل لاره بللې ده. واقعیت همدا ده چې د هیوادونو ترمنځ خبرې او سیاسي ډیالوګ د مثبتو سیاسي تعاملاتو لپاره لاره جوړوي.
I don't know who it is, honestly. Let's just drop it. Let's just move on. Let's just move on from it. They're not going to get no more attention out of me tonight. Their fun is over.
A high-ranking delegation of the Islamic Emirate, led by Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, has participated in the country's energy forum during his visit to Russia. Hamoid Afghan, the spokesman of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, said that the meeting was attended by the Russian President Vladimir Putin, senior officials of this country, officials of the energy sector of 55 countries, and many officials of large international companies. On the sidelines of the meeting, Mr. Badri met with the officials of some international companies and invited them to invest in Afghanistan's oil and gas.
I wish the rounds were regular. I wish he had regular gloves.
Nearly 70% of IT projects fail. Prioritize and align your IT portfolio with Smartsheet, a single point of entry for IT requests built to provide seamless visibility, reporting, and delivery. Goodbye, failed projects. Hello, Smartsheet.
Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, visited the work of contractors of the Orion iron mine in Herat. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that Bakhtar Solar and Wafi Bahram companies have also planned to produce 5.5 megawatt of solar power at a Orion iron mine in Herat province.
Yeah, I honestly think he took a dive too.
The Economic Deputy Prime Minister says that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan strongly supports all domestic and foreign companies that want to invest in Afghanistan. The region, the Arab League, and the large companies of Western countries have shown interest in investing more than $5 billion in the infrastructure, electricity, telecommunications, transport, agriculture, industry, mining, and health sectors. It is in the field of urban development and electronic governance. Furthermore, economic analysts believe that such a large investment by domestic and foreign investors will speed up the country's economic system and reduce the unemployment rate.
Currently, a number of internal and external investors are interested in Afghanistan, and this is a good news. And it can have an impact on the economy of Afghanistan. Besides this, it can play a role in lowering the level of unemployment, which unfortunately a number of our people spend their lives with unemployment. In life of 40 million Afghans brings positive changes from 1.5 to 3%.
The overall reanalysis is that if Islamic Emirate provides more investment facilities to all domestic and foreign companies and investments are made in Afghanistan in different sectors, as a result, the economy of the people will be developed and Afghanistan will have a self-sufficient economy.
The Kabul police chief says that a factory of wine was discovered and destroyed in the city. The press office of the Kabul police chief said that 100 liters of wine were seized and the operation, and 3 employees of the factory were also arrested by the 4th district.
It was fun. It was fun.
World Health Day was celebrated by the Ministry of Public Health in Kabul. During this gathering, the officials of the Ministry of Public Health said that 21% of deaths in Afghanistan are caused by heart disease, and the Islamic Emirate is committed to treating heart disease in addition to treating various diseases in the country. Let's see more in this report.
World Heart Day was celebrated by the Ministry of Public Health in Kabul. The Deputy of Health Services of the Ministry of Public Health said in his remarks on the occasion of International Heart Day that 21% of deaths in Afghanistan are caused by heart diseases.
The leadership of the Ministry of Public Health wishes all its international partners to continue working shoulder to shoulder with the Ministry of Public Health and providing quality health services to the people.
At the same time, the officials of the World Health Organization assure cooperation in prevention, control and elimination of non-communicable diseases.
WHO is committed to extend full technical support to MOPH in their efforts to prevent, control, diagnose, manage and treat non-communicable diseases, especially on cardiovascular.
The World Health Organization is trying to continue its cooperation with other countries in prevention, control and elimination of non-communicable diseases in Afghanistan. On the other hand, some health experts say that since the Islamic Emirate took power for the second time, the Ministry of Public Health has supported the health sector and provided them with opportunities to treat heart diseases and perform complex operations inside the country.
For cardiac operations, all the equipment needed was purchased. Unfortunately, 3 ASD and VSD cardiac operations were successfully performed in this hospital. The purpose of celebrating World Health Day is to raise the awareness for people. Just one word. We want to tell the people of our society about their health, about this activity, value and structure of health, and make them take care of it themselves.
Due to the low level of treatment for heart, cancer and mental diseases in Afghanistan, every year thousands of Afghans went to foreign countries, especially Pakistan and India. Attention to this section increased and currently operations for such diseases are carried out inside the country.
I'll catch you guys on the next one, baby.
Next to paparazzi. Dominic Hooper rankings. Here are the top 3 secrets from my 20 years of SEO experience that you need to know. Hi, I'm Paul Andre De Vera, the founder and host of the SEO Video Show. I've dedicated my life to mastering SEO, and let me tell you, it's been a wild ride. Here's secret number 1: test.
Other than that,
SEO isn't one size fits all. What works today may not work tomorrow, so keep experimenting and stay ahead. Secret number 2: optimize for user intent. Understanding what your audience is searching for and tailor your content to meet those needs.
Yeah, attention
all
is
about providing
attention.
value. And finally, secret number 3: stay updated. SEO is constantly evolving. Join me every Friday live stream where we nerd out on the topic of SEO and all the latest trends. Subscribe to the channel and get access to software discounts, free giveaways, and all my SEO secrets. Trust me, you'd want to take advantage of this. Hit that subscribe button and smash the like, and let's conquer SEO together.
What are they going to do?
See you Friday.
Stream around, take pictures of me
The
streaming
Organization
crime
of
around
Islamic
town?
Cooperation and the Indonesian Embassy in Kabul signed a memorandum of understanding to support Afghan women.
Well, no shit,
Officials of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation
Buried
say
in the jungles
that
of
the
Central
main
America,
purpose of the
the pyramids
agreement
of the
is
ancient
to
Maya
improve women's
sat abandoned for
economic
centuries.
conditions and their ability to help their families. We have more in
Now,
this report.
evidence is painting a
There's more
clearer
pictures of my
picture
toes.
of the sophisticated civilization
that produced complex cities, art, and writing. From above,
you can tell the computer, get rid of all the jungle.
From below,
you can develop a climatic record for thousands and thousands of years.
We ask Allah Almighty to reward and to bless this project. And once again, we'd like to thank
people ate.
And revealing a great Maya metropolis.
The seventh largest city in the world. And we greatly appreciate being part of this noble cause.
And yet, over 1,000 years ago, the Maya left
by the
most of these great
organization in
cities.
Afghanistan.
Why?
Will implemented projects
from a civilization governed by divine rulers.
With the relevant ministries and agencies in
can
Afghanistan.
have contact with Maya deities.
Comes a message
Tomorrow
from the
I'm going to
past.
set up my other tablet.
It is the Maya now relating
set it up
to
to where
us
to connect to the
many
church.
of the events
This
during one
project
of the
will
most
support
critical
the
Where
empowerment
periods
can you
of
find
Afghan
the
women
digital version?
of rural areas.
In transition.
I'm going to
They're
upload all the
implemented.
songs to my
They're really
website.
beseeching
their gods.
And a
So you
story
can just
of
log
the
into the
people
website
who have
is to
survived
enhance
and
women's
thrived.
economic
are
conditions
still here.
and their ability to contribute to their families
Ancient Maya
and to create
metropolis.
sustainable
Right now
developments
on Nova.
of their communities.
A meeting
As
chaired
an
by
American-based supplier to the
Nuruddin,
construction industry,
Minister of
Carlisle is
Industry and
committed to
Commerce,
developing a
and
diverse
attended by
workplace that
representatives
supports our
of
employment
government
advancement into the next
environmental
generation of leaders
protection
from the
department,
manufacturing
and
floor to the
Ministry
front
of
office.
Urban
Learn more at
Development.
Jaron already gave me
Carlisle.com.
permission to do it, so I can upload it into the website where you can
over 1,000
you can buy the
years,
digital copy of the CD. I just got to
Cities
get
of Central
permission
America.
from Bobby
The meeting to
to
visit
do
the
the
site
digital
and
purchase.
Ancient
examine
Maya civilization.
technical
Purchase
issues.
the CD, his CD off the
The ancient
website.
Maya were one of the most
Because I know a lot of people don't have
civilizations.
CD players anymore.
Met with Heather Furman,
They
head of
developed
Asian
this
Olympic Sports
civilization
Affairs
in
and
a
World
jungle
Cyrus
environment.
Federation and his delegation.
The Maya
In
built
this
towering
meeting, Maulvi
pyramids
Amir Khan
and
Muttaqi
elaborate
recalled
temples
the
over
progress
the course of
sports in the
2,000
country
years.
and the recent successes of
Cities
Afghanistan's
expanded
national
across
cricket
Mesoamerica.
and futsal teams, and asked
Their
the
culture had
delegation to
advanced
share the
mathematics,
current situation
agriculture,
and facts
and
in
astronomy.
Afghanistan with the world.
They had very
On the other
intimate
hand,
knowledge
Mr.
of
Furman
stars and the
appreciated
movement
the
of the
support
celestial
of the
bodies.
Islamic Emirate
They
to
were
Afghan
also great
athletes and
farmers
promised to
and
share the true picture
geoengineers.
of the state of sports
The
in
Maya
Afghanistan
built, some
with the International
amazing
Sports
structures
Organization.
that still remain today. After more than 1,000 years of being abandoned,
The Maya express themselves with vibrant stylized carvings, figures, and brightly colored polychrome pottery. Their art was reflected in their written language, hieroglyphs that could be read throughout the Maya world.
او کوشش کیږي چې له ممکنه لارو څخه د صنعتي خربوټو برېښنا تامین شي.
More than 1,000 years ago, the majority of the great cities of the southern Maya were abandoned. Who were the Maya who lived and ruled in these cities? How did they build and sustain vast cities with huge populations in a tropical rainforest? Why did they leave them? These are remain some of archaeologists' most intriguing questions.
The Maya were based in parts of southern Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras, and El Salvador, and they were great cities in the region. Most of them, most people know about, are located in the lowland region. So it's a tropical forest, and that's where a lot of the archaeological work has been going on in the last 120 years.
And the quality of the mining sector.
Francisco
Says that according to this procedure, liquid gas cylinders, all government and private companies will remove gas reserves from cities and crowded places. And according to this procedure, they will build new factories. Economic Deputy also states that this drop and in addition the mining sector revenue policy drop compensing to the Economic Commission
and their descendants are still here.
There are still millions of Maya people living in this part of Central America.
And the 7th session of the Cabinet of the Islamic Emirate, the delegation led by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development was the task of liaising
Right now there are at least 30
Meanwhile, the person of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development says that the permission has been given to all those who have the legal documents
around this town
out work
according to archaeological sites. And I always had a question about who lived there, what's the relationship between the people who lived there and us. And then I discovered that there is actually a career called archaeology.
For more than 100 years, archaeologists have uncovered the cities of the Maya, learning about their language, culture, and society. A heritage that was deliberately suppressed, often violently, by Europeans.
The Spanish glorious past of passive Maya civilization was a threat. And so in order to dispossess the Maya and to better control them, they created this narrative which they claim that the current Mayas were savage people that had nothing to do with the great society that they great. And so that attitude has continued throughout the colonial period and up until the present and has affected early explorers over the years. We have created a narrative we have constantly underestimated the achievements of Maya. So that has been pervasive and that is only changing very recently.
So I think that a lot of archaeologists also helped to create this mysterious environment, but not contemporary archaeologists, maybe archaeologists of the last generations, because I know that currently archaeologists are very conscious and very critical about what collapse is when they are talking about the mind.
Jaime Awe is the former head of the Institute of Archaeology in his home country of Belize. He has spent the last 3 decades studying Maya sites and working with the Maya community.
I've known Jorge Khan for 26 years. I hired him to pick up instructions, and over the years he's now the chief conservator for the well geology.
This decision of the cabinet was made at a time when some people have expressed
Excavating Maya cities is a monumental job.
the restriction of construction work by the municipalities.
Jorge Khan has made it his life's work.
I love my job, but I really love it. I could say the majority of the archaeological sites is my office.
Jorge is a Yucatec Maya conservator. His work is reclaiming and preserving his own culture.
I could say we have to continue that tradition over here because we are the ones who
Most major excavations have focused on large structures, the impressive temples and palaces of the ancient Maya. These were the homes of the elite, but most of the city's population were not elite. Critical information about their homes, their lives, and why they left is buried under jungle.
Today's visitor, when they come to the site, they walk around, they see that section where we have been able to afford to excavate the search. But in reality, hidden under all this jungle are hundreds of other things that are perfectly
Clearing tropical forest is labor-intensive. It takes a long time to excavate a site. At the Maya site of Caracol, located in southern Belize, the challenge of mapping a city covered in jungle spurred a creative solution. One that changed tropical archaeology forever. Early in their careers, Diane and Arlen Chase had worked on other sites nearby. But in the 1980s, they surveyed Caracol and have returned every year since.
He was a great person. Even elders of his time said that No one had as much education.
We spent more than 20 years trying to document how large Karakol was, how extensive the road system was.
We started mapping in 1985. What mapping meant was that when we were mapping here initially, I was carrying a transit over my shoulder, and we would literally cut into the jungle.
Maps were painstakingly drawn by hand over 2 decades that recorded only a fraction of the city. The chasers were convinced there was a vast metropolis buried under the tropical jungle, but the process was so slow, they had no way to prove the actual size of Karakol.
And so we started looking for another technology to use in 2005, and eventually we got led to the fact that LiDAR might do this.
LiDAR, light detection and ranging, was initially used for atmospheric measurements.
This was the first place in the tropics to ever use LiDAR in a broad-scale sense. They'd done little pockets of it here and there, especially in Europe, but no one had ever tried to do a broad scale to see if you could lift the trees and see what was underneath the forest.
LiDAR sends thousands of laser beams of different wavelengths and then measures the time for the reflected beams to return. The lasers were able to penetrate the jungle canopy and create high-resolution images of the ground below. The result was a revolution in tropical archaeology.
LiDAR is actually God's gift to the tropical archaeology because you can tell the computer, get rid of all the forest, get rid of all the jungle, and what you have left is bare.
We used to worry about it.
And you see the courtyards, you see the temples, you see the palaces,
We enjoyed
reservoirs.
on life and traveling.
So on
What some other archaeologists did when they first had access to LiDAR is they used the LiDAR and then they did a ground check. They would go and look and see if they saw a feature and they would look and say, oh, is that on the ground in the place where the LiDAR showed us? When we did the LiDAR, we were able to double check our maps rather than the other way around.
The years of mapping Karakol by hand finally paid off.
We had the ground check first and then we used the LiDAR.
LiDAR has opened up an incredible window on ancient structures, but also issues around access to try and keep the data from looping. In Karakol, the LiDAR and the Chase's maps combine to provide a blueprint for understanding a city-sized bank of LiDAR data.
Yes! Everything is on track in Jira.
Archaeologist Adrian Chase has spent years modeling the city of Karakol, one hilltop called a plazuela at a time.
I started working on the LiDAR start in 2006 using different LiDAR visualizations. I went through the data set systematically to try and identify the meaning of the Plazuela household statistic. Each one of these little squares is an extended family home, but all the pictures are different.
The computer modeling of the Karakol LiDAR allows us to see an amazing Maya city in precise detail. A city of great size and sophistication.
The initial map had 78 structures, and then with LiDAR, we now have over 7,000 household structures that are raised households.
While Europe was in the Dark Ages, the world of the Maya was thriving.
The population estimate of about 100,000 people in 700 based on sort of the rough data you can get for that time period, we make Karakol the 7th largest city in the world.
LiDAR exposed a vast metropolis under the jungle.
LiDAR absolutely changed our whole view of the Maya, and it helped us show the world what we knew because we walked how big the place really was and how much of a human-changed landscape this place was. One has to imagine a completely different looking landscape than this. What we're seeing is terraces, agriculture, road systems, causeways, and households, and not jungle.
The city of Karakol was a feat of urban engineering. Reshaping the hillsides to bare rock, the Maya built networks of terraces for their crops.
So these individuals that are living out here have agricultural fields right around them. Corn, beans, squash,
It's a sustainable community. In Caracol, Maya homes were grouped together on the causeway of hilltops. We're inside a causeway group. The Maya houses were built inside a plaza with a series of structures facing each other. So this is a Maya household, a typical Maya household. There would have been stairways made of stone and then foundation walls made of stone, but the rest would have been full and thatch. The eastern structure is usually the mortuary structure, and that's what's behind me. This is the structure where the Maya would have buried their dead and conducted some of our ritual offerings. What we found in this particular building is the mortuary shrine. It has caches, things that are specially deposited, hidden, ritual caches.
And facilities will be created for the citizens.
The quality of the objects left in the
By now,
caches show
various
that
products
even
are ready to be
non-elite Maya
distributed
were
through
able to own
Afghanistan
fine
for the sake of
goods.
Islamic banking. These products will soon be distributed to the Afghan Bankers Council, and then they will be given to commercial banks for their activities.
On the other hand,
One of the
economic
things that we
experts
found
say
is really
that
interesting
increasing
is
monetary
a
services,
work of art
especially
in the
financial
form of a
services,
cylinder
in
vase.
accordance with
And the
Islamic
cylinder
Sharia,
vase
can
is
increase
clearly
citizens'
carved by a
access
master
to the
artist.
financial
You would
services.
probably think it would come from an elite tomb, and it came out of a
If
minor
these
crypt
services
in a
are successfully
residential
planned
group.
and marketed, it can increase people's
Sometimes
access to
we
financial
can
services.
focus only about the function of
On
an
the other hand,
artifact,
the
how it
citizens
was
of the
produced,
country welcome
but I think
the creation
we need
of
to keep in
new
mind
Islamic
that
banking
there are human
facilities
beings
in
behind
the
those
country's bank.
artifacts. There's a culture that we want to know better.
When it is said that injustice is
Some
forbidden in
objects are
Islam,
still used
there
today.
must be a special
The
reason why it is
traditional foods
considered
prepared with them
forbidden
tie the
because of the
modern
Islamic
Maya to the
economic
past.
system. If banking
Like the
becomes
grinding
Islamic,
stone and
it has
tray,
its
the
benefits.
mano and matate.
The best thing is a good deed because it is good for
Contemporary Maya
people in this
people
world and
still
in the
practice
hereafter.
not
Why does
only
something
Maya
that God has
traditions,
forbidden
but
surely
Mesoamerican
have a
traditions.
justification?
It's one of
The
the
new
traits
Islamic banking
that
facilities are
distinguish Maya
provided
culture.
by the Afghanistan Bank for commercial banks,
Construction-specific
where citizens
food,
were facing
and
problems
the metate
in this
is
sector
always
before.
present, the tortilla, the tamalitos.
This is what the ancient Mayas would have made before. The grinding
Our
stone
Global
is the
Project
most
Management
ancient way
Office is
of
comprised of
grinding
multilingual
the
certified
corn.
project management
As long as we
professionals
have the dough
to
from
help
there,
bridge
we
the gap
can prepare
between
different
cultural and
types
language
of meat
barriers,
with the
who not
corn.
only provide project status
corn tortillas
updates, we
are
also make
basically
transition
like
very
bread
easy
of
on our
our
clients
meals.
with our robust toolkit, methodologies, and benchmarking tools.
Combining risk, convenience, and efficiency, blending them together into one service delivery model that makes us stand out.
Harvesting beans, washing, preserving.
The Ministry of Industrial
Maya died. You still have this Maya text that mentions these words. And oral tradition talks about the importance of this for Maya. It's so connected with identity.
Also used to grind cacao beans to cocoa, manos and matates were produced in Caracol. Many other goods were imported.
It may seem like Caracol is in the middle of nowhere. It was actually a very key place. It was located on a train route. There was the ability to get access to goods in a way that might not necessarily be the case in other places.
Information was provided about the
Nowhere
design of the
on
third
site
phase
did you
of
have to
Johnny
walk more
Industrial
than maybe
Park.
20 minutes to
And
get
there was
to
also
a
a discussion and exchange of
Some
opinions.
of the pottery that is on site and in the market.
Coordination between the relevant departments.
On the other hand, officials of
Mules
the
uncovered in 2004 in the ancient city of
President of the Ministry of
offer an
Industry
intimate glimpse of a Maya
to
market.
expand the industrial park and add that this ratio will increase domestic and foreign investments in various sectors. In
At the end of the network,
increasing
the Limestone
production.
Road was the core of the city, and a huge central
we
pyramid.
have from the non-distribution of
The way we see Caracol today is nothing like Maya. Downtown itself, the buildings would have been painted largely white and
many
red.
investors will be encouraged
Floors
to
all
bring back
completely
their
plastered.
and invest here.
of every Maya city was the divine ruler, the head of power and religion.
So for all intents and purposes, we can say that from the very beginning, Maya kings had this divine essence or to keep it as God.
Christoph Helmke, an archaeologist with Corpus, reads Maya glyphs, which often tell of ancient rulers.
The title of the affair is usually the title Ahal. As time goes on, not all kings are equal. Some that are stronger than others. And those kings start to think to themselves as the book Ul Ahal. Literally, that means something along the lines of God.
So the kings were the supreme christi, as well as the political leaders of the state.
So the divine king is technically in charge, but what he's really in charge of is religion.
Kuhula is the divine Lord. They are the intermediaries between the Maya deities and the local population.
Well, ceremony had a
This year,
huge
they gave us
role.
about 35 cars.
Almost everything Maya people did and still do today begins with the large or small ceremony. From birth to accession to the throne to war, and every action was celebrated by a religious ceremony, and we see that in carving,
the Afghan Red Crescent Society is a privileged partner of ours, has been throughout the past,
were monuments
and we
carved
only
with
wish to
hieroglyphs,
continue and reinforce that
recording the
partnership.
glory of the ruler and his legitimacy to rule.
Due to the lack of transport vehicles,
The ideology of that time is that only this dynasty can have contact with Maya deities. It's a combination of ideology and politics.
28 people have been arrested in connection with various crimes in the country. The Ministry of Interior Affairs has said that the anti-narcotic
Although every
forces
Maya city had its own
conducted
divine
several
ruler, they were all interconnected by trade and alliances.
Each of these Maya sites is a little tiny city-state. What we're starting to realize is throughout Maya history, the sites were more in connection with each other.
They're largely peaceful and they engage in trade. And so over time, these different states become dependent on each other for specific goods.
One of the things that we see in the Maya world is the rise of some very large super centers, big cities. Places like Caracol in Belize, Tikal in Guatemala, Calakmul in Mexico.
Through the Maya Classic period from 250 to 700, the Maya cities and populations grew to a peak. Yet by the year 900, almost all the great cities of the southern Maya were abandoned, even Caracol.
We're at the top of Kana, and this is the royal palace. We know when they left Kana at the end of the classic period that they left pretty quickly. One of the places that gives us those clues is right here. In that doorway, there was a very young child who was left on the floor unburied, which is not a typical Maya way of doing things. There was violence. There are evidences of weaponry, base heads, and other kinds of things that are on the floor.
2001. The Western Coalition
The downtown of
United
Caracol
States
burnt around
attacked
88,
Afghanistan,
95,
and the longest
and
war in
then
the history
the
of the
downtown
United
is
States
completely
began in this
abandoned.
way. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan
The
remembers
site
this day
itself
as a
is
turning
abandoned
point
shortly
of the country's
thereafter.
history, and says
The
that
site is
thousands
completely
of Afghans
abandoned for
were
1,000
martyred,
years.
wounded, and refugees as a result of the American
Once they're
war.
gone, they're gone, and the forest comes back and takes over the
Today
site.
is the 7th of October, which coincides with the 23rd anniversary
The
of
beginning
the
of decline
brutal
for classic
invasion of
Maya
the
cities
American
began around
invaders to
750,
Afghanistan.
when people
We call
started to
this day
leave.
a dark day in the history of Afghanistan.
What would
This
cause
was a
the Maya
cruel
to leave their
invasion of
farms,
Afghanistan,
homes,
which
and
resulted
spectacular
in thousands
cities?
of innocent Afghan being martyred,
Archaeologist
injured,
Julie
imprisoned,
Hogarth
and
is
homeless.
studying factors that
Washington was there
disrupted the
when it
ancient
attacked
Maya way of
Afghanistan
life.
in order to eliminate
Around
the
750, we
perpetrators
start to
of
see
the
the
September
beginning
11th attacks.
of decline
But the
in
Deputy
classic
Spokesman of
Maya
the Islamic Emirate
society.
says that
We start
America
to
has
see these
realized
cities
that
being
its invasion
abandoned,
to
the
Afghanistan
end
was
of
a
monumental
mistake.
construction, the end of carved monuments.
As a result of
In the 9th
Mujahideen's
century,
sacrifices,
cities across the
jihad,
southern
the
Maya
invaders
world were
were
following the
defeated
same
and
pattern.
the country was free
The last
from
recorded dates
occupation.
appeared on
Now,
their monuments,
alhamdulillah, the Islamic
and
government
then
has been
abandonment.
implemented in the
With this
whole
progression,
country.
we also see the decline
After
of
20 years
the
of
whole
fatigue and
economic
sacrifice
system,
in jihad,
not just the
the
political
Islamic Emirate once
system.
again
So trade
defeated
networks
America
start to
and its
fall
allies
apart.
in 2021 and saved the country from their occupation.
What changed for the ancient Maya?
Monday, I got to take my
One
truck
of the
down to
clues
the
was found
mechanic
deep
shop
in the caves of Belize.
so they can check the rest of the issues.
Some years
and get them
ago,
all
some
fixed.
colleagues of mine from the University of California, Santa Barbara, as well as the University of New Mexico, collected spirit
here in
Toledo district.
The spokesman of the Ministry
That
of
study
Transport and Aviation,
was really a major breakthrough
in a
for
special
us.
program with national television said that
Speleothems, better known as
Afghanistan's
stalactites
airspace
or
has become normal and
stalagmites,
civil. Transit flights have increased to 2
Acidic
and 3 times
rainwater
compared
dissolves
to
the
the
rock
past.
and drips down into caves, forming annual layers
Now
like tree rings.
approximately 315 flights are passing from
Variations in the
Afghanistan
record
and
of oxygen
24
molecules,
hours.
or
With
isotopes,
the arrival
from
of
one
the
layer
Islamic
to the
Emirates,
next,
these
reflect the
flights were
temperature
stopped,
and moisture
but
outside
then
the cave.
they were started
To
slowly
pinpoint
and
the age of
Afghan
each ring,
airspace
the amounts
was
of two
declared
elements,
safe. These
uranium
flights started
and thorium,
and reached
are compared.
100.
They
It has
reveal
been
a
several
1,000-year-old
months
weather
since
report.
this flight
What
reached
you're looking at is
216
the
and
oxygen
215
isotopes
every
in each
24
ring.
hours.
Today we can also
While from
date
time to time Iran cancels
each of
flights
these
due to the
rings.
fear of
So
Israel's
you can
attack,
develop
most of the countries have changed the flights over the country's airspace due to the fear and danger. And most
The
of them
results
go over
indicated
the
that
airspace
during
of
the early
Afghanistan.
classic
The Ministry
period,
of Transport and
weather
Aviation adds
conditions
that
were
not
really,
only
really
because of
good.
the conflict
It's
in the
also at this
region,
time
the flights in Afghanistan's
that,
airspace
Maya
have increased,
populations
but
are
Afghanistan's
expanding.
airspace is
But
safe
then
and
you
secure
start to
from
get
others.
into the second half of the
This
late
is
classic
on the
period.
interest
And
of
that's when
Afghanistan,
things
and
really
it
start
also
to
shows
change.
that Afghanistan's airspace is
The
safe
analysis
and
showed
ready
that
for
starting around
any
the year
kinds of civil
750,
flights.
the weather fluctuated
Even though
between
there were
very
no
dry
flights from
and
the
very
Afghan
wet
airspace
conditions.
after the Islamic Emirates took power.
So what we
But
see in the
later,
8th
through the
century,
efforts of
towards the
Ministry
end
of
of the 8th
Transport and
century,
Aviation, the airspace of
is the
Afghanistan
climate
was
going back
declared
and forth
normal
between
and civil.
high precipitation and
now,
low
hundreds of
precipitation
transit
for
and
about
domestic
50
flights
years.
are passing through it
So you
in
can
24
imagine
hours.
the impacts that would have had if you're trying to
So,
plant your crops
diamond
and
auto
every
repair.
year is something different.
A delegation
It's
led
on
by
60.
Maulana
And as we
Ahmad
transition
Allah, the
into
Deputy
the
Minister of
9th
Industry,
century, what we
Commerce,
see is this
and
period of
Trade,
almost a
representatives
century
of the World
where you
Bank,
have
a number of
prolonged
organizations
drought,
related,
severe
the
drought.
United Nations, the Chinese
The ancient
ambassador,
Maya were very
the General
resilient.
Director of
They
Afghanistan
persisted
Electricity
through
Company,
droughts in the
and
past.
some other officials have visited the Barikat
What was different
Industrial
about the
Park
droughts
of
at the
Parwan
turn of the
province.
9th century
Delegation
that
discussed the
contributed
provision
to
of
widespread
electricity
social
to this
disruption?
industrial park, the construction of canalization, the activation of the
One
second and
answer
third
is in
phase,
the bones
and how to
of the
invest
ancient
in
Maya.
the mentioned park. The Ministry of Finance says that it has recovered more
Julie
than
Hogarth is using a
34,000
new
acres of
technique to
seed
analyze
land in
more
a
than
number of
1,000 years
provinces.
of Maya
The
population
spokesman of the
to
ministry
understand
said
their
that
diet,
the land
lifestyle,
was located
what
in Gol,
changed,
Medan
and when.
Wardak, Tahar, Logar, Nuristan,
Another
Badghis,
major
supposed to park
revolution
there.
in
which has
radiocarbon
been taken
dating
back
is the
by the
development of
relevant
high
but this is
precision
Bakersfield.
radiocarbon. So in the past, you might have plus or minus 100
Mullah
years.
Muhammad Isa Sani,
With high
Minister of
precision
Public
dates,
Works,
you get
in the
plus or minus
presence of the
15
first
to 20
deputy chairman of the Chamber of
uncalibrated.
Commerce
So what that
and
does is it
Investment met with
brings in your
officials of
error
Iranian
pretty
companies.
significantly.
During the meeting, the company's officials, while providing information
In the laboratory
about
at
the activities,
Baylor University,
added that
a
the
tiny
officials
sample
of
of
these
bone
companies
tells
are
a very
investing in
detailed story.
infrastructure projects
we
in
have
Afghanistan.
a
On
bone
the other
sample
hand,
here.
the Minister of Public Works, while
And we just need a
emphasizing the
small
trade and
piece of
transit
bone.
relations between the two countries,
What you
said
need to
that
do
the role
is
of the
to
private
purify
sector
the
in
bone
economic
collagen
growth
before you
of
date it
countries
in
is
order to
important.
get a reliable date. Now, the radiocarbon dating tells
Mullah
us
Muhammad
when these
Fazil
individuals
Majloom,
lived,
First Deputy Minister of
and
National
the
Defense,
stable isotopes
visited
tell
Ninth
us
Border
what
Brigade
people ate.
207th
So he said it
Al-Farouk
was,
Corps during his visit
A
to
study
Farah
published in
province and met with
2019
officials.
driver
showed
of
the
the
diet
car,
of the
they had
ancient
to
Maya in the
each other.
Belize Valley
Minister of National
changed
Defense
over
said
time.
satisfaction
A
with
drought that
the
occurred
performance of the
in
officials
the early
of
classic
Corps
period
guidelines,
of
provide
around
the necessary
250,
guidelines
300
for
AD, what we
improvement.
see is that the diet was much more varied during that time for the
The
ancient
Ministry
Maya.
of Mines and
And it
Petroleum
appears
signed an
that
agreement with
the effects of
Uzbekistan's
the
aerial
drought
company
were not as
for the
harsh.
extraction and exploration of about 7,000
But what we see in the
square
late
kilometers
Classic is
of
that's
gas
really not the case.
in the Tutti
They
field
didn't
of the
have
Amur
as
region,
much
and the presence of
diversity
Mullah
in their
Abdul Ghani
diet.
Brother Akhund, economic
With more
deputy
than a
of the
century
Prime
of wet
Minister of
weather,
the Islamic
the
Emirate of
Maya cities grew
Afghanistan.
rapidly,
In 2 years,
shifting
it
the
will
Maya
provide
diet
the
from a mix
basis
of
for
wild
the
food and
production of
agriculture
100
to
megawatts
rely
of
more on
electricity
corn.
from gas.
Over time, it becomes very clear that the Maya began to
This block is connected to Amur River Basin, which is located in Jowzjan province and has an area of about 7,000 square kilometers. And the aerial company, based on the contract with Afghanistan, and they will invest $100 million in the first year and $1 billion in 10 years.
In
addition, the special representative of the President of Uzbekistan says that with the signing of this agreement, the economic relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan will be further strengthened, and many Afghans will be provided with job opportunities.
Today, we can say that relations between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan will reach to a high level. And I'm sure that if we sign this contract, we will expand our relations and cooperation.
According to this major economic agreement between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, in the first 3 years, the relevant company will conduct a two-dimensional survey of 1,500 square kilometers and a three-dimensional survey of 1,000 square kilometers to discover new gas resources in the country and be presented for professional exploitation.
1,000 square kilometers are conducting a three-dimensional survey, which will lead to discovery of new gas resources in the country and professional exploration.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that the first year of this agreement is a trial period, and if the company does not fulfill all its promises, the contract will be cancelled.
"630 flood-affected families were given cash and food aid in Baghlan province. AKAH organization in cooperation with the Department of Disaster Preparedness of Baghlan province distributed cash and food aid to 630 families in central Baghlan district of the province who were affected by the recent floods. The residents of the country are happy with the provision of complete security and justice and say that whatever justice is provided, the gap between the people and the government will disappear. According to them, after the rule of the Islamic Emirate, they can meet with all the officials of the Emirate to solve their problems and present their suggestions to them. More in the report. Complete security and the provision of justice by the officials of the Islamic Emirate are the issues that, according to the citizens, have caused the distance between the people and the Islamic Emirate to be removed. Some residents of Kabul say that now they can directly share their problems and suggestions with the officials of the Islamic Emirate. A government can be successful only if it has a place in the hearts of its people, have relations with the nation, and then there would be no barriers between them. In the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the distance between the people and the public should be removed, and it would be very good for both sides. Solving the problems between them will lead to prosperity. Some other citizens say that under the leadership of the Islamic Emirate, the officials of the Emirates institutions treat them well, and the work in their institutions is done quickly and without delay. According to them, the good behavior of the authorities and solving the problems of people will lead to elimination of the gap between the people and the government. We are treated well in the offices where our work is related to, and we go there, and our work is carried out in an orderly manner. Fortunately, we are witnessing good security in Afghanistan today, that this was a demand of the people and has been fulfilled. And the second one is to ensure justice. If these two demands of the people are fulfilled, the gap between the nation and the government will be reduced and disappeared. This is while the officials of the Islamic Emirate have always held many meetings with the citizens to solve their problems.
In the meetings with the officials of the Islamic Emirate, the citizens presented their problems and suggestions, and the officials of the Islamic Emirate have made relevant institutions responsible for solving the problems of the people. Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Repatriations, in a meeting with Veronica, the Ambassador of European Union in Afghanistan, talked about solving the problems of Afghan refugees. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Refugees and Repatriations Affairs says that in this meeting, emphasis was placed on solving the problems of forced Afghan refugees in neighboring and European countries.
In this meeting, the problems of Afghan immigrants in Iran and Pakistan were discussed, as well as the prevention of the forced deportation of Afghan immigrants in Germany and some other European countries. In addition, the problems of moving displaced people inside Afghanistan were discussed. The Minister of Immigrant and Returns thanked the Minister of Immigrants and Returns thanked the European Union for their help and requested that any cooperation that is given to the immigrants should be given directly for them.
The ambassador of the European Union in Afghanistan called the problem of refugees a common responsibility of all and said that she has donated 125 million euros to the United Nations aid agencies to help refugees and other needy people. And by the end of this year, 36 million euros will be donated, and this series will continue.
Mrs. Veronica mentioned in her speech about the aid of the European Union and added that this aid continues and considered the handling of the problems of immigrants to be the common responsibility of all and threatened for cooperation.
According to the spokesperson of this ministry, both sides have agreed to form a joint technical committee to create a joint mechanism according to which both sides will work to solve the problems of Afghan refugees.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum signed an agreement with Uzbekistan's aerial company for the extraction and exploration of about 7,000 square kilometers of gas in the Tuti field of the Amur region, in the presence of Mullah Abdul Ghani Brother Akhund, economic deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. In 2 years, it will provide the basis for the production of 100 megawatts of electricity from gas.
This block is connected to Amur River Basin, which is located in Jawzjan province and has an area of about 7,000 square kilometers. And the aerial company based on the contract with Afghanistan, and they will invest $100 million in the first year and $1 billion in 10 years.
In addition, the special representative of the President of Uzbekistan says that with the signing of this agreement, the economic relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan will be further strengthened and many Afghans will be provided with job opportunities.
Today, we can say that relations between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan will reach to a high level. And I'm sure that if we sign this contract, we will expand our relations and cooperation.
According to this major economic agreement between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, in the first 3 years, the relevant company will conduct a two-dimensional survey of 1,500 square kilometers and a three-dimensional survey of 1,000 square kilometers to discover new gas resources in the country and be presented for professional exploitation.
1,000 square kilometers are conducting a three-dimensional survey, which will lead to discovery of new gas resources in the country and professional exploration.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that the first year of this agreement is a trial period, and if the company does not fulfill all its promises, the contract will be cancelled.
The residents of Kabul say that, with the arrival of cold winter, they're worried about the rainwater on the roads and streets. They want the Kabul municipality to build canals and streams to drain the rainwater in different areas of the city.
Engineers should try to make it standard and good in the roads where water collects in winter, such as Sarai Shamali or Taimani, and the women and children are bothered by it. It would be better if it is made. When water collects in streams and roads, people face problems. We will be very happy if these are made.
At the same time, Kabul municipality mentions the existence of a large number of canals for the management of rain and surface water in a city and plans to solve this problem completely in the near future by building canalization in the city together with relevant institutions.
Alhamdulillah, we have many canals in the city of Kabul, which were built for surface management and to prevent damage to city buildings, and inshallah, we will build them all in the next year. But the important and basic issue is that the city of Kabul needs sewerage. Current emergency canals cannot replace this canalization. These are emergency measures that are taken to prevent when infrastructure, because Kabul municipality is in coordination with the department that works in this sector. And inshallah, we hope that the construction of the canalization of Kabul will start soon.
Experts believe that the construction of canalization network is necessary for the city of Kabul, and they want the government to take concrete steps in this area for urban order and rainwater management. Although the problem of water accumulation on the roads and streets due to the rain is not new, the criticism and concerns are that, even after many years, this problem has not been completely solved.
Naqibullah Mahdi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia, met with Dr. Ahmad Azam, the special representative of Malaysia for Afghanistan and advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this meeting, along with the developments between the two countries, the development of strong relations based on common interests was emphasized. The Industrial Areas Law is published in the official Gazette. This law has a title, 6 chapters, 11 units, and 67 articles. The regulation of industrial areas was created for the purpose of economic growth, attraction of investment in the private sector, and management and protection of industrial areas. According to this law, the receptions of land for private industrial areas are considered obliged to comply with the regulations and other legal documents related to environmental protection and work. Let's see more in the report.
The Ministry of Justice says that Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahallah's law on industrial areas has been approved and published in the official Gazette. Hafiz Barakatullah Rasuli, the spokesman of this ministry, added that this law was created for the purpose of economic growth, development of the country, attraction of investment to the private sector, management of protection and industrial areas.
This law promotes and develops the economy of Afghanistan through the regulation of industrial areas. It has been edited for the purpose of attracting private investment and providing the basis for the management and protection of industrial areas. It is written in this law that the recipient of land for private industrial areas is obliged to comply with the orders and other documents related to environmental protection and work.
Experts say that the more the system and institutions are subjected to the specific law, the more organized the society will be. According to them, with the implementation of the industrial areas law, businessmen will organize their affairs in this area. At the same time, industrialists also welcome the ratification of the industrial areas law and say that the problem of lack of land will be solved and job opportunities will increase.
In order to end the unemployment of the people, for the support of the industry, and for the prevention of Afghanistan imports, we accept any law that has been approved and the policy has been made for it. Especially those people who want to buy land the government, or if they want to build private industrial parks, or they want to build industrial park in the private sector with the government. It is very important.
It should be mentioned that this law has a title, 6 chapters, 11 units and 67 articles, which was created for the development and improvement of Afghanistan's economic growth and will be implemented by Ministry of Industry and Commerce.
Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, emphasized on the continuation and strengthening of bilateral cooperation with the leadership of Iran National Electricity Company through a video conference. In this conference, a number of electricity development projects from Iran's side, timely solution of electricity problems, and cooperation of affairs were discussed. The leadership of Iran National Electricity Supply Company has mentioned the interest of Iranian investors to invest in this field of electricity production in Afghanistan. A group of representatives of Turkish companies and professors of Istanbul Cerrahpaşa University have expressed interest in investing solar and hydropower energy production in Afghanistan in a meeting with Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water. The spokesperson of the ministry says that until now, a number of Turkish companies have invested in the power generation sector in Kabul and Helmand. We have more details in this report.
On the 21st of Mizan, the Minister of Energy and Water met with 2 professors of Istanbul Cerrahpaşa University and representatives of a number of Turkish companies. In this meeting, the Turkish companies have shown interest in investing in water and solar energy production in Afghanistan.
Yesterday, the Minister of Energy and Water met with a group of Turkish investors, including university professors. Representatives and investors of these companies have shown interest in investing in water and solar power.
The Ministry of Energy and Water also adds that Turkish companies have already invested in the production of electricity in Kabul and Helmand provinces.
In terms of Turkish companies, a number of companies have bought and invested in projects in Helmand and some other provinces, including Kabul province.
Furthermore, experts in the field of electricity and energy production say that Afghanistan has vast resources in the production of water, solar and wind power. If investment is done here, it will export electricity to the region and neighboring countries in addition to fulfilling their own needs.
Afghanistan has very good resources, and many resources such as wind, water, solar energy, oil and gas energy, and coal energy, and production of which is not only self-sufficient in Afghanistan but can also be exported to neighboring countries.
This is while Afghanistan needs 5,000 megawatts of electricity annually, but now all 900 megawatts of electricity can be supplied through imported electricity from Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan and Iran, in addition to domestic sources.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs met with the head of UNAMA in Kabul and expressed hope that appointment of the new UNAMA Deputy Director to Afghanistan will further strengthen the relations of the Islamic Emirate with the United Nations. The Foreign Ministry said that Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi also discussed holding United Nations meetings and emphasized cooperation in this regard. Let's see more in this report.
Foreign Minister Maulavi Khan Muttaqi met with Rosa Otunbayeva, United Nations Secretary General's Special Representative for Afghanistan, on various issues. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said that during the meeting, Maulavi Khan Muttaqi expressed hope that with the arrival of the new political deputy of UNAMA, relations between Afghanistan and the United Nations in the political area will be further strengthened.
During the meeting, Rosa Otunbayeva introduced the new UNAMA political deputy to Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi. The foreign minister expressed hope that the arrival of the deputy will further strengthen relations between Afghanistan and the United Nations in the political section. In order to improve the economic situation and expand political relations, UNAMA can fulfill its basic and key role.
Meanwhile, political analysts believe that the UN can cooperate in lifting sanctions and international community's interaction with Islamic Emirate.
The United Nations can put an end to all of them. But the honest behavior and the image of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan should be shown to the international community, which has a real shape. For now, Mr. Muttaqi, and the current situation, this achievement is for the benefit of Afghanistan and Afghans, and more emphasis should be put on it.
The Foreign Ministry also said that Maulavi Khan Muttaqi discussed UNAMA's activities in Kabul and the holding of United Nations meetings on the situation in Afghanistan.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, met with Abu Bakr, head of Sadaf Company of Kazakhstan, and Murad, head of Uzbekistan MGCC Company, and talked about investment in energy projects. In this meeting, the officials of these companies showed interest in investing in energy projects in Afghanistan using new technology. Also, during this visit, Mr. Mansour assured the investors of all kinds of cooperation and listened on the early start of practical affairs. The political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan says that political representatives of the Islamic Emirate are active in 40 countries of the world. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, in a meeting with some residents of Kapisa province, said that the Islamic Emirate is in the process of interacting with the many countries and hopes that its relations will be developed further with the passage of time. More details in report.
In a meeting with the residents of Kapisa, Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, said that the relations of the Islamic Emirate with the countries of the world are developing, and said that its political representatives are active in the 40 countries of the world.
We have ambassador, consul and charge affair at the level of embassies in the country, and we have 14 active political agencies. The countries of the world which have recognized us at that time, only Pakistan embassy was open here. Saudi Arabia and Emirates had not transferred their embassy here. Today, the embassies of the world such as Qatar, Emirates, Iran, Uzbekistan, Russia, China are open here.
The political deputy of the Prime Minister also says that There is no hidden item in the Doha Agreement that endangers national and Islamic interests.
We assure you that the Islamic Emirate has not accepted anything that Islam does not allow us to do in the original agreement with the American and Doha negotiation. Come forward and show me a word alike.
The political deputy of the Prime Minister also said that the Islamic Emirate has made good achievements in the economic sector in the past 3 years. The Chief of Staff of the Ministry of National Defense, Qari Fasiuddin Fatrat, says that the international community always criticized the Islamic Emirate under the pretext of human rights, but it is speechless against the qualities of the Zionist regime.
For those false human rights organizations that daily martyr children, women and elderly Muslims in Gaza and Lebanon, but do not raise the voice of human rights violation. They do not criticize Israel at all for this cruelty, but they always point their finger at us because the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is taking action to implement the Sharia system and what the Sharia says.
This is while the officials of the current government have always said that the Islamic Emirate wants positive interaction with all countries of the world based on mutual respect.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that a delegation led by engineer Wahidullah Halimi, the special advisor of the ministry, traveled to China to participate in the conference on the exploration of mineral resources and increased cooperation for a better future. The ministry added that representatives from more than 70 countries will take part in this conference.
Energy production is a key element for Afghanistan's economic growth and development. Gas is a significant part of the energy sector. With extensive domestic resources available, Afghanistan imports a large portion of its required gas from neighboring and regional countries. While favorable conditions have been created for the extraction of gas reserves within the country, the lack of self-sufficiency in gas production, along with other sectors, poses a challenge to the country's economic progress. Therefore, the Islamic Emirate has initiated serious efforts to attract domestic and foreign investors and provide facilities for investment in this sector. As part of these efforts, on October 10, 2024, a 10-year contract for the exploration and extraction of the Tuti Maidan gas field was signed between the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum and an Uzbek company in the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic Affairs Mullah Abdul Ghani Biradar Akhwad. The contract, valued at approximately $1 billion, stipulates that the contracting company will invest $100 million in the first year and a total of $1 billion over the course of 10 years. Additionally, during the first 2 years of the extraction, 100 megawatts of gas-powered electricity will be produced from the extracted gas. The Tuti Maidan gas reserves in Faryab province cover an area of around 7,000 square kilometers, and once extraction begins, it will largely meet the country's gas needs and create job opportunities for thousands of citizens, both directly and indirectly. It is worth noting that investment in the energy sector is carried out through government-to-government agreements, public-private partnerships, and direct investment.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash and this is RTA News. The meeting for the activation and creation of new and standard cold storage facilities was chaired by Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, and in the presence of Qari Din Muhammad Hanif, Minister of Economy, Maulavi Atawallah Umari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, Maulavi Ahmad Jan Bilal, General Director of Emirate Companies, Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, General Director of Electricity Company and Head of Investment Facilitation of the General Directorate Affairs. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, met with some tribal leaders of Paktia province. The ministry says that in this meeting, the tribal leaders have requested the implementation of Machalgo Dam and electricity supply projects in this province. The ministry adds that the Minister of Energy and Water has assured these leaders that the Machalgo Dam is included in the future plan of the ministry, and currently the evaluation of the documents is going on.
The Minister of Industry and Commerce said that the first time the Ministry of members and members of the private sector of the country have been officially invited to exhibit the domestic products of Afghanistan at the Istanbul Halal International Exhibition. According to the ministry, this exhibition is scheduled to be held in Istanbul, Turkey from 27th to 30th of November this year. It should be mentioned that the Istanbul Halal exhibition is one of the largest exhibitions in the Islamic world and the third largest exhibition in the world, which is held every year in this country. The National Procurement Commission has approved 124 projects worth about 35 billion Afghanis since the beginning of 1403. According to the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, these projects include the construction of highways, railways, urban roads, internet services, dams, canals, and other projects. Let's see more in this report.
The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the National Procurement Commission has approved 124 projects since the beginning of this year. He said that the total value of these projects will be about 35 billion Afghanis. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate adds that these projects include the construction of highways, railways, urban roads, internet services, dams, canals, water supply networks, development of electricity generation networks, retaining walls, health centers, expanding agricultural land, airports, and development of educational institutions.
From
the beginning of the year 1403 until now, the National Procurement Commission has approved 124 different projects with a value of about 35 billion Afghanis. Among these projects are highways, urban roads, dams and canals, development of electricity production facilities, health centers, airports, etc.
Economic experts say that the implementation of infrastructure projects can be effective in economic growth, employment and confidence building among domestic and foreign investors to build infrastructure in the country.
This economic, agricultural, industrial and reconstruction project worth 35 billion Afghanis can provide jobs to 14,000 people in Afghanistan, which is 1 to 2% of the country's total, and this level has a positive role in eliminating unemployment and poverty. With implementation of these projects in the strengthening of Afghanistan's economy and also infrastructure facilities such as more roads will be provided so that the private sector and international companies can come and invest in mining and renewable energy due to security and construction of highways.
This is while the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has always tried to implement small and large infrastructure projects on the one hand to encourage domestic and foreign investors to invest in the country, and on the other hand to provide job opportunities for citizens.
Abdul Qahar Haji Idris, the General Director of the National Statistics and Information Department, met with Maulavi Qudratullah Abu Hamza, the Governor of Kunar, and his accompanying delegation. In this meeting, the Governor of Kunar, besides praising the activities of the Department of Statistics and Information of this province, reminded the residents of this province about the difficulties in obtaining citizenship cards and emphasized on accelerating and expanding these services as much as possible. On the other hand, Abdul Qahar Haji Idris added that the National Department of Statistics and Information is committed to providing balanced, fast, and timely services to citizens even in the most remote parts of the country. The construction of the Badiul Abad Canal in Alingar district of Laghman province started at a cost of $350,000 in the presence of Sheikh Sher Ahmad Haqqani, the governor of the province. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development says that the canal is 7 kilometers long and will irrigate 4,000 acres of land when completed. Memorandums of cooperation between the Technical and Vocational Education Department and a number of government institutions were signed in Kabul. Besides these agreements, professional and vocational trainings are provided for prisoners and recovered drug addicts. We have more in the report.
Memorandums of understanding in order to provide professional and vocational training for prisoners, correctional centers for children, and recovered drug addicts between the officials of the Technical and Vocational Education Department, Prisons Regulatory Department, Ministry of Interior Affairs, Academy of Sciences, Better Life Institute for Afghans, and National and Islamic Bank was signed.
We are
working with various institutions, including ministries, banks, and scientific institutions, to turn the existing challenges into opportunities for progress.
The head of the Technical and Vocational Education Department continues to say that these agreements will be effective in the economic, social, and practical sectors of the country.
All the
memorandums today are on the path of a common goal of building a better future for Afghanistan. These cooperations show our commitment to the economic, social, and scientific development of the country. By signing these memorandums, we create solid foundations for the country's progress.
According to officials, the signing of these agreements, along with providing training, the use of scientific research and cooperation in providing banking services is effective.
In Farah province, the works of 4 water canals at the cost of $140,000 have been completed and put into use. These canals were built at the financial support of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, which will irrigate 476 hectares of agricultural land. And the final one is that the Disaster Preparedness Department of Panjshir Province has started distribution of food and non-food aid to 1,000 families affected by rains and floods, heirs of mothers, disabled people, and refugees. After the survey, this series was started for 110 families of Roha and Onabad districts in the first phase and will be implemented in other districts as well. It's worth mentioning that in this series, 50 kilos of flour, 25 kilos of rice, 5 liters of cooking oil, 8 cans of milk, and 1 bed have been considered for each family. Our This Time news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Some passport applicants are complaining about the technical problems in registering passports. However, the spokesman of the General Directorate of Passport announced a new contract with the National Statistics Agency to solve this problem.
We have signed an agreement with the National Statistics Agency for those records of the names having errors, and based on this agreement, they will give us a user. By opening that user, we will get the information related to this ID card, and then we will give the passport according to the ID card information, and there will be no mistakes in passports.
The spokesman of the Passport Directorate also adds that 2,000 passports are distributed every day from the branches of this department, and they are trying to provide more facilities to the clients.
We have opened 3 new branches in different areas of Kabul. They are in Qalai Zaman Khan, Tangi Tarakhil, and Darul Aman areas, and each branch has the capacity to distribute passports to 2,000 citizens a day.
A number of clients welcome the conveniences and simplification of the distribution process.
Getting a passport is easy now. If a person wants to obtain a passport now, he can get it within a week. Alhamdulillah, there is no problem here. Things are going on very transparently. We come in the morning, and we have already finished all the works.
The spokesman of the General Directorate of Passport also says that passports are distributed to the patients, businessmen, and border vehicle drivers without online application within a few hours. The residents of Kabul are happy with the activities of Kabul municipality in the implementation of road construction projects and the acquisition of their properties in this city.
This is Sherpur Road.
many people pass this road. This road used to be very small and very crowded. Now with the construction of this road, all the people feel happy. This map is implemented according to the master plan of the municipality. This road starts from Shahid Avenue and extends to Qasaba Road. People have been acquired and paid for the destroyed houses. People are happy and satisfied with the government and municipality and welcome the construction of this road.
According to them, along with the reduction of traffic crowd, the implementation of road construction projects will also affect the beauty of Kabul city.
This road, which is 80 kilometers long, starts from the airport, and the owners of the houses that were destroyed were sad, but they were given a lot of money and even double the money in exchange for these houses. And now those people are happy and say that they will have a better future with the construction of this road. The dust is also gone and people are happy.
Officials of the Kabul municipality say that legal procedures for the acquisition and evaluation of private and government properties are carried out before the start of any road construction project.
Construction of a large number of roads is underway in the city of Kabul, and according to the law, Kabul municipality is implementing the acquisition issue. The main thing is the issue of real estate. In the areas where Kabul municipality implements infrastructure and public utility projects, all the land that exists there and the projects are carried out on it. If it is private land, they will receive money for their own land and its construction. And if it is government land, so looking at the principles, only the construction money is given to them. Alhamdulillah, Kabul-Jalalabad highway, which is one of the main projects, the first part is around 9 kilometers, which Kabul municipality has started, and the acquisition process is being done in the same way.
According to the information of Kabul municipality, over 125 kilometers of main and sub-roads in Kabul city have been tarred, concreted and paved and basically reconstructed, and the practical work of several major road construction projects is in the progress.
Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, said at the graduation meeting of Nurul Madaris Madrasa in Gardisaray district of Paktia province that the infidels have been defeated in the military war in Afghanistan, and now they have turned into the intellectual war. We can fight this war only with knowledge, education, and commitment to Islamic values. He emphasized on the unity of the nation and added that all religious, ethnic, and social affairs should be done in coordination with the scholars, leaders, and local authorities. Mr. Haqqani asked the tribes not to be mistaken by the empty and meaningless slogans of the people and to make Islamic Sharia the standard for everyone's support, because security and all human rights are protected in Islam Sharia.
The economic deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan said in a published report that with the digging and activation of 25 more oil wells, the daily extraction of Amur River oil basin will reach to 2,000 or 3,000 tons. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan says that the Islamic Emirate gives priority to the development and strengthening of the energy sector and wants to achieve the self-sufficiency in this sector based on the domestic resources.
Now there are 24 active wells in this basin that extract 1,350 tons of oil daily. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum plans to drill 25 new wells this year. Out of this total, 18 new wells will be dug, 2 will be developed, and 5 old wells will be destroyed. With the full operation of these new wells, daily extraction will reach 2,000 to 3,000, and the extracted oil will be processed inside the country.
At the same time, analysts believe that such projects can play an important role in the economic sector and have an effective role in controlling the prices of the imported petroleum products.
If we use it, first we will show our belief in the region that Afghanistan can use its own resources. On the other hand, we influence the prices and lower the prices. Even though the prices are lower, the level of people's consumption increases and the welfare level increases with it. The increase of oil wells will benefit the national economy on the one hand, and on the other hand, confidence will be created, and it will have an extremely positive role in financing the budget.
This is when 25 oil wells are currently active in the River oil basin, from which 1,350 tons of oil are extracted daily, and the extracted oil is processed inside the country and fulfills a part of daily market requirements. The Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister said in a press release that the Beggar Collection Committee has collected 62,193 beggars from Kabul and other provinces of the country in the last 2 years.
In the past 2 years, the Beggars Collection Committee has collected more than 62,000 beggars in Kabul and the provinces, of which 27,715 are deserving beggars, 31,126 are professional beggars, and the rest are unaccompanied children and drug addicts. These children have been introduced to the kindergartens of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs.
This step of Islamic Emirate has been warmly welcomed by citizens of the country, who say that, along with the establishment of order in the sites, the real poor will be separated from the professional beggars and will be taken care of by the government.
The people who were begging in the city of Kabul, today they collect them from the city of Kabul with great honor and respect, and they are paid a certain amount of salary by the Islamic Emirate, and we thank the Islamic Emirate for this. This is a huge process and a big help. It is a great service to collect beggars and set salaries for them.
This is while the law on collection of beggars and prevention of begging has been published with the order of Islamic Emirates leader and the official gazette of the Ministry of Justice.
Officials of a number of companies and exhibitors who have participated in the second Afghan-Kazakh exhibition consider it important to hold such exhibitions in neighboring countries for the marketing of Afghan products. In this exhibition, 80 booths of Afghan products have been displayed. Let's see more in the report.
The second day of the Afghan-Kazakh exhibition continues with the participation of 69 companies, 80 booths, and 250 traders and Kabul from Afghanistan in the city of Almaty, Kazakhstan. The companies and exhibitors who have exhibited Afghan products in this exhibition consider holding such exhibitions important for the marketing of Afghan products.
People are very interested in Afghan products. One day passed and today is the second day of the exhibition, which is a very good market, and we have brought steam cookers. We had very good sales.
On the other hand, a number of Afghan citizens who have visited this exhibition expressed their satisfaction and said that exhibition can create a good basis for providing relations and trade between Afghanistan and Kazakhstan.
Alhamdulillah, the country is developing domestic products for sales and display. Not only the people of Afghanistan, but also the people of Almaty were happy.
The second Afghan-Kazakh exhibition, which opened on Sunday, continues for 4 days.
The delegation of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum visited a number of mines in China. During this trip to China, under the leadership of Wahidullah Halimi, the chief advisor of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, the ministry's delegation visited the country's nickel, iron, aluminum, copper, cobalt, and polymetal mines and visited with Jianchuan and Jesco, the representatives of factories. The ministry said that the representatives of these companies have shared their ideas
and experiences with the Afghan delegation regarding processing plants and mines, and have promised full cooperation with the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum of Afghanistan in these areas. Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, Deputy Director of the Art and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with the officials of the European Union, UNICEF and UNESCO, including Rosa Otambavia, the head of the United Nations Organization's political mission in Afghanistan. In this meeting, Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi asked the head of UNAMA to help the said ministry in building public libraries, digital system, and satellite libraries. Mr. Azizi said that with the rule of the Islamic Emirate, smuggling, expropriation, and illegal excavation of historical monuments have been prevented, and asked the international community to play a constructive role in the restoration and protection of Afghanistan's historical monuments. Also, during this visit, the head of UNAMA promised to cooperate with the public library and art department, and said that she will work with Afghanistan in addition to humanitarian aid for literacy education. Maulavi Ataullah Umari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, along with a delegation, visited Paktia province to assess the situation of forests. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock said that Mr. Umari, in a meeting with the local officials of the said province, said that in the past 3 years, more efforts have been made to protect the forests, and it has been decided to prevent deforestation, and guards should be appointed for forests protection.
In the national television documentary series. Documentary stories of the atrocities committed during the occupation in both cities and rural areas of the country. The secret aspects of the invading war. Unreported war crimes that have yet to be revealed in the media.
Due to severe beatings, their blood was scattered along the way, and then they were martyred.
From the torture of innocent people to martyrdoms, and from private prisons to looting. From clear morning dreams. Then to the stories of long battles and victories between truth and falsehood. We present you the pages of contemporary history in a documentary format. If you have witnessed incidents related to the 20-year occupation in your areas, please share them with us. Our contact number 074 434 3668.
کندهار لرغونی تاریخ لري او د ګڼو تمدنونو او امپراتوریو مرکز پاتې شوی. احمد شاه بابا له کندهار د افغانستان بنسټ کېښود. په دې اساس کندهار د افغانانو لپاره یو ځانګړی تاریخي ارزښت لري. کندهار د تاریخي ځایونو او کلتوري ودانیو له مخې هم د سیلانیانو لپاره ځانګړی ارزښت لري. دا مزار د افغانستان د بنسټګر احمد شاه دراني آرامګاه ده چې د افغانانو لپاره د ډیرو معنوي او ملي ارزښتونو درلودونکی ځای دی. چهلزینه د کندهار یو بل تاریخي ځای دی چې د لرغوني تاریخ او فرهنګي ارزښتونو یو ښه مثال دی. د دې ولایت خلک د خپلو دودونو او کلتورونو له کبله هم ځانګړی ځای لري. خرقه شریفه له بخارا نه دې ښار ته راوړل شوې او د میرویس نیکه مقبره هم په همدې ځای کې ده.
The Italian Foreign Ministry has appointed Sabrina Ogliani as its new ambassador to Afghanistan. The Italian ambassador to Afghanistan said that she will be working from Doha. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate does not consider this move without benefits, but asks these countries to operate their embassies from inside Afghanistan, like the countries of the region.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan invites all countries that want to diplomatic relations with Afghanistan to come to Afghanistan and activate their embassies, which is an effective way. Again, if it is in Qatar, it is still a communication bridge which is not without benefit.
Meanwhile, experts say that given the current security situation in Afghanistan, there is no reason for the embassies of countries not to operate inside Afghanistan.
If this embassy had been activated in Afghanistan, the impact would have been greater. It would have been able to provide better services, and it would have been more effective in establishing relations. But the fact that it was opened in Qatar is also a sign for development, which is a good step. The action of Italy is a good thing, that they paid attention to the problems of Afghan people, the problems of citizens living there from Afghanistan will be solved in this way. But it would be better if the Italian embassy was opened in Afghanistan.
Earlier, the Italian ambassador to Afghanistan had met with the foreign minister and announced efforts to expand the activities of the Italian embassy in Kabul.
In a special interview with RTA News, the Deputy Minister of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs said that they have been able to resolve major and minor enmities and disputes between tribes and families at the country level.
In 1 year, we have resolved more than 304 major disputes with the efforts of the minister and the chiefs of this ministry, and 525 minor disputes that also had a lot of financial and personal casualties that had been going on for a long time. Alhamdulillah, in this 1 year, we have achieved so much in this regard.
The deputy of the ministry adds that conflicts and enmity between tribes in the country arose due to the invasion on Afghanistan by former Soviet and US-led NATO forces.
Almost 4 decades of misfortune have befallen on our country. In these 4 decades, there have been 2 invasions on our land. And these 2 invasions have not had such an easy time here. They did not enjoy it and did not receive the purposes for which they came. And the honorable and pious Afghan people have stood against them. They have declared jihad with them.
It's worth mentioning that with the victory of the Islamic Emirate, along with the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, dozens of enmities and disputes have been resolved and turned into friendship through the mediation of local officials and tribal leaders in some provinces of the country.
Officials of the National Statistics and Information Agency say that there has been a decrease of 0.7% in the prices of food items in the month of Mizan. According to officials, this decrease was 1.7% in the price of meat, 3.7% in fruits, and 0.7% in sweets.
The National Statistics and Information Agency collects and analyzes the data of the cost of goods on a monthly basis, which shows that the price of food has decreased by 0.6% in the last month of this year. This decrease was 1.7% in the price of meat, 3.7% in the fruits, 2.0% in sugar and sweets.
According to him, there is a 3.0% increase in the price of non-food items. This increase is 4.1% in clothing and apparel, 4.0% in housing, and 3.4% in home appliances.
There is a 3.0% increase in the prices of non-food items, and this increase is 4.1% for clothes, 4.0% for housing, and 4.3% for home appliances.
But the residents of Kabul still complain about the high prices of food and want the authorities to solve this problem.
The government should control the prices of materials such as flour and oil. A poor man who has to work for a week or a month to be able to buy a sack of flour. The prices are high. Rice, sugar, and flour have been priced, which should be prevented these prices from raising.
On the other hand, officials of Kabul municipality say that since the Islamic Emirate came to power for the second time, Kabul municipality has been distributing price lists to all sellers in coordination with a joint commission to control prices.
Our mechanism is that this price list is updated every week and it is applicable in all Kabul city for the first week. And the Kabul municipality has the Market Regulation Authority in 22 areas of Kabul city, which is responsible for monitoring these price lists, and also the contact number of 155. It is for the benefit of our dear citizens that if someone defies the price list, let us know and the municipality will take steps.
This is while, according to the information of National Statistics and Information Agency, the prices of food items increased by 6.0% in the month of Sanbola this year.
The latest action of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce for vocational and professional education and the handling of the poor. Agreements worth $3,228,000 were signed between the ministry and 9 domestic institutions. These 9 internal organizations are supposed to implement their projects with a total value of more than $3,228,000 to strengthen the foundation of families and unemployed people in the society through vocational training and skills in the provinces of Kabul, Parvan, Maidan Wardak, Herat, Balkh, Baghlan, Samangan, Faryab, Nimroz, Jawzjan, and Badghis. According to him, Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, has emphasized that these organizations should reach out to the deserving people along with the protection and transparency of Islamic and national values. The meeting was held under the chairmanship of Al-Haj Nuruddin Azizi, Acting Minister of Industry and Commerce, with the participation of the officials of 9 domestic institutions, and cooperation agreements were signed in the enterprise sector. In this meeting, the officials of these 9 organizations provided information about the project and the type of their activities. Al-Haj Nuruddin Azizi, after listening to their conversations, emphasized the observance of Islamic principles and transparency in the activities, and asked officials of these organizations that the beneficiaries and deserving people should benefit from these projects. Economic analysts recognize the significance of private sector involvement in the economy, but also stress the need to activate the banking and insurance systems. Mainly, 2 things are very important in this issue. One is how it is regulated and how that index is determined for the private sector to provide the national interests of the country. Besides, how it supports these investments, especially for domestic investors, and how conditions are favorable for foreign investors to invest. This agreement marks a significant step with large amounts of funding being directed towards various organizations in the entrepreneurship sector.
A competitive examination for recruiting new employees for vacant positions at the National Radio and Television of Afghanistan was held on Wednesday at the department's premises. According to officials, the examination will be conducted in 2 stages, and hiring qualified personalities is one of the department's top priorities.
There are 52 vacancies, of which 3 are provincial and 49 are central. We announced it, and today is the first stage. The competition has 2 stages. The first is written and the second is oral. Today, fortunately, we are in the writing section where almost 600 people have come.
Participants have welcomed the transparency of the examination. They believe that recruiting qualified individuals will be beneficial for strengthening the system and enhancing the department's work.
Our hope is that, God willing, there will be transparency and the right will be handed over to the rightful. And now when we look at the sin and see the work of the staff, there is transparency, God willing. We ask the government to start exams alike so that the work is entrusted to the ones who deserve it. Our youths deserve it and they have worked hard and now they have to reach to a good position.
Previously, the Afghanistan National Radio and Television Directorate announced vacancies and successfully recruited other new employees through an open competition. A delegation from the Ministry of Education, led by the head of the ministry's office, recently visited Malaysia. During this official visit, the delegation will meet with Malaysian education officials and other representatives to discuss various topics, including educational achievements, opportunities, and challenges, according to the spokesperson of the Ministry of Education. We have more in the report. A delegation from the Ministry of Education, led by Maulavi Shahabuddin Saqib, the head of the ministry's office, recently paid an official visit to Malaysia. The delegation is scheduled to meet with officials from Malaysia's Ministry of Education and other relevant authorities to discuss educational achievements, opportunities, and challenges, as stated by Qari Mansoor Ahmad Hamza, the spokesman for the Ministry of Education.
During his visit, this delegation will meet with the education officials, scholars, madrasa and school teachers of Malaysia. He will provide comprehensive information about Afghanistan's education situation and achievements, opportunities and challenges. He will also talk and exchange ideas with important leaders of different educational centers of that country.
Additionally, some professors believe that the delegation's visit will be effective in strengthening collaboration and changing ideas between educational sectors of Afghanistan and Malaysia.
Any travel of our country's delegations to other countries is very useful, especially in our education sector, because the trips of our delegations are very effective for someone's experience. It takes our experiences there and brings their experiences here. Inshallah, he will bring many experiences that will be very useful for our schools and education.
On June 19, the Ministries of Education and Higher Education visited Russia for the Second World Conference, where they discussed educational opportunities, achievements, and challenges. In Kabul, a 4-day seminar focused on the professional development and capacity building of madrasas was organized by the Ministry of Education, with the ministry's leadership in attendance. According to officials from the Ministry of Education, the Islamic Emirate is committed to fostering social stability and training qualified personnel in the field of education. Let's see more in the report.
فهمم که زموږ هدف دا دی ورونو چې موږ دغه زرګونه تعلیمي مراکز څه قسم د دو کیفیت برابر کړو او څه قسم د دې نه موږ اعظمي استفاده وکړو او په څه ډول باندې موږ هغه نقصان چې په کلونه کلونه موږ په دې برخه کې لیدلی د 40 یا 50 کاله کېږي چې موږ زموږ مراکز تخریب شوي د تخریب په خوا باندې روان دي دښمنانو نه دي پرېښي ادب از برگزار
یک مدرسه در هر ولایت کافی نیست. از اینکه بچه‌های تمام کشور، تمام اصلاحات رویا اینا ضرورت دارن در تعلیمات اسلامی. اگر مدارس ما زیادتر شود ان شاء الله امتزاج فکری در مابین مکتب، در مابین مدرسه، در مابین معلم، در مابین متعلم، در مابین ملت ما ایجاد میشه.
The delegation from the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation has traveled to Uzbekistan to take part in a meteorological meeting. The ministry reports that the delegation includes representatives from the Ministries of Energy and Water, Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, as well as some other institutions. They will engage in discussions on various topics with other participants at the meeting.
د دې سفر موخه په ازبکستان هیواد کې د هوا پیژندنې په برخه کې په کنفرانس کې ګډون کول دي چې یاد کنفرانس
The purpose of this trip is to attend the meteorology conference in Uzbekistan, organized in cooperation with the International Meteorological Organization. The conference will feature various workshops including access to the International Meteorological Satellite and some workshops related to meteorology to address natural disasters caused by floods and heavy rains. Several workshops focused on the early warning system will be held, and the Afghan delegation is participating in these sessions.
And the final one is that cash assistance has been distributed to 283 low-income families in Nangarhar province. The Disaster Preparedness Department of Nangarhar, in collaboration with the IRC organization, provided the first installment of cash aid to these families in Jalalabad city, the provincial capital. Each family received 2,800 Afghanis, and additional assistance will be provided to the same number of families in the future. And that's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night. Afghan Electricity Company announced that it is currently developing a 5-year plan to generate electricity from various sources inside the country. Abdul Bari Umar, the chief executive director of the company, stated on national television that it has designed and completed power generation projects totaling $400 million within the span of 3 months. Let's see more in the report.
Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director for the Afghan Electricity Company, in an exclusive interview with national television, announced the 5-year plan to generate electricity. According to Mr. Umar, Afghanistan has the capacity to generate thousands of megawatts of electricity from water, wind, solar, and other sources.
What
should we do in the next 5 years? How much electricity should we produce? How to go towards clean or green energy? How could we use our internal resources? We are working together with the Ministry of Energy and Water in this regard because they are the policy makers. They will give us the policy. We will move forward based on that policy and try to use our internal resources.
The General Executive Director of the Afghan Electricity Company said in another part of his speech that the Islamic Emirate has signed contracts worth more than $150 million to produce electricity from various sources with domestic and foreign investors.
In the last 3 months, we have designed various projects worth $400 million, some of which are close to contracting and some of which are in technical discussions.
Mr. Omar also adds that the implementation of the Picasso 1000 project, Topi, the extension of the 500 kilowatt Turkmen line, and the completion of the domestic project will partially solve the electricity problem in the country. Efforts are also underway to distribute electricity equally in the coming winter and to unify electricity tariffs.
According to a spokesperson for the Ministry of Public Health, the number of positive measles cases, especially among children under 5, has increased compared to last year. This year, nearly 6,000 cases of measles have been reported. In response to this rise in cases, the Ministry of Public Health plans to launch a national vaccination campaign in the near future.
Measles is a viral disease. In Afghanistan, sometimes the graph of this disease is raised in children. Compared to the last year, the graph of suspicious incidents has gone up a little bit. Therefore, as many samples have been taken by our surveillance teams there, the graph of the incidents has also gone up compared to the last year, and which is positive for this year. There are less than 6,000 incidents. In the next month, we plan to implement the national measles vaccination campaign. Besides, through this, we will be able to prevent the increase of the measles in Afghanistan.
Doctors at Argandi Children's Health Hospital confirmed an increase in disease levels compared to last year, attributing it to delays in vaccination and inadequate nutrition.
We apply measles vaccines to children in 9 months, which is free and very effective, which means that if a child is vaccinated, there is a very small chance of getting measles. Unfortunately, when a number of children are hospitalized here, their family insists that they have not received any measles vaccines. They have not even received RTA vaccines, which is a family neglect in the pediatric department.
The World Health Organization has raised concerns about the rise of measles in Afghanistan, reporting that approximately 160 measles related to death were recorded in the country by 2024.
Food and winter clothing were distributed to 320 families and individuals affected by the recent floods and other natural disasters by the National Disaster Preparedness Department. Officials from this department assured that they are fully prepared to assist the affected families during the cold season.
There are 320 packages in which one parcel contains 50 kilos of flour, one parcel contains 25 kilos of rice, one winter box contains 14 items, children's winter items such as clothes, shoes, etc., given by the UNICEF, and one parcel of 10 kilos of sugar. The Islamic Emirate has always tried to reach out its people and solve their problems. Alhamdulillah, they have solved the problems in any situation.
Conversely, many affected individuals are hopeful about the aid given and wish to see it continue.
Although these contributions are good, but not enough, there should be more help to us poor people. There are no jobs and our lands are flooded. Our family has 18 members, so this help is not enough. In these times, even a simple donation is very important to us, and we also need 10 rupees at this time. There is not a single glass in my house. All of them are broken, so we are very happy with the government for this support.
On the previous day, the National Disaster Preparedness Department distributed food to 500 low-income families.
The Islamic Emirate welcomed the statements of the presidents of Turkey and Uzbekistan regarding Afghanistan at the summit of Turk countries. Hamdallah Fitrat, the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to positive interaction with the countries of the world and region. The presidents of Turkey and Uzbekistan emphasized their support for Afghanistan at the summit of Turkey countries, saying that they consider the peace and stability of the region to be connected with the stability of Afghanistan. More details in report.
At the 11th summit meeting of Turkish countries in Bishkek, the capital of Kyrgyzstan, the president of Turkey said that the peace and stability of the region is connected with the stability of Afghanistan and emphasized on the support of his country from Afghanistan.
We do not consider the stability and peace of the geographical region of our country separate from the developments of Afghanistan. As we have always said, we always stand by our Afghan brothers. In this summit, the President of Uzbekistan emphasized that the issues of Afghanistan should be one of the important issues of the organization of two countries to solve the problems of Afghanistan. We believe that, in order to solve the serious and difficult problems of Afghanistan, assistance and cooperation with the current government, extensive participation of the country in regional economic processes, and the implementation of the social and constructional projects should be considered. The Organization of Two Countries was established on October 3, 2009 with the participation of Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Currently, 8 countries, including 7 Turkish-speaking countries, along with Hungary, are members of this organization. At the same time, the Islamic Emirate welcomes the statements of the presidents of Turkey and Uzbekistan regarding Afghanistan at the summit of these countries. Uzbekistan and other countries that take a realistic position on Afghanistan and international conferences and play a role in restoring Afghanistan's relations with other countries. We also appreciate this move and we want good relations with all countries. Analysts believe that Afghanistan has close Islamic, linguistic, cultural, political and economic relations with the countries of the region, which can be beneficial to Afghanistan in this regard. The fact that it is said in the region that Afghanistan is logically stable, but in addition to taking the steps that are necessary for the stability, it proves to us that these are the considerations of the major interactions that the region dares to take. This is why a number of countries have emphasized a positive interaction with Afghanistan and have always assured the region and the world that no one will be harmed from Afghanistan.